Good morning, one and all, and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live. And today, two's coverage of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire. And just a gentle reminder that Trent Bridge Live is the only place that you will catch live ball-by-ball coverage of every non-televised home game throughout this 2022 campaign for Nottinghamshire. Now this morning the scoreboard currently reads that Nottinghamshire will start the day on 203.47 with Tom Moores and Stuart Broad at the crease. That is a lead of 44. But day one was all about one person for Nottinghamshire, and that was Dane Patterson. 8 wickets for Dane, but let's show you and remind you of how he got those wickets and how Notts are currently starting the day with a lead of 44, and that will be with the day one highlights.
Patterson takes 8 for new career best figures. Nottinghamshire are the only side so far in Division 2 to have more than one win to their name. The top side in the division at this early stage returns to Trent Bridge off the back of an innings victory, a result also enjoyed by visitors Worcestershire last week. With a bowling attack boosted by the presence of Stuart Broad in for his first taste of action since the Hobart Ashes test, Nottinghamshire elected to bowl and found early momentum. Broad with the first wicket, Libby out caught by Moores for 15. Pollock looked to instigate a fight back, accelerating after the loss of his partner, but it wouldn't last long, out caught by James off Patterson. They'd only just inched past 50 when Azhar Ali went. Patterson again with the wicket. That brought the pair's captain and last week's match winner, Brett D'Oliveira, to the crease with a bit of a job on his hands, and he did his best. The bowling unit fired up and hunting wickets, but held back as Haynes and D'Oliveira found 3 figures for the pairs. But with the score an even 100, D'Oliveira had to depart, caught behind for Patterson's third. The Notts bowler finished the session with 4 wickets to his name. Barnard out dragging on just before the break. The hosts on top at lunch with Worcestershire 114 for 5. He barely had to wait at all for his 5th. Cox out trapped in front. Nottinghamshire all over Worcestershire. Patterson was in inspired form. Haynes out caught behind for 37. Baker was next to go. He tamely chipped a catch to Broad to mid-on. Patterson didn't stop there. He rearranged Morris's stumps to see the pairs bowler depart for 1. Pennington scored a runner ball with just 1 wicket left, taking Worcestershire past 150, but only able to add 18 before he was out caught behind. The pairs blown away for 159. Patterson had finished with new career best figures of 8 for 52, an excellent showing with the ball, including 7 of the top 8 of Worcestershire's order. Haynes was their top scorer with 37. Notts got their innings started. Tea delayed. The hosts looked comfortable. Ben Slater fresh off the back of his new top score, partnered by Hasib Hamid at the top of the order, and the pair swiftly had 50 runs scored off 82 balls. There would be no massive total for Slater this time. Superb work on the boundary from Libby was matched by some excellent keeping by Cox, the Notts opener, out for 24. Hamid and Duckett looked to take Nottinghamshire to 100 before the break, their partnership in its infancy, but already looking threatening. With a characteristic cover drive for 4, Hamid had reached 50, scored off an uncharacteristic 54 balls. But 2 later, he was gone, tempted by the width, caught by a diving Cox. He had to go for 53. When they reached tea, the score was now 98 for 2, but Notts were trailing by just 61. And the pair picked up where they'd left off, cruising past 100 after the break and taking the score ever closer to Worcestershire's first innings effort. They were just 16 behind when Duckett turned Pennington into the leg side for the single he needed to get to 50, the third wicket partnership matching his return, the lion's share added by the number 3. But he was out 3 balls later, edging through to Cox, departing for an even 50 runs. Clark and James then took them to parity, the former slapping Barnard through the leg side to get there, but Clark was out a few overs later. The catch quite spectacular from Cox diving in front of the cordon. Stephen Mullaney cut a dejected figure when he had to walk back to the dressing room having only added 7, caught by Haynes off the bowling of Morris. And they were 7 down before the end of the day. Patterson White, unable to get off the mark, run out called through by Moores, Baker's radar tuned to perfection. But Nottinghamshire were leading, Broad now at the crease, with a front row seat as Moores took the pair's attack on and even found success defending. 200 runs on the board thanks to an outside edge. The hosts led by 44 at the end of the day, the score 203 for 7, but the game was in the balance and moving at some rate. 17 wickets had tumbled on day 1. The hosts will hope to turn that double-digit lead into a triple-figure one on Friday morning. Worcestershire won't want to let them get too far ahead.
So an eventful day one there, 17 wickets taken in all, but really it was about Dane Patterson. Fantastic performance from him, career best figures. Let's just remind you of those actual figures that he took yesterday. You will see there 15 overs, 6 maidens, 8 wickets for 52. He took a wicket with his first delivery of the day, and also a very important one, 3 balls after lunch as well. A fantastic performance there from Dane Patterson, and 9 wickets out of the 10 that Notts took were actually taken from the pavilion end. Stuart Broad took that first wicket of Jake Libby, and Luke Fletcher obviously wrapped up those innings from the Rad Road, but 9 wickets from the pavilion end. A little stat there for all you stats out there. But I spoke to Dane Patterson after the match yesterday, so let's just remind what he had to say. Here's a little snippet. To be very honest with you, mate, I wasn't expecting to be talking to you whilst you're in your whites.
Well,
I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, we were waiting. We had Fletcher in the stable, so
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, just kind of sum up that day, really. It's been 17 wickets in the day. It's just been one of those kind of bowler-friendly days, would you say?
Yeah, I guess it's been bowler-friendly days, but I think we're taking,
203.
3 for 7?
Correct.
Yeah, with 40-on run lead.
44.
44. Yeah, we'll take that. Especially with conditions today. I mean, I reckon with it being overcast and stuff all day, being a bit of cold. And so, yeah, just got to do what you have to do.
Very true, very true. For you personally, career best figures. First of all, congratulations on that. An amazing watch, really. When you got that ball first off, did you expect did it kind of feel that it was a day to get wickets? Was you kind of pumped up to really take advantage of the conditions?
To be honest, Mal actually told me, Mal spoke to me the ball before, and he just said I need to go down to fine leg, and then I was working my way up to fine leg after the over, and he's like, you bowling? So I was like, what? So I was like, okay. And yeah, I guess I got one in the right area. And to be fair, it was a good ball, but yeah, that was good.
I mean, wicket first ball, and then if we look after lunch, third ball after lunch, it's impacts, isn't it, that really make a difference, especially maybe after lunch when the batters are obviously trying to get back in. It's really a great time to kind of strike at that point, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, me and Fletcher, we spoke, it's not always nice bowling after lunch because the food is so good here at Trent Bridge. So I had a bit of lasagna sitting.
Oh, very nice,
here.
Very nice. Any garlic bread?
Yes, garlic bread.
Oh, of course.
Nice. But yeah, I think you just have to get past that first ball, and then I think today I was just eating the right lengths. Maybe just went for a few that I didn't like in that spell. But I mean, we're always learning. You can't always have the perfect spell. I mean, could be bowling like a jet and pick up no wickets, and so yeah, that's the game.
So that was Dane after yesterday's day one performance there. Now, if we just take a look from a batting point of view, obviously Notts still with 3 wickets in hand here, 203 runs on the board so far. They've got that 1 extra batting point, and obviously they'll be looking to get a couple more if they can. Now, one thing that we saw yesterday was a first 50 for Haseeb Hameed as well. He's looked in good nick so far this season, but he can count himself a little bit unlucky not being able to get to that 50. But yesterday he did get to that 50. Just off 56 balls as well, so a strike rate of about 93 it was. So there was definitely boundaries in there, and you could see that with 11 fours as well for Hass as well. Now, also one person that has been in great form so far with the bat this season is a certain Ben Duckett, and he continued that good form yesterday out there in the middle. We just got on screen there for you his score so far this season. He's spoken to us many a times already this season, and he mentions that 31 that he got at Sussex. He felt that he played a poor shot, but he's been in good nick. If you look there, 100 against Glamorgan and very close to getting a second one in this second innings. Leading run scorer at Ben Duckett this season as well, with plenty more runs in his locker, I'm sure. Right, it's now time for me to hand you over to our commentary team, Frank Watson and Dave Bracegirdle.
And a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge. Thanks very much to Kevin Howells for setting us up for the day on BBC 5 Sports Extra. Welcome along to Nottingham. Once again, cloudy and overcast. A little chilly out there. In fact, very, very cold yesterday, according to a number of the members of the public that I spoke to at close of play last night. An intriguing first day's play when wickets tumbled and tumbled and tumbled. No doubt the star of the show, Dane Patterson, the Nottinghamshire overseas player from South Africa. I think a lot of people came along with the focus very much on Stuart Broad's return to first team action, but it was Patterson who stole the headlines with career best figures of 8 for 52. Worcestershire skittled out for 159 in their first innings, and it looked as if Nottinghamshire would go on and really dominate proceedings by the end of the first day. They were 70 without loss, but Worcestershire fought back well after tea, and at stumps Nottinghamshire 203 for 7. We went off 3 overs early due to bad light. The floodlights were on for pretty much most of the second half of the day, but those 3 overs sadly are lost, so we'll start again with a fresh allocation of 96. Nottinghamshire 203 for 7, leading by 44, and they've got 2 left-handers at the crease in Tom Moores, who's on strike on 15, Stuart Broad at the non-strikers end on 6. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Kevin Howells will be with us intermittently throughout the day, and from BBC Hereford and Worcester also Frank Watson is here as a member of the commentary team. We're going to get underway with Charlie Morris from the pavilion end, and the first ball of the day is played to backward point by Tom Moores, and there's no run, and time to bid a very good morning to the man I was just talking about. Good morning, Frank.
Good morning, Dave. Sorry I'm on the last minute. I've just had a chance meeting with an old cricketing acquaintance, and been passing a bit of time with him. Very nice to see him. Yeah, it's quite bright now, isn't it? Brighter than I thought it was going to be about half an hour ago for this first over. I'll have to nip off in a minute and do an update.
There's Morris in. Lovely looking drive through the offside by Moores. That will go away for 4 runs. 2 batsmen are running really hard here, as if maybe Moores didn't think it would go, but always seemed to me as if there's going to be enough on that one to reach the boundary rope, and the first runs of the morning are quite effectively struck.
Got half Moores. A hand on it, didn't he, Jake Libby, at extra cover, but not quite enough.
Yeah, it wasn't a chance, went along the ground, but he dived there, took a little bit of the pace off it, but it was always going for 4. Not 207 for 7. That lead is 48 as Morris in again, and Moores lets this go through to wicketkeeper Cox. Well, if we have another 17 wickets go down today, there won't be an awful lot left for the weekend, will there?
No, that's right. It's would we expect that? I don't know. I mean, there were a few freak dismissals yesterday in amongst those 17. Those 2 run-outs spring to mind, and the pitch has lost that little tinge of green, hasn't it, this morning? So maybe batting won't be quite so arduous a task today.
You never know. Here's Morris in again, and another drive and caught low down in the cover region. Moores looking to repeat his shot from 2 balls earlier. This time it was slightly off the ground, and he's been nicely poached, and we do have the first of the wickets. Jake Libby has taken the catch low down. It went quickly to him, nicely pouched, and Charlie Morris strikes in the first over of the morning. Tom Moores out, caught Libby, bowled Morris for 19. Not a 207 for 8 in the 51st over. That's a lead of 48, and that's, well, a third of the way really to what Worcestershire would have been looking to do this morning. Just try and go bang, bang, bang and get Nottinghamshire back in the hutch for not many more than their overnight advantage of 44. Luke Fletcher will make his way out of the pavilion. Here he comes. Fletcher on his way to the middle, just picked up 1 wicket with the ball yesterday. The only batsman we've not then seen for Nottinghamshire is the star of the show yesterday, Dane Patterson, with his figures of 8 for 52. And here comes Fletcher to be met by Stuart Broad. just a passing word of advice, no doubt. Fielder's already swapped over, well aware of Fletcher's prowess as a right-hander. Mainly had success against Worcestershire in the past with the bat, of course, with the ball, of course, I beg your pardon. Taking 7 wickets here against them last year. Suspect he'd have been padded up last evening as a night watchman, but wasn't required in the closing half an hour. 207 for 8. And Fletcher eases this into the offside. And there's no run. So 1 ball left in the first over of the day. Been update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. Paul Taylor saying good morning. He's hoping for a nice little cameo between Tom Moores and Stuart Broad. Sorry, a little late on that one, Paul. I know you sent it before the start of play. Moores has gone, 4th ball of the morning, and here comes Charlie Morris to bowl the 6th ball of the day, and Fletcher drives away, another boundary, gets him off the mark. Huge roar as the lead is stretched beyond 50. Nice looking shot from Fletcher, an over that went for 8 runs. But picked up the wicket. 211 for 8. The lead is 52. And it looks as if it's going to be Ed Barnard to share the bowling duties right at the start of this second day. Ed Barnard bowling from this Radcliffe Road end. Here is that radio update. Yes, we started on time at 11 o'clock, once again under cloudy grey skies. A really eventful day yesterday in which 17 wickets went down, and already we've had 1 go this morning. Unfortunately for Nottinghamshire supporters, Tom Moores out, 4th ball of the day, driving into the offside, into the safe hands of former teammate Jake Libby. The match situation, Nottinghamshire did actually pick up 8 runs in that opening over of the day, so they've stretched their lead to 52, but they're 8 wickets down. Notts 211 for 8. First ball of this Ed Barnard over, just a little bit of a sighter for Stuart Broad. He eased it into the offside, and the Worcestershire skipper Brett D'Oliveira doing the fielding. The next one from Barnard round the wicket, and again fielded by D'Oliveira. Umpires for this match are Neil Bainton and Peter Hartley. Our match referee is the former England spinner Peter Such, and our scorers are Roger Marshall and Sue Drinkwater. Good morning all. 211 for 8. That's Barnard with 2 slips, standing behind Broad, bowls to the England international, and well, if you didn't catch the first ball or the second ball, that was a repeat of it. Again, on or just outside off stump, and Broad just nudges it into the covers straight to Brett D'Oliveira. 211 for 8. Frank back alongside me. We'll ease him in after this Barnard delivery because he's already turned and making his approach towards Broad. Short, and Broad goes on the pull, cries of catch, but it's going to fall well in front of long leg. So Stuart Broad is away. That short pitch delivery helped on its way for a single, so he's on to 7. 212 for 8. Back from doing your update, Frank, and a wicket in your absence.
Yeah, just what Worcestershire needed in that first over. I expect they'd have settled for conceding the 2 boundaries, which just underlined that when the ball's pitched up, the batsman can play their shots confidently. But Tom Moores just misjudging that drive, having hit the 1 boundary, and Jake Libby taking a good low catch. But it's all about keeping the lead down now for Worcestershire, isn't it? 53 at the moment. Need these last 2 wickets.
So Fletcher's taken guard. His first ball from Barnard, and my word, he looked like a number 3 there. Absolutely. As he stretched forward and eased it into the offside. No run. 212 for 8.
But yeah, it's in a game of this nature, it's important for the side that's trailing Worcestershire that they just keep a handle on that, keep a lid on that lead, and don't allow it to get up towards 3 figures. Then it would become really difficult for them.
Barnard in to Luke Fletcher, and again he's happy to defend. Off air, but obviously before we started, we were mulling over what might happen today, and I think we sort of mutually thought that maybe Tom Moores would maybe look to stick around this morning, and Stuart Broad would be giving his head, go out there, play a few shots, try and move the score along, and then if Broad got out, then Moores might just look to dominate a partnership with Fletcher and Patterson. But those plans have already gone up in smoke with Moore's departure in the first over.
Charlie Morris to continue from the pavilion end. Got 2 slips in. He's got a man out deep on the leg side boundary. They do fancy Broad top edge in a hook shot, I think. As Morris comes in and bowls to him, and he goes big down the ground. And well, maybe what we said was right after all, Dave, just that with a different partner, because Stuart Broad there just tucking into that one, and Morris has only bowled 7 deliveries today. He's gone for 3 boundaries. He's taken a wicket, but as I say, the lead is something that Worcestershire have got to keep under control. Broad goes to 11, 2-1-6 for 8. Good shot. It was in the slot, and he just let his arms go through it, back over the bowler's head, dead straight down the ground for 4. What will Morris's response be? Comes in again now. He's round the wicket to Broad. He's in. He bowls and short, and Broad whacks another one away on the leg side. Short boundary out there on the leg side, and that's gone all the way for 6. This is not what Worcestershire needed, and it is exactly what Dave and I did predict. A little bit of a chat between D'Oliveira and Libby, captain and vice captain, with Morris about the field. Broad is going to play this way quite clearly. He's on 17 now, 222 for 8, and the lead has already gone up to 63, which is damaging.
That was short and sat up, and he played the shot accordingly. Was the first one predetermined, do you think, though?
I think he just thinks if it's up, it's going to go.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. It's interesting to me that Worcestershire have gone with the two of their 4 pace bowlers who are slower. They haven't gone with Finch and Pennington, and that I think probably suits Broad a little bit. Something they'll have thought about. Morris has gone over the wicket to him, short again, so they're still fancying this chance of a top-edged hook. He went for it, and he missed it. You've got a man down at deep fine leg, or long leg, quite wide, and then you've got Azhar Ali out on the boundary at deep square leg. But if he gets onto it early, as he did to that previous one, and he's going to hit it in front of square, you've got a pretty short boundary down to that Smith Cooper stand, and he cleared the ropes with that previous delivery. So 222 for 8, the lead 63. Brett D'Oliveira makes another change in the field, puts backward point out, 12th man Pat Brown. No, it's Ed Barnard going out there, no 12th man this morning, I beg your pardon. Here's Morris staying over the wicket for this one, bowls to Broad, and he goes big again down the ground, but doesn't quite get hold of it. It wasn't right up there this time. He hit it on the up, and although he hit it firmly, didn't really time it, and Brett D'Oliveira is in a deepish mid-off position, able to do the fielding. But Stuart Broad's intentions absolutely clear here, and Brett D'Oliveira has a problem when the bowlers are bowling at Broad, which he's sharing with the bowlers obviously, and going for a chat with Morris now, and they're just again thinking about the leg side field, and they're sending the second slip out to mid-wicket and the mid-wicket out to deep mid-wicket. So they're expecting Broad to keep going for it. 1 slip now, the only close fielders, and 3 men on the leg side boundary. It's an odd situation, isn't it, for the 3rd over of a second day of a game. Morris is in, he bowls, and Broad goes short and bangs it away, gets a top edge, and it drops short of, well, the fielder at long leg has actually disappeared, and that's gone for 4.
It was much finer. He had no chance of getting round there.
No,
and getting
he couldn't. It was. I mean, he took the challenge on, and it might well have produced what Worcestershire were hoping for. But the problem with this policy, Dave, is that if it doesn't come off, it's expensive, and that's 4 more. 226 for 8 now.
23 for 1 this morning.
23
we've not had 3
for
overs
1,
yet.
and we've not had 3 overs, and that isn't, I don't think, what Worcestershire would have wanted. Well, obviously, I mean, they wanted the wicket, but 23 for 1 in rapid time is not ideal. That could easily have gone to hand, to be fair to Worcestershire. What will Morris do? He stays over the wicket. Will he continue to bowl short? he does continue to bowl short, and Broad heaves that away on the leg side and gets 4 more. This is a really, really expensive policy from Worcestershire, and Broad has helped himself to 4 more there, and 27 for 1 off 3 overs this morning, which means the lead has gone from 44 to 71, and Stuart Broad has gone to 25 and Luke Fletcher for 4, 230 for 8. I can see what they're trying to do, but to me it's a slightly risky policy, because that lead's now 71. If that lead gets up to 100, then I think it's a significant game-changing moment, really.
18 from that over. So Notts lead by 71. Here is Ed Barnard just getting a little bit of gentle encouragement. The field understandably tighter for Luke Fletcher. He'll be looking to just either stay there or just rotate the strike and get Broad back into the thick of things. First ball is just nudged up to Dylan Pennington at mid-on, and there's no run. I think right now Ed Barnard must be slightly relieved that he's bowling to Luke Fletcher and not Stuart Broad. Comes in again to bowl to the big right-hander, who just follows it a little bit. It was maybe late on the shot. I think it was probably through him and into the keeper's gloves before Fletcher was anywhere near the actual place where the ball went past the stumps. Nice delivery from Ed Barnard. 230 for 8. Notts lead by 71. And also at the start of the day we wondered if a second batting point might be just out of range unless somebody really fired. It's getting closer, of course, as Fletcher defends. 20 more runs would get Notts a second batting bonus point. They lead at the moment 4-2 in that particular column, and of course Worcestershire can only get 1 more bowling point, so Notts will come out of this match whatever happens with more bonus points, but I guess they'll be looking at the bigger prize if they can bat well in their second innings. Plenty of time left in the match. Barnard bowls, and again Fletcher drives elegantly, but nicely stopped by the bowler with his left hand. 230 for 8. 17 wickets went down yesterday. Then Dane Patterson, the undoubted star of the show. Top scorer for Worcestershire was Jack Haynes with 37, but when Notts batted, we had a Seba Mead with 53 and Ben Duckett with 50. Next ball to Fletcher, a nice push into the offside and an immediate shout of no. And it leaves Broad leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end, contemplating how he's going to play Charlie Morris in the next over, if it will indeed be Charlie Morris. What are you mulling? What are you thinking, coach?
I would not continue with Charlie Morris, not after
I don't
18.
see anybody else loosening up though, so
No.
I'm not sure the call has been made. I've been watching Adam Finch at mid-off in this over and Dylan Pennington at mid-on. Next ball, and Fletcher just pushes it up to Finch, says wait on. So it's a maiden to Ed Barnard, and 2
Morris.
contrasting overs. One goes for 18 and one's a maiden. It's 230 for 8.
Morris is continuing. I mean, there's different ways of looking at it, isn't? You could easily take the view that had that one that went down to fine leg for 4 carried a little bit further, the plan might have paid off. And there've been a couple of skied pull shots from Broad that have landed short of fielders. There's been a couple that he's hit quite well, so you could say it might have paid off, and it's obviously something they've thought about. But it's expensive, as I say, and the problem is that as the lead grows, I mean, when they got that first wicket this morning, they'll have been thinking, yep, we can do this, we can keep the lead down to 70 or so. It's already 71. Having said that, bang bang now, and it will be, but they're sticking with it. The leg side field is still spread. We've still got just the one slip, and Charlie Morris, under pressure, comes in from the pavilion end and bowls to Broad, and it is short, and that is over the head of the fielder at deep mid wicket. It nearly worked again, but it's cost another 6 runs. Jack Haynes, the man out on the boundary there. I thought that was the one, and it's gone for 6, and it's 236 for 8. So what you've got now is you've got Morris running in and bowling short at Broad with the 3 fielders back,
on the boundary
bowling
at
for
the moment.
catches on the boundary.
Yeah.
And it's not ideal for me.
24 from 7 balls that Broad has taken from Morris.
Not making Notts work hard enough for runs in a game where runs have not been that easy to come by, and it's not. Well, it's not. I'm not enjoying it. Let's put it that way. Here's Morris in again. What will his length be this time? He's in. He bowls short again, and Broad says, "Thanks, I'll have some more," and he pulls it away on the leg side. Only one this time, because Azhar Ali is out there on the boundary. 237 for 8. Broad goes to 32 off 20 balls. Just one final thing on this, Tom. Dave, for me, the problem is pace.
Yeah.
If Broad is discomforted by the short ball, which I think to some extent is true, Morris perhaps isn't quick enough to get those top edges and get those, ball hitting the splice and so on. He's getting too much bat on it. Whereas if it was a Finch or a Pennington, it might be more difficult for him. It's cost runs this morning, no doubt. 34 the lead's been extended by.
There was a case there for not taking that single, because Broad is winning this battle with Morris.
Yeah, absolutely.
4 balls left in the over and Fletcher's on strike.
Here is Morris over the wicket to the right-handed Fletcher. Different length altogether, but more runs here as he tucks this one down to fine leg. It's a good sliding stop by Adam Finch down below us. They take 2, but runs are just well, leaking, you could say, from Worcestershire. You could say they're flooding away at the moment, because we're only in the 5th over of the day, and already the lead has been extended by 36 runs, and it's up to 80 now. And after getting a wicket in the first over, it's been the Stuart Broad show. He's not on strike at the moment. Luke Fletcher is. He's on 6. Morris comes into him now and bowls, and he pushes up to mid-on where D'Oliveira field. Different game altogether when Fletcher's on strike. Broad has decided he's going to come in and play shots. Anything up there he's hit hard, and basically there haven't been many up there, because what they've tried to do is bombard him with short stuff in the hope of a top edge. He's gone for it every time. Couple of top edges have dropped short, the rest have gone to the boundary. 2 6s in there, and it's changed the complexion of the game really after that first over. Here's Morris in again, bowls to Fletcher. Lovely shot from Fletcher. 4 more on his toes, half volley, clipped away through square leg, and that's a lovely shot at any time. Nicely timed, beautifully played, and Luke Fletcher moves to 10 off 13 balls. And it's 243 for 8. Charlie Morris now with 1 ball left in his 15th over, 2 for 68, and that after he started incredibly tightly yesterday. 6
overs, none for 6, wasn't it?
Yeah, and most of those runs have come this morning.
That stands comparison with, I think, a lot of the better shots we saw yesterday or even this morning. It was a lovely shot.
Lovely, just timed it beautifully. Man's gone back now at square leg. Morris is in, bowl to Fletcher, gets a single off the last ball of the over, keeps the strike. Fletcher 11, Broad 32, total 244 for 8, and a slender lead of 44 overnight has been extended by 41 in just 5 overs, and that's not what Worcestershire would have hoped for, especially after they got that first wicket. There's got to be a bowling change.
Yeah, I don't know if you spotted the dialogue there. D'Oliveira went up to Morris, and obviously they had a conversation, and then he pointed to Adam Finch, who started whirring his arms about.
Yeah, correct.
So,
correct change. I would have made the, well, as I said, Captain Hindsight, I said I would have made the change a bit earlier. Yeah. Definitely. I just don't think you can allow this to go on, really.
Yeah,
it's been an expensive 20 minutes as far as Worcestershire are concerned.
Yeah, I could certainly make grounds. I don't like batsmen refusing runs, but I could certainly make a case for Broad not taking the single from the second ball of the over, but it worked out nicely for Notts and for Fletcher, who pushes this one from Barnard up to mid-on, because Fletcher played some nice shots, so he's going to be high on confidence now. He's on 11 already, and he's tickled a couple away. Notts need 6 for that second batting point. They need 15 to stretch the lead to 100, and that always looks quite a decent first innings advantage if you can take it to 3 figures as he blocks this one. Andy Eastham says, morning gents, a little bit of blue sky and much brighter this morning, but still Very cold. Nice to see the Welbeck wizard Jake Ball getting some overs for Notts 2s yesterday. Yeah, he's been playing for Notts seconds down at Taunton, a long road back from a back injury that Jake Ball had last year. Barnard bowls and Fletcher again eases this into the offside. And get in touch if you choose at Brace Cricket or at Frank Watson 58. Kevin Howells has been described, I think, as the headmaster looking after us this week. He's with us as well today. We'll no doubt hear from Kevin a little later on. No Samit today, but thanks for those of you that enjoyed his comments and insight yesterday. Samit Patel, I think he's got a function in London today, and then a weekend of club cricket ahead of him, as this one's deflected away on the leg side by Fletcher for a single. 245 for 8, and he's on to 12. The lead is 86. Yes, he'll be playing for Langley Mill in the Derbyshire Premier League tomorrow, Saturday, and on Sunday he's playing up at Clitheroe in Lancashire, the Sunday league fixture up there. So he's got a bit of driving to do, the old boy, but I think we very much enjoyed Samit's company yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Good insight from time to time, particularly when he can sort of put you in the mind of the batsman out there. I'm surprised he's allowed to play in 2 different leagues. I didn't think you were allowed to do that, but maybe they're not affiliated to the same association or something.
Barnard then to Broad, who's not faced a ball for a little while, and well, that's not put him off, because a swish of that big Broad bat in both senses, and he eases it into the offside for a single. 246 for 8.
Could have been 4. Good save by Dylan Pennington at mid-off.
Lead is 87, not sort of boundary away from that 250. Durham, beg your pardon, Worcestershire all out for 159. Notts played Durham last weekend, Dave. Matches coming thick and fast, aren't they, as Barnard bowls, and nicely defended by Fletcher, although if some have their way, they might not be quite as thick and fast next season or in years to come, and I for one think that's a dreadful shame if they reduce it any further. 246 for 8, end of the over. We're expecting a bowling change here, but it might not be happening.
Well,
definitely D'Oliveira pointed to Finch.
I'm really surprised at that. I'm really surprised at that. This is an expensive policy. I can see why they think they can get him out like this, but it's costing runs. You know, if this lead extends by another 20 because of this, then it could be terminal, I think. Anyway, we'll see. Morris to Broad. Here we go again. Bowl short, and he smashes it away on the leg side. Didn't really get hold of it. I say smashes it, he didn't, because he didn't really get hold of it, but he gets a single as Azhar Ali comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. But it's everybody in the ground knows what's coming. As Broad stands there, Morris runs up. We know it's going to be a short ball, and it's just a case of, as you say, Dave, absolutely right, bowling for catches on the boundary. And it's not ideal, in my opinion anyway. 247 for 8. Broad 34 with that single off just 22 balls, making Pollock and Duckett look pedestrian. Morris to the right-handed Fletcher, who is beaten by a good delivery. It just looks a different game, doesn't it, when Broad's not on strike? That was a good delivery, and that's partly because when he is bowling at Broad, Morris is just thinking about bowling short, not
between the ears,
not
as
trying
well.
to hit the seam, is he?
Between the ears is running into number 10 Luke Fletcher, who I think he suspects, although he pinged him away for a lovely shot.
But that was a genuine half volley, wasn't it? But if he gets it in the right area, as we've seen all through the game, if the seamers get it in the right area often enough, they're going to pick up wickets. And here's Morris again into Fletcher. Bowls a little bit short of a length. Fletcher on the back foot pushes out on the offside. Azhar Ali fields and there's no run. But my feeling is, and it's easy to sit up here. I'm not claiming to know any more than anybody else, but my feeling would be that on a pitch like this, which consistently with good seam bowling has done enough to dismiss lots of good batsmen, why would you run up and just pound it in short just because it's Stuart Broad? You know, just treat him like everybody else. Try and hit the stumps.
Somebody behind the arm look stood watching. Get out of the way. A steward there as well. Can you move as well, please, sir? Despite being in the white professor's coat.
Morris waits. Fletcher is now comfortable, and in comes the Worcestershire man and bowls, and Morris clips this one away on the leg side. He'll get a single. Jake Libby's out on the, well, not quite on the boundary at deep backward square leg, but fairly deep. Comes in and fields, and they take one, and the field goes again. Jack Haynes leaves his position at second slip and goes off to deep mid wicket.
Something quite remarkable, Frank, happening overhead in that the clouds, after being set over Nottingham for I think most of the last 3 or 4 days, just slowly parting. We've got first signs of blue sky here in the city this week, and a little bit of warm sunshine coming down on the players.
Which could change things, and which could make this lead even more significant, really, especially if they can extend it. Morris in again to Broad. Bowl short, smashed away by Broad. Gone straight up in the air, and it's dropped short of mid-on. Unbelievable. I mean, he's gone for a big hit. He's got nothing on it, really. Splice of the bat. It's gone almost straight up in the air. D'Oliveira at deep mid-off and Pennington at deep mid-on have come running in, and it's landed only about 5 yards behind the stumps.
I'm assuming there'd be a shout from mid-on, because otherwise the bowler was actually the closest to it.
Was. It could have worked. I thought I was going to have to swallow my words there, but having said that, not really, because they've already added a 46 today, but it's landed short. Wasn't pretty. Morris over the wicket, bowls to Fletcher. Normal service is resumed, and he pushes it up to mid-off. End of the over from Morris, who again, you know, could say was really unlucky there. It's the 3rd time the ball's gone up in the air and dropped short of the fielders, and he strides away down to long leg, feeling pretty miserable, I should think. 249 for 8. Broad now has 35, Fletcher has 13. The most significant figure for me on that scoreboard is that the total is the lead is 90.
We've got a couple of beasties flown in here and landed on the desk. Yes, well done.
They're gone.
They've now been helped on their way out of the window. We have got the bowling change. Adam Finch. We've had a very eventful opening half an hour here for listeners on 5 Sports Extra, and those of you joining us through the BBC Sport website and app, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Also the BBC commentary being carried on the live stream. 249 for 8. So we've had 46 runs. Just the 1 wicket of Tom Moores. So Broad is on strike. We've got 1, 2, just 3 on the fence, 4 on the fence, 5 on the fence as Broad pulls it away on the leg side for 4. Lovely shot from Stuart Broad, bisecting the man at deep backward square and deep mid wicket. Gets the boundary, and that's 50 runs this morning. Well, an absolutely remarkable and enthralling opening half an hour here at Trent Bridge, because we've been playing since 11 o'clock, and that is now 50 runs that have been brought up, and Stuart Broad has monopolised the strike here. He's had himself 33 of them. He lost Tom Moores in the first over of the day, but then Broad went on the offensive, taking 18 from an over. He's got another boundary away here. He took 18 from an over from Charlie Morris, hitting the first of 2 big sixes. He's been joined by Luke Fletcher, but Broad enjoying himself in the Nottinghamshire sunshine. Not to have an overall lead of 98. Stuart Broad's on 43, and it's 257 for 8. The applause there was for the 50 partnership brought up from just 40 balls between Stuart Broad, who's gone to 43. Luke Fletcher's on 13. Broad does have previous against Worcestershire. In fact, his Nottinghamshire best is 60. So that's not out of the question, and that did come against the Pairs many moons ago. Next ball worked away. Lovely looking shot into the offside. Pennington will field. He's had several scores beyond 60, of course, when on England duty, and has, of course, that test innings of 169 against Pakistan back in 2010 as his career best. Unlikely that he's going to get anywhere near that anytime soon, but he's playing a gem of a knock here. 258 for 8. I think a lot of the scribes down in the press box might have come along to this game looking at Stuart Broad and wondering about his bowling. The announcement yesterday, of course, of Ben Stokes as the captain, and the word put out straight away that Broad and Anderson are very much expected to figure for England against New Zealand when the test comes around in about 4 or 5 weeks' time. But it's his batting this morning. But Fletcher on strike at the moment as Finch bowls, and Fletcher now drives through the offside. Won't go all the way to the fence, but certainly good enough for a couple of runs. Fact, it has gone for 4. He had rather more on that than I suspected, and just got away from a couple of fielders there. D'Oliveira led the chase, but that's a nice shot from Luke Fletcher, and he's on to 17, and it's 262 for 8. And that boundary takes the lead into 3 figures. Notts lead by 103. 59 runs this morning already, and the 1 wicket of Tom Moores. Dane Patterson due in at number 11, being made to wait. He'll be enjoying this though, as his big mate Fletcher steers this into the offside, fielded by Josh Baker, the tall spinner who was lightly used yesterday. So 1 ball left in the over. Jake Libby drops out onto the leg side fence. Finch to conclude his own individual 11th over of the innings bowls. Fletcher will cut this down to third man, will keep the strike. And it's 263 for 8. He moves on to 18. Stuart Broad 44. This partnership 56 from just 44 deliveries. And the two of them just having a chat and touching gloves in the middle of the strip. A couple of years ago at New Road, actually, there was, in fact, it was more than that now, it'd be 2018. There was a famous or infamous, however you look at it, mid-pitch collision between Broad and Fletcher. I think it was called a dead ball. Such was the severity, as one of them played the ball away for a single, and they actually ran into each other and poleaxed each other. They went down, and I believe it was called a dead ball. Once they had treatment, Luke Fletcher famously says there was only Pretty Boy that got any attention. Both physios ran on, but both went to Broad. Start of a new over, and this time it's Ed Barnard who's come on, replacing Morris from the pavilion end. And Fletcher defends and now takes off his helmet and wipes his brow. He's not often at the crease long enough to do that. 263 for 8. Making light of it a little bit. Luke Fletcher has had a couple of 92s in his lengthy first-class career. Plays this nicely into the offside, and D'Oliveira, who seems to be the man in the right places for Worcestershire at the moment, the skipper getting himself in at extra cover there, making the stop. So we've had 60 runs for the loss of Tom Moores this morning as Frank returns from his sachet down the corridor to update the listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester. Here is Barnard in and bowls, and Fletcher push into the offside. There's no run. Can't quite get a break on the momentum here, the Worcestershire bowlers, but D'Oliveira is ringing the changes, Frank.
Yeah. As I said, I would have made some changes a bit sooner. I can see why he didn't, but it's been I described it just now as a horrible half hour for Worcestershire. Really horrible. It's changed the game completely.
Barnard to Luke Fletcher, plays it back on the bounce to the all-rounder, and there's no run. 263 for 8. Just quickly running down the The scorecards on the BBC Sport website, on the cricket page there. 9 county championship matches in this round. All 18 counties are playing, and that's true this morning because there is play in each and every one of them. Periodically we'll bring you up to date as this is pushed back to the bowler. I would have thought by now maybe we could have had a thoroughly good look at the other matches in a change of innings. When Tom Moores went earlier, I would have predicted that maybe this innings was over by now, but Fletcher and Broad are having fun, and they've extended their frivolity to a stand of 56. Barnard past umpire Bainton, bouncer over the top of the crouching Fletcher. 263 for 8 at the end of the over.
Yeah, he's ringing his changes now. I just, would it be a big risk to bring Josh Baker on at this end, or at the pavilion end with a long leg side boundary? Although with Broad in, it would maybe need to be this end. I think that might be one of the reasons that D'Oliveira hasn't brought the spinner into the attack, is that you've got a right and a left hand combination, and there's a shortish boundary on one side. But I'm just wondering whether that might be a better option than just this constant barrage of short pitch bowling. Maybe they think it's got to pay off sooner or later. Here's Finch from the Radcliffe Road end, and he bangs it in short, and Broad again goes for the heave on the leg side. Got in a bit of a tangle with it, got something on it, and it's gone down to fine leg for a single. Not paid off. Wasn't that well directed, that one, but he gets a single. He goes to 45. 264 for 8. You do feel that a quick bowler of high class and accuracy, somebody who can deliver that bouncer, really where they want to. Broad himself, for example, would make short work of him really playing like this, but they haven't been quick enough, and it hasn't been well directed enough. Here's Finch into Fletcher, much fuller length. Fletcher drives and is caught at mid-off. Full of length, driven up to mid-off. D'Oliveira quite deep, and he takes a good catch moving to his right. So it's a second wicket of the innings for Adam Finch, and it's 264 for 9, but a really useful partnership of 57 between Stuart Broad and Luke Fletcher, and it's happened in really quick time. The game's moving on at a real pace here, and the lead, as I said, in my opinion, the most significant figure on the scoreboard, is 105.
Applause for Luke Fletcher. Good catch from D'Oliveira, actually, at mid-off. I think when it was in the air, I don't think Frank had any doubt whatsoever he was going to take it, but he had to move a long way to his right and almost took it diving upishly to get both hands to it, and pouched it nicely.
Yeah, good catch, but damaging partnership. For
New man is Dane Patterson, and some applause, I think, partly to greet him today and partly for his efforts yesterday. I wonder what he's going to do here, and clearly Notts would prefer him to be at the non-strikers end, I think, for the play that's left here. Maybe Broad will also be eyeing up his own 50. He's on 45, so we'll be saying don't get out, Dane, but I've seen him with the bat once or twice, and he can be a little extravagant.
Well, he's got licence this morning, I think. 105 the lead, sun coming out. If the pitch does flatten out and 2 or 3 people can get in, then Worcestershire might feel they've got a chance of reeling in a significant amount of this lead, and just break off as Finch comes into bowl to Patterson.
First ball is
drives nicely into the covers, through the covers. Josh Baker extra dived over it a bit. They're going to get 3, I think. D'Oliveira sliding stop, no, just 2, and yeah, it's a good looking shot. He's off the mark. 266 for 9, but equally, I think, with this lead, if Broad and Patterson or Broad and Fletcher make early inroads, then it's a long road back for Worcestershire, having clawed their way back into the game last night. I can't help feeling that this half an hour this morning has undone a lot of the repair work they did yesterday. Such is life. Here's Finch moving away from us. Bowls to Patterson, who cuts. Good diving stop in the gully by Barnard. Otherwise that was on its way to the boundary. Patterson, he's not going to hang around, I don't think. It's been fireworks right from the start today. Wicket in the first over of the day. Carnage for half an hour after that, as Worcestershire tried to get Stuart Broad out with a short-pitched attack, and he capitalised, got away with a few skiers off the top edge, etc. As Finch bowls, and this one is lobbed up in the air, and D'Oliveira takes the catch at mid-off, so Broad won't get that 50. The lead is 107 as that last wicket goes down. D'Oliveira repeating his catch from earlier in the over, and Patterson is out for 2, and Nottinghamshire are all out for 266, a lead of 107. Adam Finch finishes with figures of 3 for 59.
Yeah, Paul Taylor just tweeted actually off the back of Luke Fletcher's dismissal. Don't want to be too critical after all that. Seems a silly shot for Fletcher to get out to, going along so well. They were in total control, and I guess now you can say it for Dane Patterson. I mean, they've absolutely rattled along this morning, but those last 2 wickets in that over, just a little bit of a gift back to Worcestershire. I think they left a few out there, but Broad 45 not out, getting the applause from the members and the spectators at the far end. 27 balls, 6 fours, 2 sixes for Stuart Broad, and that lead is 107 at 266 for 10. Frank, you're going to be joined for the interval. Just have a bit of a wibble about what you've seen this morning. I think you're coming off your long run, and you're going to be joined by Kevin Howells.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, Stuart Broad, 6 fours and 2 sixes in that unbeaten 45. A really damaging half an hour for Worcestershire after they took that early wicket this morning, when Broad and Fletcher put them to the sword. Just to go through the final Worcestershire bowling figures: Charlie Morris, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 72. He was the one who suffered the most this morning from that Broad onslaught. Dylan Pennington, who didn't bowl today, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 67. Ed Barnard, 18 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 58. Quite encouraging, Ed Barnard's bowling in this game from a Worcestershire point of view. I thought he settled in last night, and this morning bowled something like back to his best. Adam Finch, who picked up the last 2 wickets, 11.5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 59, and we had just the 1 over from Josh Baker yesterday. 1 over, no maidens, no wicket for 5. So, as I say, a damaging half an hour of hitting from Stuart Broad this morning particularly, and also from Luke Fletcher. And that lead, which was 44 overnight, has been extended to 107, with Notts all out this morning for 266. Good morning to the first time to Kevin Howells.
Was all that a little bit predictable, Frank?
Well,
yeah, I mean, let me put in the context of the question. Of the question. Yesterday, how much do you think that the culmination of some really good bowling from Nottinghamshire led some of the Worcestershire players to think that there was more in that pitch than actually there was, and got themselves out? And then this morning, it gives Nottinghamshire this chance here to come in and just give it a bish bash. It could easily not have come off, but it did, and that was pretty much what they'd gone out there to do. Job done from their point of view.
I would agree partially with that, but not completely. Yesterday, my feeling was, and I chatted to 1 or 2 of the Worcestershire camp about this, that not many of the Worcestershire batsmen contributed to their own downfall. It was an outstanding spell of bowling from Dane Patterson. There were a couple of looser shots, but generally the Worcestershire batsmen were got out. I think they then didn't bowl very well at the start, clawed themselves back into it. What's gone wrong this morning for me, and I did say to Dave after 3 overs I would have changed the bowling. I would not have continued with the short-pitched attack at Stuart Broad, hoping that he was going to chip one up in the air. The reason being, they haven't given runs to any, but neither side has given runs to any other batsman in the game. They've tried to get them out in conventional fashion, and I think if they'd have nagged away at Broad with, what I call proper bowling, trying to get the ball in the right areas, eventually he would have gone the same way as the other 19 batsmen in the game have gone, really. So I just think persevering with that I could see why they did it. He was chipping it up in the air, it might have gone to hand, etc. But persevering with that has cost them a lot of runs in a very short time this morning, and I think that's changed the game quite significantly.
But yesterday's difference for you then was the the start of Worcestershire's bowling.
Yeah, definitely. I think, again, easy to make excuses. Joe Leach is Worcestershire's main strike bowler. He would have enjoyed those conditions yesterday. He's not here because of illness. There's nothing we can do about that. It's an opportunity for others. Charlie Morris started tidily, but there were too many 4 balls. Worcestershire got their length wrong, I think, in that first session of bowling before. I mean, at one stage, we've got to remember, Notts was 70 without loss on a pitch that they just rolled Worcestershire over for 159 on. So, you've got to say that Worcestershire didn't make good use of the new ball. But that said, they regrouped, and once Ben Duckett was out, 144 for 3 at that stage. In that last hour and a quarter last night, I thought the young seamers stacked up their deliveries in the right areas really well, and they got right back into the game. And that's why I think it just hurt so much to see them, having worked so hard to get back into the game, concede so many runs in such a short time this morning.
From a mental point of view, then, they have got to dig probably quite deep here this hour before lunch and this hour afterwards.
You can break games up, can't you, into little spells. I said to Alan Richardson, the Worcestershire bowling coach, last night, big first hour tomorrow morning then. And he said, yeah, looks like it. And when they got a wicket in the first over, I suspect the collective feeling would have been, yes, this is going our way. But that big first hour didn't materialise thanks to Stuart Broad's assault. And now, I would say, looking at it, 107 ahead. What have we got? Hour and 10 minutes till lunch. Stuart Broad, Luke Fletcher, Dane Patterson on the back of a career best. Big hour and a quarter coming up for Worcestershire now. What happens in this next hour and a quarter could really decide the outcome, certainly of the day, if not the game, because if Worcestershire make a decent start, if Ed Pollock plays a few shots, and you can play shots on this pitch, we've seen that all through, then happy days. They might reduce the lead, they might get through to lunch maybe only 1 wicket down. But if they lose 3 or 4 now in this spell, then I think Notts have pretty much got it wrapped up.
It's unlikely, not impossible, it's unlikely that Patterson will be able to bowl quite as well as it did in the first innings. And it does happen. You don't see it too often, actually, but there could be one of the others who could step up and do it second time.
Yeah, Luke Fletcher had a great game in this fixture last year, and of course had a great season, and he only got 1 wicket yesterday. Stuart Broad easing his way back in, I think. The sun's come out, the pitch is a bit dry. You can even see by looking at the pitch from here, it's significantly browner than it was yesterday, and the heavy rollers on it at the moment as well. So I would expect conditions to be more comfortable for the batsmen than they were yesterday, but it's a high-class seam attack, this Notts attack. Fletcher, Broad, Patterson, Lyndon, James, it's a high-class seam attack. I don't think there's a better seam attack in this division than this Notts one, and it's going to be tough work for the Worcestershire batsmen this morning, and that's why I think it's just I was with my Worcestershire hat on. I was hoping that they could keep that lead below about 75. The fact that it's 107 means that they've got to bat pretty well, haven't they, to reel it back in a bit. If they lose 3 or 4 wickets while they're still behind, then I think it's a big mountain to climb.
Isn't it funny? You're talking there of a difference, 30 runs between what you'd hope for and what is.
Yeah.
And yet, in the game of cricket, those are the sort of judgments we make.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny?
Yeah. I think
are we in your own mind?
You're right. Yeah, 30 runs and the mood would be completely different, I think. Yeah, and it is only 30 runs, and they could get 30 runs in the first 4 overs. They could get off to a flyer, couldn't they? But it's psychological, isn't it? But in a game where you've just been bowled out for 159, 30 runs is a lot of runs, isn't it?
Oh, I'm not questioning that. I'm just saying how strange
absolutely.
the game is, though, when you look at it.
Yeah, absolutely, it is.
That way.
Anyway, the Notts fielders are gathered, and they're no doubt saying, come on, this next hour is vital. And Jake Libby and Ed Pollock are making their way out to the middle, and no doubt saying something very similar, even though their approach to it is obviously from the other side of the coin, as it were.
I should point out, by the way, for those listening on Radio 5 Sports Extra, we'll be talking to Daryl Mitchell about a book which we must tell everybody that Frank has been involved in. And I have to say, Frank, as far as I can tell, every word you've spelt correctly. and I'd be the last person to talk about grammar, but I think every word is spelt correctly. I've looked at them all up in the dictionary, and they're all fine there. So your spell check on your computer's working really well.
The spell check's up there, Kevin. Having been an English teacher for 30 odd years, I think there's a little bit of pride involved, and there's a little story, if I may, because the proofreader that the pitch publishers use, who's a cricket man from down in Brighton, Bruce Talbot, he proofread it and he sent it back to me, and I had to point out that Bruce had misspelled one particular word on various occasions, and I said, I'm sorry, Bruce, but I've got to insist that you change this.
Never take on a teacher.
Because I can't allow it. Yeah. Anyway, Luke Fletcher is going to bowl.
It's a great book, and we'll be talking to Darryl about it coming up later.
Thanks very much, Kevin. Round the wicket from the Radcliffe Road end, Luke Fletcher, first ball of the Worcestershire second innings to Ed Pollock, the left-hander, left alone outside the off stump. Worcestershire then with a deficit of 107 beginning this second innings. Ed Pollock, the left-hander, as we saw in the first innings when he made a rapid 31, including a 6 off Luke Fletcher over deep backward square leg. He's got a man out there, I notice. Liable to go for it if it's pitched up on his legs. Fast hands, likes to score quickly, and I don't think will change his approach regardless of the situation. Fletcher round the wicket, bowls to him, and he's bowled him, so he won't change his approach. A forward defensive push from Pollock, and he's lost his middle stump. And the worst possible start to the Worcestershire second innings, as Luke Fletcher, who had to wait a long time for his first wicket in this game, but hasn't had to wait a long time for his second. He's picked up the wicket of Ed Pollock, bowled for naught, and Worcestershire off to the worst possible start, as I feared they might be. This game is moving on very, very rapidly indeed, Kevin.
It's a full ball, and the bat came down, but it came down after the bat had ball had gone past it, sadly, and straight into the middle stump.
Which is never a good
idea.
Way to play it. Yeah.
No.
So Ed Pollock goes, and
this is a bowling attack which is now actually buzzing because they enjoyed their batting this morning for half an hour as well.
Yeah,
that doesn't help, does it?
No, absolutely buzzing, and what a great start for Luke Fletcher. Full delivery. Probably might just have nipped a little bit, but Ed Pollock wasn't trying to do anything extravagant. Big forward defensive push, and heard the death rattle. Horrible feeling, and he's on his way. So Worcestershire 0 for 1, trailing by 107, and it's not looking good. Luke Fletcher gets applause from the Radcliffe Road end crowd down below us as he moves back. A favourite son of these parts, obviously, the local boy. County Cricketer of the Year last year, and the subject of another book, actually, which has been reprinted.
Don't worry, I checked their spelling as well, and it was all very good.
Reprinted, and very amusing.
Reprinted?
Yeah, reprinted out in paperback this year. That's right, I think. Yeah,
No.
Updated, because obviously had such a great year last year. Anyway, enough of the not loving. The new batsman is Azhar Ali, yet to make a really significant contribution in his Worcestershire career, and he's a very experienced player. He's played all over the world, but he's faced with a difficult situation here as Fletcher comes into him over the wicket, bowls, and he's flicking at this down the leg side, misses it, taken by Tom Moores, the wicket keeper. And there's no run. If you're just joining us, it's been an eventful day here at Trent Bridge. Tom Moores was out in the first over of the day, having hit a boundary. That was 207 for 8, and the lead at that point was 48. And Worcestershire would have been thinking, just what we wanted. We can wrap this up and have a lead that we can claw back. But then Stuart Broad went on a bit of a rampage and made 45 of just 27 balls. I'll just break off as Fletcher comes in to bowl again to Azhar Ali, who gets runs here, clipping this away. Well, one run anyway, down to long leg. First run of the innings. Ben Slater, the fielder. No, it's not. Who's that down there? It's Dane Patterson. Dane Patterson, yesterday's destroyer, does the third, and they get a single. 1 for 1. And then after Fletcher and Broad had added 57 in rapid time for that 9th wicket. 2 quick wickets for Adam Finch, both caught by D'Oliveira at mid-off. Fletcher for 18, Patterson for 2, leaving Broad 45 not out. I'll break off again as Fletcher comes in to bowl to Libby. and Libby is beaten outside the off stump by a good one. And then, so Broad 45 not out, 266 all out then, Nottinghamshire. A lead of 107, and we're in the first over of the Worcestershire second innings, and with the third ball of the innings, Luke Fletcher sends back Ed Pollock, knocked his middle stump clean out, and Worcestershire were 0 for 1. They're now 1 for 1. Libby yet to get off the mark. Waits as Fletcher comes in. Bowls to him now, and Libby is turned round by that one and gets an edge to it. Bounces short of third slip. Excellent first over from Luke Fletcher. One senses that that won't be the last wicket he gets today. Worcestershire in trouble. 106 behind, 1 for 1 in their second innings. Good start for Luke Fletcher, Kevin.
I'm just looking back at that first innings from Worcestershire, who actually produced something that they can work on here. Jack Haynes, is 37, came from 64 deliveries. There was a period, actually, wasn't there? Was it around about this time, actually, in the morning? Sort of just after midday for around 40 minutes or so. Didn't last long enough, from Worcestershire's point of view, where they looked as if they were settling into the battle.
Yeah.
There was Brett D'Oliveira for a short time as well. That's what they've got. They've got to settle in for a real nasty period of cricket for them over the next hour.
Yeah, absolutely right. 100 for 3 at one stage yesterday, at that point when they lost that fourth wicket of Brett D'Oliveira. 100 for 3, subsiding to 159 all out. A bad period. Then they had that good period after tea, and then that bad period this morning. Just what you want is Stuart Broad.
And he's in, and he bowls, and this is pushed into the offside for no run. He's bowling to Azhar Ali, who's sitting there on 1 not out at the moment, 1 for 1. From Broad's point of view yesterday, it's his first match back of the summer, so what are you expecting? Well, you're expecting him to take a wicket. He got a wicket. He will have been a little bit frustrated with the fact that he conceded a few runs along the way. So he's coming back this morning. He will have enjoyed himself as much as he can with the bat these days, but he'll be looking, I think, not only to get the wickets, but maybe just reduce a few of those runs that he conceded. And he's bowling now to Azhar Ali, and that's around about middle and off, but just worked away onto the onside and for no run. So yeah, it's nitty-gritty time here from Worcestershire's point of view and perspective. They're in a position where it's not about the flourish and enjoying the cricket, it's about the real hard work and the mental side of that as well. That's what I was referring to yesterday, about the fact that when the bowling is so good and the pitch, which I'm not too sure how different it's going to play here today, but when the pitch is helpful, it's a real battle for them mentally down the leg side. A bit of a wasted ball there from Stuart Broad, moving to his left-hand side, the keeper, to take that. It will be the mental approach. It will be the, okay, forget the pitch. Forget the fact that it's Stuart Broad bowling to me. And a little bit later on, forget the fact that it's career best yesterday, Dane Patterson bowling to me. Let's look at that ball and leave it when we can leave it. Play it when we have to, and that, in fairness, yesterday they did have to play it an awful lot in the end, which, of course, when the ball was doing what it was doing on a pitch which looked a lot greener yesterday than it does today for my eye, but maybe frank on that in a moment as Broad comes in and bowls, and again pushed into the offside for no run. Well, it's hard to tell from the sort of cricket we've seen here today, Frank, so far, but the pitch does look, as you'd expect, perhaps. It looks a lighter, brighter day today, for example. Does the pitch look that different to you? Yeah,
definitely in terms of colour, definitely browner. It was much greener yesterday. I went and had a look at it after play last night, and there was just that there's a sort of green stripe that you can see down the middle, but the whole tinge, the whole sort of hue of it is slightly different this morning, and you'd expect that, really, wouldn't you, with the sun coming out?
Broad again into Azhar Ali, onto his toes, and worked away onto the onside, and there will be no run, so the score remains at 1 for 1. Frank has moved aside, and Dave will be coming in to join us as well in a few moments' time. It is a much brighter day today, I must say, than yesterday. And just judging by our colleague down here with the camera, it looks like it may be just a little bit warmer as well. We're not going to get too carried away with the temperature, but maybe a little bit warmer as Broad is in, and that's a nice delivery, just shapes away. and through to the keeper, and that's 1 for 1. And Stuart Broad is underway. As I said yesterday, nothing wrong with his bowling, but he no doubt will have been a little bit frustrated with the number of runs coming from it, and that is a good way to respond, by getting himself a maiden first up here on this second day's play. Worcestershire at 1 for 1. Second innings trailed by 106 runs, and Fletcher will continue. Fletcher and Broad, I say, treating the Nottinghamshire supporters, not treating the Worcestershire supporters, but treating the Nottinghamshire supporters to some entertainment this morning, which you imagine deep down privately they would have been thrilled with, having a whale of a time out there. But this is their stock of trade. It's the bowling, and Fletcher's in and bowls and nice and straight to Libby, who pushes the ball back up to Luke, and there will be no run. Dave.
Dream start for Luke Fletcher. Of course, he had to wait until the final wicket to go down in the Worcestershire first innings before he got one in the end column. So always nice to get one just second ball of the innings, getting one through the gap to bowl Ed Pollock. But you know, the flip side of that, as you've been saying, absolute disaster for Worcestershire. They really could have done with Pollock playing as he did yesterday morning, getting a few away. Fletcher bowls and Jake Libby eases this into the offside. Broad doing the fielding. Been update for Radio Nottingham in the mere blink of an eye. Crikey, we've had an hour's cricket and 4 wickets already. Quite remarkable opening hour. Stuart Broad 45 not out from just 27 balls, hit a couple of sixes, took 18 from the third over of the day as Notts went on to be bowled out for 266. They really put the hammer down this morning, scoring quickly to extend their lead over 100. 107 it was when Worcestershire went out to bat for a second time a moment or two ago, and second ball of the innings, Luke Fletcher getting one through the defences of the dangerous Ed Pollock, bowling in for naught. So with a deficit still of 106, second time round, Worcestershire 1 for 1. Here's Fletcher now in the best conditions of the match, it has to be said. Warm sunshine on his back, bowls an absolute beauty which goes past Libby and through into the gloves of Moores.
And its impact, it definitely, I mean, now, as you say, the sun is very bright here, and the impact that will have perhaps on just giving Worcestershire a little bit more belief that the cricketing gods aren't against them. They're out there now batting. Their chance to, as they did yesterday, get their way back into the game somehow. But at the moment they're a long way behind. Get back into it. Will conditions change so much to help their lot out there?
There's Fletcher, 7 wickets in this fixture last year for Luke Fletcher. In fact, he got 10 in the match. This is pushed to mid-wicket, and there's no run. A Seba Mead in quickly there, but then doesn't pick the ball up, lets it go through to the skipper, Stephen Mullaney. I think once or twice, Kevin, we've tried to go around the other scores up and down the country, but before we look at the scores, at Hove, the disappointing news there is that Chris Rushworth has had to leave the game due to concussion. Must have done it whilst batting yesterday as Fletcher bowls to Libby and he defends. Ollie Gibson, the young seamer who played against Notts last week, has been called into the side. Lovely over from Fletcher, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1. So Chris Rushworth out of the game. That's 2 matches running that Durham have lost a player through injury and had to replace him on under the concussion rule down at Hove.
Yeah, well, we wish him all the best for that, as we do our colleague Marty, who's a bit under the weather as well. Yes. Our Durham colleague. So they're going through it a bit on and off the field down there, aren't they?
Missing his first match for 7 years, he tells me.
Stuart Broad, meantime, sunshine here at Trent Bridge, and he's bowling to Azhar Ali. And that's a good quick delivery, but wide of the off stump and shapes away a dive to the right from Moores, the wicket keeper. So it remains 1 for 1. So Fletcher now also has that 1 maiden. It's 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket, 1 run. Broad off the mark today, bowling wise, with a maiden, looking to add to his wickets if he can. It's 1 he took from the first innings. Got 3 slips, forward short leg, a Cully, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and that's again well wide, too wide, and that's really fired off to the right hand side. Was that Moores? It's been given as a wide as well. I'm not surprised. Was that Moores actually got across through that? If he did really well, because he must have been in front of second slip by the time he took it.
I think so. I don't think we're going to see a replay of that one unless it's already been on the stream, but did go a long way. Yep.
Yeah, Stuart Broad can do the editing and directing out there in the middle. We won't see a replay of that one. Broad again. In as Ali. He has to play that one, and comes down fairly late on it, but it'll get a single down towards the third area. And as Ali therefore moves on to 2, and it's 3 for 1. Here, Worcestershire on day 2, round 4, the LV County Championship. We will go through those scores in a few moments' time. Some interesting games up and down the country. What else we talk about? Let's start off in Division 2. Of course, this game is positioned. Derbyshire 318 for 6 versus Glamorgan. They're already into their second innings of the match at Lords. Meantime, here Broad comes in and bowls, and bat on that from Libby. Just a hint that maybe just almost squares him up, but he gets a decent bat on it defensively. But Leicestershire,
it's a different approach, it seems, from Libby against Broad. Yesterday morning it seemed as if he was almost getting carried away with the Ed Pollock momentum, and it looked as if Libby was trying to take down both the bowlers, sort of stamp his authority, but didn't really work, and he went fairly early. And this time it looks as if he's resorted to tight, really, looking to get behind it and just protect his wicket for as long as he can.
Broad in to Libby, and that's a lovely shot actually out through mid-wicket. He's played that really nicely. He's only get himself a couple. I'll think hard about coming back for a third. It's not going all the way to the boundary. They will come back for 3. Actually, really quick, isn't he, Libby? Running between the wickets there. He gets himself a 3, and Worcestershire up to 6 for 1, and they trail by 101 runs. Back to Lords, where Leicestershire made 149. Middlesex at 191 for 3, so already a lead of 42 runs there. That game that Dave was talking about at Hove, where Durham are the visitors, Durham made 223, Sussex 114 for 3 in reply. We'll go through the Division 1 scores perhaps at the end of this over, but certainly the next 5 or 10 minutes or so. Coverage, as always, can be found on the BBC site, website and sports app. And next delivery from Broad, full. Azhar Ali drives to mid-on. No run, he remains on 2. But yeah, it's a brighter picture today, just a little bit warmer. I still think there's probably still just a little bit of a hint of a spring chill and coolness about the place, but conditions do feel and look a lot different here today. As I say, for me, it'll be the impact that might have upon the confidence of Worcestershire and their batting. Much will depend, of course, upon the Nottinghamshire bowling as well, but what sort of reserves can Worcestershire dig into? Azhar Ali's on 2, up onto his toes, sharp delivery, sharply down into the offside, and that completes another over, of which 5 runs came from Stuart Broad's over, so 2 overs, 1 maiden, 5 runs he's conceded. And Worcestershire, second innings, 6 for 1, trailed by 101 runs.
Yeah, there's several key wickets here for Nottingham, so of course you don't mind who you get, but they're well aware of former teammate Jake Libby and his stick ability, so they'll be delighted if they can get him out. They know Azhar Ali from his reputation with Pakistan and 1 or 2 battles against Azhar Ali when he played for Somerset in the past. And they also know the importance of knocking over an informed captain, and that's Brett D'Oliveira, who they got cheaply in the first innings as Fletcher bowls, and it's out! A wicket for Fletcher, and Libby has steered it to point. Tame dismissal, really. And Jake Libby perhaps just looking to get on top of Luke Fletcher, force it through the offside, and he's steered it straight to point. And Liam Patterson-White's got safe hands there, clings on. And Worcestershire 2 down, 6 runs on the board, and a disappointing return to Trent Bridge for Jake Libby, who has gone for 3 in the second innings, following on from his first innings score of 15.
Looking to be positive, I think, as you mentioned there, Dave, being the undoing, really. Driving at that. I mean, throughout the game, whilst clearly, because we haven't even got to lunch on the second day, and we're already talking about 22 wickets. having fallen. But in amongst some of that, we've seen some marvellous strokes being played, some really good shots. And that was quite expansive, wasn't it? And really, I guess, in his own mind, wanting to be positive, not wanting to feel any weight and pressure upon the match situation upon them. But you said it looked a bit of a tame dismissal in the end. Sharp catch, going quickly to him there, of course. But Jack Haynes, now Haynes was a slightly brighter light in that Worcestershire first innings. What can he do in this second?
He did 2 grabs at it, didn't he, Liam Patterson wide? I think the first one just pushed it up and took all the pace out of it, and then able to safely pouch it on its way down. Country's leading wicket taker, Liam Patterson White. There's not too many left for him to add to the tally going into this game. Already 12 have gone down, and Luke Fletcher has now taken 3 in a row. He got the final wicket in Worcestershire's first innings and has got both of them in this innings. And we've not yet seen Dane Patterson. He must have been licking his lips at the prospect of turning that 8 for into a 10-wicket haul. Plenty of time for that. 3 slips, lots of chatter out there, as you'd imagine. Haynes, the new man, made 37 yesterday down the leg side and didn't get a tickle on it, to the frustration of Fletcher, who knows that was really a poor delivery. You'll take a leg side strangle any day you get one, but it's not really where he was aiming for.
Nottinghamshire have this feel on this game at the moment, the rampaging feel about them. They have that bowling attack which is constantly at you, constantly. A real threat in the match situation, just piling on the pressure, more and more pressure. 2 down already for Worcestershire.
Yep. Build on the momentum. I mean, you know, there's no getting away from it. They'll be eyeing up a 2-day victory here now, won't they? As this is pushed a backward point and there's no run. I mean, we were wondering, you know, we've all seen enough cricket to see first days where 15, 16, 17 wickets go down, and then the next one maybe just 3 or 4. Well, crikey, we've had 5 already. I know it was the end of the Nottinghamshire first innings, but we've already had 2 right at the top of the Worcestershire second dig. Both openers have gone. We've only had 75 minutes of the day and 5 wickets have gone down. We've had quite a lot of runs as well. 69 for 5 as Fletcher in from this, his favoured Radcliffe Road end, bowls to Jack Haynes, who pushes it out as far as a Seba Mead, and there's no run.
Does he say why? Has he said why? Is it favoured end? Doesn't look to be. Well, there is. What difference is there? I mean, you're not coming down at all, are you? Down?
No,
maybe from here it looks like you're almost coming down more from the other end. Actually, looks a bit.
I think it's probably a fact that he's normally bowled from this end, so most of his successes are from this end, but he loves the interaction with the crowd at this end. I know that. 6 for 2 is the score as Fletcher comes in again, worked away nicely off his hips by Haynes, and he's away. That's a good bit of fielding by Dane Patterson, but he can't prevent it from touching the ropes despite him diving full length. And a boundary, and Worcestershire in double figures, 10 for 2.
We will stick by our promise of going through scores in a moment, but I have to say that Lancashire's score is catching my eye right now. 83 for 5 after Hampshire made 246. Villas is the latest to go. I'll give it a quick mention. It's not exactly rocket science to say this, but Keith Barker is one of my favourite cricketers on the scene. I think he's a terrific performer. 10
for 2, ran through Notts last year down at the Ageas Bowl. Good work by Slater. As so often at short leg, he's right on the money there. This one's clipped away. Could have gone for runs, could have even gone for 4 runs. It was timed that sweetly, but Slater at short leg makes a good stop. And applause for Luke Fletcher. 3 overs, 1 maiden. 2 for 5 now. And after 5 overs here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and all our friends wherever you're joining us on BBC Sport Online. From Trent Bridge, Worcestershire, 10 for 2 in their second innings.
Northamptonshire 288 for 8 against Essex. Surrey 356 for 7 away to Gloucestershire at Bristol. The applause you hear there is for Luke Fletcher with his fans. As Dave said, he likes the rapport with the supporters down here. More scores in a moment as Stuart Broad comes in again to Azhar Ali in and bowls, and that is played square on the offside Every delivery's getting an ooh and an ah from Nottinghamshire at the moment. Why not? They are so on top. Pulled back nicely there, just inside the boundary. And we'll get 3 for that in the end. So there's good running. I mean, something about Worcestershire, I mean, it's not dangerous running, it's terrific running here at the moment, 13 for 2, but there's always just a little bit too much jeopardy around everything that Worcestershire are doing for me in some senses here, but not with the running as such. But you know, this is good bowling. I know it's good bowling, but some of the shots we're seeing played, you know, it's very adventurous, it's positive, it's trying to take it back to them a little bit, but we're looking for something maybe a little bit more assured at the moment. I don't know. Haynes is on 4, 13 for 2, and they trail by 94 runs, and Broad comes in past umpire Hartley. In and bowls now, and very nearly gets a nick. This is wonderful bowling. That's inches away from the off stump, taken low down by the keeper. Score from elsewhere. We've got Somerset against defending champions Warwickshire. Somerset 394 for 8. Yorkshire have just begun their reply to Kent's first innings total. Kent made 291. Yorkshire 9 for no wicket after 8 overs, so a watchful start there being made. So those are the scores as we have them from the County Championship, and if you want to follow all the live text service as well as the coverage of every ball of every game on the BBC, that is available on the website. Meantime, back here at Trent Bridge, and it's Stuart Broad of Nottinghamshire in and bowls. Well, that sat up nicely for Haynes to pull it away through mid-wicket. It's ended up out on the offside, trying to square out there. Toe end of the bat on that. Again, you know, that's not where he intended that shot to go. He's got himself a single. He moves on to 5, and the Worcestershire score is 14 for 2, and they trail by 93 runs.
Could have gone anywhere, couldn't it? It was a mistimed shot from Jack Haynes. Certainly, you're right. It did sit up, and his eyes would have lit up at the prospect of pulling Broad away through the leg side. And he gets a run away to point.
Azhar Ali, 5 not out. Both of them on 5 at the moment. And this is Stuart Broad's 3rd over of this innings, full, punched towards mid-on. And yeah, we've got cricket at the moment where you just imagine a wicket going every delivery here. But it's a real struggle here for Worcestershire. As Ali just has a bit of a prod of the pitch out there. Well, as well as looking at that pitch, just hopefully settling his mind a little. It's a long haul here for Worcestershire to get out of this one. They trail by 93 runs, 2 wickets down already. And Broad bowls now, and very nearly a leading edge this time, driven, ends up back up there in the hands of Broad. But they're just not getting the timing right at all here.
They're not, no. Really not trying to put the hex on Worcestershire, but should they have a bit of a collapse, Kevin, and lose by an innings, just to compound matters, their over rate at the end of the Nottinghamshire first innings -1. That really would be an additional smack in the teeth, wouldn't it, if they get another chance, if they don't get another chance to bowl at Notts.
Stuart Broad again approaching last ball of the over into Azhar Ali. He does leave that one. Do you know, that's the sort of thing I want to see a little bit more of from Worcestershire, given the opportunity. And that's 14 for 2. Azhar Ali on 5, Haynes on 5, and they trail by 93 runs. Stuart Broad's bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden. He's conceded 9 runs, hasn't taken a wicket yet.
Have you got round all the scores?
I think I did,
well
Dave.
done.
Yep, thank you. A little bit of praise can go a long way, David.
Yeah,
I was very grateful for that.
Around about 5 or 6 Centurions again yesterday. There's been a lot of players in the runs up and down the country over the first 3 and a bit rounds that we've had now. Could be that Dane Patterson is having a little bit of treatment on the boundary edge. We'll keep an eye on that as Fletcher comes in and bowls a fullish swinging delivery to Haynes, who gets behind it. He slid an over or 2 ago, didn't he? Right on the boundary edge, Dane Patterson. And Kubansel, the physio's over there just attending to him. May have been one of those that perhaps he just grazed his elbow or some such. Can't quite see what he's doing. He's delving into his bag of tricks there, the physio. Dane was looking at his hand then, so whether he's bruised it or cut it, not ideal. This one wide of the off stump and allowed to go through to Moores. First innings, I think Broad had 4 overs before making way for Patterson. Well, he's had 3 so far from the pavilion end. He's put in almost a Broad-like large white wristband on his wrist there, Dane Patterson. So just to cut himself, that full-length dive to try and stop a boundary. 14 for 2. Pollock out second ball for naught. Libby out for 3. Both to Fletcher, who bowls now wide of the off stump and driven away handsomely by Haynes for 4. Square of the wicket on the offside, and runs away to our left and comes to rest just by the wall at the base of the Fox Road stand, which is sparsely populated. It's quite a long way away from the action away to our left, but the fact that the people in there are all sat together, you'd imagine they're all in their normal seats. The Fox Road posse are sat over there putting the world to rights and enjoying a little bit of sunshine.
Is it right to say though that, I mean, that part of the ground at the moment is probably one of the warmer parts, if you're sat lower down, especially. Sun shining nicely in on them at the moment.
Here's Fletcher, and be stung by the width he offered there, and this is much better, and it shapes back as well, and that brings a number of oohs and ahs that you might have picked up on the effects microphone, and the side of all 3 slips there for a second stood with their hands on their head. They fancied that Fletcher had brought it back enough just to clip off the top of the off bail, but not quite. He's in the groove right now, Luke Fletcher. 2 for 9 his figures. Got around about 38 minutes to go until lunch, and also want to keep the pressure on. It's going to take quite a while for Worcestershire to wipe out this deficit. As Fletcher bowls again to Haynes, plays this out as far as Hamid, no run. D'Oliveira due in next, then Ed Barnard, Ben Cox, Josh Baker, Adam Finch, Dylan Pennington and Charlie Morris.
For me, it's about the approach here from Worcestershire. Yeah, the bowling has been really good from Nottinghamshire. It's that approach from them, though. They still look to me as if they think that any ball could have their name on it, and I'm not too sure that's the case.
Here he comes again. 3 slips and a short leg, and this is pushed back to Fletcher. End of the over. Worcestershire 18 for 2, still trailing by 89. Paul Taylor says the Fox Road posse, haha. My dad always used to refer to the old blokes behind the arm as the Radcliffe Road Mafia. Thank you, Paul. They certainly have a rapport with Luke Fletcher, and when he's in a little bit of sync and picking up wickets, he will be encouraging them. They'll be likewise getting behind him. Not quite got that same raucous atmosphere at the moment, but I think the Nottinghamshire fans are appreciative of how this game is going, but they're also a little alarmed at the prospect perhaps of no weekend cricket.
And it's Broad into Azhar Ali. Outside edge, flies high, caught! Movement there, outside edge has been caught down there at backward point towards gully, and it's the 3rd wicket down. It's Azhar Ali who perishes this time. He's gone for only 5. Worcestershire in deep trouble at 18 for 3, and they still trail by 89 runs. Broad has another wicket.
Yeah, another good catch by Liam Patterson White. Had to really throw himself forward to get underneath it, scoop it up. There was certainly no question that he didn't take it cleanly. Lovely bit of work from Liam Patterson White. Azhar Ali out for 5, batted for half an hour, faced 17 balls, and he has gone. And Stephen Mullane getting his troops together in a little bit of a huddle there. They'll really be on a high, and of course that will, I'm sure, just add a little bit of extra confidence, I think, to Stuart Broad. He's seen the guys at the other end, if you like, have all the success in this game, with Dane Patterson getting the 8 for in the first innings, Luke Fletcher getting the first 2 wickets in this, but now he's struck, which one, it popped a little bit on the Pakistan international, flew off the shoulder of the bat, could have gone anywhere, but a really good bit of groundwork and safe catching by Liam Patterson White has reduced Worcestershire to 18 for 3.
And real worries and concern here for Worcestershire. Never mind a game being over inside 2 days, Dave. They've got to knuckle down here and just take this next interval lunch as a period to get to. Just get there. D'Oliveira and Haynes, they went through it as quiet a period as there was, and there wasn't really one yesterday during the Worcestershire innings. As quiet a period as there was, this was it. You know, the bowling is exceptional bowling. They've got to just, in their own mind, saying, we're up to this, we're up to this. Leave what we can leave. But we wait and see. D'Oliveira about to face his first delivery, and Broad is back to his mark again. Shouts of encouragement, 3 slips in that backward point area for Broad coming into D'Oliveira. In and bowls onto his toes, and again just fended away on the onside. He'll go through for 1. He'll take the Worcestershire score up to 19 for 3, trailed by 88 runs. Well, I've recorded the interview with Daryl Mitchell, which will go out on 5 Sports Extra at 1 o'clock today. I'm rather pleased to have, because Daryl, he may now, of course, be a former player, former Worcestershire captain, but there'll be nothing ever that will be former about Worcestershire to him in many ways. And at least I wasn't able to talk to him about the game itself, which I don't know if it was a live interview. Haynes is on 9, and that delivery, which he did again, nice big leave.
Good man. Obviously, Frank knows him very, very well. He's collaborated with him. I mean, he's known him for donkey's years, but collaborated with him on the book. And Daryl came and actually sat with Frank and I at the Cricket Writers' dinner last October, and lovely fella to chat to and while away a few minutes, just reflecting on his career and you know, all the good times. Very much enjoyed his company.
Haynes is on 9, and Broad comes in to bowl. Does so now, just pulls the bat out just at the right time, but it's a leave and it's through to the keeper, and he remains on 9. Well, for me, the context of the book, it's a lovely cricketing journey, but for me, what I got out of it is I'm reading about a man who comes from as archetypal, I hate the word traditional, but I'm going to have to use it, traditional background of cricket and journey, and they're from Worcestershire and all that's good about cricket in the rural parts of the country and that sort of thing. But here's a man now who's really involved with the PCA and Director of Cricket Operations, as Broad comes into Haynes, bowls now, ducks out of the way of a short ball through to the keeper. So I'm interested in taking the context of Daryl's own cricketing journey and how he now takes that into the future in you know, dramatically changing times within the game, and how he looks after the players, if you like, and that sort of thing. So that's what I got out of it. Lovely cricketing story, of course, about Daryl and his successes with Worcestershire and his time as their captain and everything, but it's that cricketing brain and how he then will take that forward and help shape, and he will in that role. He'll be helping shape the future. As Broad comes in and bowls, and another delivery which is just terrific. Goes forward as Haynes to that one, holds the pose, doesn't get a nick on it, but so easily could have done. And it's 19 for 3. Applause for Stuart Broad. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10. As Ali caught by Patterson White in that over for 5, with D'Oliveira now on 1, Haynes on 9. Worcestershire at 19 for 3, trail by 88 runs.
So we'll just keep our eyes on Broad and Dane Patterson, as I mentioned 10 minutes or so ago. Broad bowled 4 overs in the first innings before Patterson replaced him. Let's see if that happens again. A couple of correspondents been in touch. Penny Hugger, lovely to hear from you again. I'm totally conflicted, Dave, she says. I'm desperately keen to see a Notts victory, but I'm also desperately keen to come and watch it for myself at Trent Bridge over the weekend. Thank you, Penny. Here's Luke Fletcher, 19 for 3. Don't rule Worcestershire out. Fine side as Fletcher bowls and D'Oliveira plays it onto the leg side. Steve Crawley, Liam Patterson-White, fast becoming one of those blokes you just can't keep out of the game. Blokes like that are absolute gold dust. That is one of the joys of being an all-rounder, of course. If you miss out with a bat, perhaps you'll get some wickets. And if you don't, and if you're a good, young, athletic fielder like Liam is, there's still the chance to make your mark, and he's taken 2 important catches this morning to dismiss Jake Libby and Azhar Ali. Above all else, is a cracking young man as well, and really pleased to see him and the others that have been blooded over the last year or two making their mark as Fletcher bowls again. Oh my word, it was either a late decision to play it or a late decision to leave it, one or the other, but D'Oliveira there were certain stages as the ball was coming towards him where he has no interest whatsoever in playing that. Left the bat there at a cocked angle on the line of off stump, and the ball just clicked off the bottom of the bat and bounced into the slip cord and fielded by Duckett. That could have gone so horribly wrong for Brett D'Oliveira. Just on the book again, you said you had a flick through it. As you can see, I've got a copy here which I have purchased. Deliberately not read it yet because Notts have got a week off next week. As Fletcher bowls into the pad, he's wandered across the crease here, D'Oliveira, but I don't think he's wandered enough to get the attention of Neil Bainton. And not out is the cry. So yeah, I'm very much looking forward to reading next week when Notts haven't got a game. This one, I've actually bought 3 sporting autobiographies to read over the next 10 days or so. The Daryl Mitchell cricket one, Keith Deller, the former darts world champion, he's bought one out, 138 is called, and also Sammy McIlroy, the last Busby babe. No real interest in Manchester United or whatever, but that era, obviously he's talking about his relationship with George Best as well, as this goes through to the keeper, 19 for 3. So I've got 3 sporting autobiographies to read next week on my week off, Kevin. Well, it's certainly all Nottinghamshire at the moment. They extended their first innings in style this morning, beginning the day on 203 for 7, mainly thanks to the crisp and sometimes far from orthodox hitting of Stuart Broad, who finished 45 not out. Notts accelerated to a first innings score of 266 before Dane Patterson was last out. Terrific not from Broad, as I say, 45 from just 27 balls, 2 monster sixes hit this morning as well. So out came Worcestershire for a second time in this game, 107 behind. They lost Ed Pollock to Luke Fletcher in the first over, then Jake Libby also to Luke Fletcher. He went for just 3, and Azhar Ali has just fallen to Stuart Broad. So dare we say it, Notts perhaps on the brink of a 2-day win here. Long way to go though. Worcestershire 19 for 3, still trailing by 88. Here's Fletcher going to bowl to the Worcestershire captain, who's got just 1. And well, he's had a little fiddle at that. Kevin goes through to Moores. Did well not to get out in that over. D'Oliveira 19 for 3. Well bowled Luke Fletcher. 5 overs, 2 for 9.
They're asking lots of questions, Nottinghamshire and their bowlers. The answers at times are ones of indecision, aren't they? From Worcestershire, do we leave? Do we not leave? And it's tough. It is very tough. But this pair have got to make sure they're there. Well, I say at lunch, this pair needs to be there at tea. For my money as well, they've got to just settle down. And this bowling is just exceptional. Okay, I know it is. I know it's really good, but settle down. Haynes is on 9, and Broad comes in and bowls to him now. Goes across his stumps defensively, pushing it back to Broad. That's fine. 19 for 3 it remains, still trailed by 88 runs. For me, almost take any of that all out of the equation. It's already we're playing for intervals here, we're playing for lunch, and then we come back out, and that always dangerous time after you've been in there as well after a 40-minute break. But we haven't got that bit yet. 1 o'clock, what's the time now? 12:34. Knuckle down here, Haynes and D'Oliveira. Haynes on 9, Broad comes in and bowls to him now, and that's a lovely shot. That does give him the opportunity on a shorter boundary to push it away there. That's going to be a comfortable 4, lovely looking stroke, and Haynes on to 13, and Worcestershire at 23 for 3.
Lovely shot by Haynes. Around about this time, Kevin always try and see if we can find any cricket birthdays. Got 3 famous cricketers celebrating their birthday today. One you know very, very well. James Faulkner of Australia is 32 today. Andre Russell, of course, who played for both Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire, is 34. And Phil Tufnell, who you've shared many an hour in the commentary box. Phil Tufnell, 56 today.
Broad again into Haynes, bowls and pushed up towards mid-on. He goes for a bit of a stroll. You can just see it's so obvious here that the battle of the batting skills and the mind over this attack that not to put him forward at the moment, with Stuart Broad, who's clearly got the bit between his teeth. He's back on a cricket field for the first time this summer. he says, look, wickets, does it matter for me in England? And well, clearly we know that he and Anderson are going to figure anyway for England, but yes, of course, wickets matter. He's in and he bowls, and that's out at edge, flies along the ground, if you can fly along the ground, races along the ground there to backward point, and they will go through for 1, and Haynes moves on to 14, 24 for 3, and the trail figure is 83 runs. But Broad and Anderson, I mean, one thing that did come out of yesterday, an awful lot of what was said actually by Rob Key, the new managing director of England men's cricket, was interesting, but generally of an overall perspective. Specifically, it was about Ben Stokes as captain, it was specifically about Anderson and Broad being back in that setup again, and sort of the question being thrown back out there, why were they ever left out? But anyway, Broad here for Nottinghamshire today, and he's going to bowl now to D'Oliveira, who's on 1, and a little bit of width, and when he offers that on that short side boundary, we're seeing some lovely strokes. That one from D'Oliveira this time, he moves on to 5, and Worcestershire up to 28 for 3, now trailed by 79 runs.
Yeah, you were here last year when he had that battle against, was it Sam Hain of Warwickshire? That was some of the most intense county championship cricket you could ever wish to see. Broad giving it everything, and it was Sam Hain, wasn't it? He was resisting for all he was worth. It was a terrific passage of play.
Well, I saw 2 or 3 matches with Broad, as you know, last year, and he really did impress me on the county cricket. I know, his figures speak for itself, but on the county cricket stage, at that period of summer last year, I thought he was just at his exceptional best. Really loved everything about his cricket. He comes in now to bowl to D'Oliveira on 5 and almost squares him up. So gets tucked up a little bit there, but it springs out up in front of him and safely lands, and he remains on 5, Haynes on 14, Worcestershire 28 for 3, trailed by 79 runs. I shall prepare myself for the big interview at lunchtime, and allow Frank to come in and sit alongside you, Dave.
Thank you, Kevin. Very much enjoyed your company. I've got 2 contrasting tweets here. One from Rowan. He says, Dave, talking about a 2-day finish, please don't jinx it. Other one from a fella called Samit Patel, who I think we all know in here, saying, Dave, enjoy your 2 days off. So there we are, contrasting viewpoints, and it's 28 for 3, still going to be Luke Fletcher. So Broad has now had 5 overs, only had 4 in his first spell in the first innings. Here's Luke Fletcher coming in to bowl. Just see this delivery, he defends it as we welcome Frank back. And it's defended, 28 for 3.
Yeah, thank you to Kevin for his stint, and look forward to hearing that interview with my co-author, Dane Patterson, at lunchtime. But I don't mind being off air when it's a struggle like this for Worcestershire, because it's hard to get excited about it when you see them battling like this. Azhar Ali got a nasty one, didn't he?
Yeah. Fletcher bowls, and Haynes once again looked probably the pick of them. Plays it out onto the onside and fielded by Seabermead.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it was an unplayable, but we haven't seen many sort of go through the top like that and pop up, and he looked pretty flummoxed by it, and well, he might have done. You don't need that. Ironically, with the sun out, you'd expect it now to be the best batting conditions of the match, but unfortunately, with Broad and Fletcher going well, and Patterson not yet into the attack, it's a real challenge for the Worcestershire batsmen.
Here is Luke Fletcher, really found his mark this time, and it's a good delivery, but it's also a good lead from Haynes. He knew it was 6 or 8 inches outside off stump and wasn't really going to hurt him. Just watched it all the way past the sticks and into the gloves of Moores. 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and those of you also following the commentary, watching the live stream as well, very much enjoying having your company for this game. Day 2 of the 2nd division match between Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire, as Fletcher bowls again, nicely turned away onto the leg side. There's protection out there with Dane Patterson, and they will come back for 2, 30 for 3, the pairs, so they still trail by 77. Been regular meetings over the last few years between these two, and in Division 1 and Division 2. They both sort of had a little bit of a yo-yo existence in the last 5 or 6 years. They'll find themselves in Division 2, but clearly two of the favourites to be at the sharp end come September, as this is defended, although of course we don't know if there are going to be any promotions and relegations, which I find bizarre, but there we go. 30 for 3.
Yeah, well, I think calling Worcestershire a yo-yo club is absolutely right, and goes back more than just 3 or 4 years. Goes back probably 10 years. 5 promotions and 5 relegations in that Darryl Mitchell career that we were talking about before. So it's certainly a label that is fairly applied to Worcestershire.
Final ball of the 11th over. Fletcher bowls. Oh, a little push and run there, straight to Broad. We saw a bit of a... Oh, they're going to steal a second one here. Broad's throw came in. It wasn't cleanly gathered. It was a little bit of a wild throw, in truth, and they've managed to seize on that. There's some eagerness out there then to take the overthrow and get whatever's available. 32 for 3. Takes Haynes on to 18. Broad... I beg your pardon, D'Oliveira has 5. I was watching Broad again. He's going to have another one. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's not.
Quite a significant moment when a guy who's got an 8 for in the first innings comes on, isn't it? See whether he can carry on where he left off yesterday. Yeah, they ran well. I must say, it's something that I think... I know it's easy to say these things, but it's something that I think we noticed yesterday. I noticed last week against Sussex that they've decided, whatever the circumstances, we're going to try and be positive between the wickets this season. There has been a run out, Azarelli, when he slipped over at Leicester, but generally speaking they've tried to be positive, and even in this situation Haynes keen to get back for that overthrow there. Here's Patterson from the pavilion end, from where he did all the damage yesterday. Bowls. D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside. Haynes showing what I said, backing up a long way.
That's promising.
Sent back. Yeah.
He didn't get a wicket first ball.
He didn't get a wicket first ball. Things have got better than yesterday. But this business of being positive, it's something that I think a lot of batsmen I've known over the years. Graham Hick, everybody thinks of Graham Hick as somebody who was always looking to hit 4s and 6s and smashed it around, power hitter. Absolutely obsessed with stealing every run that he possibly could in terms of running between the wickets. Here's Patterson again, and he bowls to D'Oliveira, and that's wide-ish outside the off stump, but went a bit further off the seam. Didn't start it where he wanted it, but a bit of movement taken by Moores, moving quite sharply across to his right in front of second slip. The game's moved on apace again today. If you're joining us for the first time, what's happened is that Notts resuming on their overnight 203 for 7, 44 ahead, lost a wicket in the first over of the day when Tom Moores was out for 19, and those of a Worcestershire persuasion were hoping things would be wrapped up fairly quickly. Here's Patterson again, he's in, he bowls, D'Oliveira leaves, taken by Moores. Well, things were wrapped up fairly quickly in terms of time. The innings ending at around about 10 to 12 this morning, but in that time Stuart Broad wreaked havoc. 45 off 27 balls in the end, with 6 4s and 2 6s. Good support from Luke Fletcher in a partnership for the 9th wicket of 57, before Fletcher was caught at mid-off by D'Oliveira off Adam Finch. Patterson went the same way in the same over for 2. Broad was left 45 not out. That was 266 all out and a lead of 107. As Patterson bowls, and D'Oliveira is beaten on the inside edge, I think, by this one. Cuts back and taken by Moores. And Worcestershire then beginning their second innings with a deficit of 107 and losing a wicket to the second ball of the innings when Luke Fletcher removed Ed Pollock's middle stump. So Pollock out without scoring. 0 for 1 became 6 for 2 when Jake Libby was caught at backward point by Patterson White, and the same fielder took the catch as Azarelli was out to Stuart Broad for 5. So 18 for 3. Since then these two have added 24 as D'Oliveira lets that go outside the off stump and through it goes to the keeper. They've added 14, I beg your pardon, not 24, wishful thinking from me. 32 for 3 it is now. D'Oliveira has 5, Haynes has 18, and all they can do really obviously is trying to get through to lunch now, but all they can do is set themselves little targets, get through an over, get through 5 overs, get through 10 overs, and just see if they can occupy the crease and wrestle back any form of control, stability to this Worcestershire second innings. Patterson, yesterday's destroyer, is in. He bowls, D'Oliveira chips up and is out, caught at mid-wicket, just stopped on him a little bit maybe, chipped it up in the air on the leg side, and Hasib Hamid, coming in from mid-wicket, was able to dive forward and get his hands just under the ball and take the catch quite cleanly. And Brett D'Oliveira is out, a wicket for Patterson. He didn't have to wait long, and Worcestershire now really are staring down the barrel at 32 for 4.
Yeah, it's begun with a wicket maiden. Brett D'Oliveira out for 5, batted for 20 minutes, faced 15 balls, hit the 1 boundary, and another one that just might have stopped on him a little bit and popped up, and it was a really good catch from Hasib Hamid. But I was trying to watch Dane Patterson in that over, and he does look to try and set the batsman up with a couple of away swingers, and he brought one back that was nicely played by D'Oliveira. I would imagine the Worcestershire analyst has been working overtime in the last 24 hours, and I would assume every single Worcestershire batsman has had a look at what he's got to say and look at the video of how he's been bowling at them, because he's been absolutely terrific in this match. And he definitely does have the ploy of a couple away and then bring one back, just try and get one through the gate, or hope the batsman will leave one that clatters into that off peg. Superb exponent of his art, and he's just making his way back there, end of the over. Always nice to get a wicket there, because you can then just saunter back to your fielding position and take the accolades, which he's now getting.
Yeah, I think it's something that the Worcestershire players were saying yesterday. He threatens both edges of the bat, because it's not just a case of I'll bowl one that goes away and then one that comes back. If he bowls that with that wobble seam delivery, even he doesn't know which way it's going to go, and that makes it doubly difficult for the batsman. Having said that, that one was probably a ball that D'Oliveira thinks he probably could have played, got a firm bat on it, maybe just stopped on him a little bit, mistimed it, and it just chipped up on the onside. Good catch, as you say.
There's Fletcher starting a new over. This one left alone by Haynes, who, I mean, it's really important now he sticks around, isn't it? He's on 18, been joined by Ed Barnard, and my word, we're still 11 minutes or so away from 1 o'clock. 7 wickets have gone down this morning, and Worcestershire still 75 behind. Lose another one and half the side's out, and the alarm bells really will be ringing. Notts were made pre-season favourites for Division 2. They were defeated in their last home game by Glamorgan in a really good game. I thought they played very well, Glamorgan. Michael Nisa bowled tremendously well, as this is pushed back to Fletcher by the new arrival. Not the new arrival, it's Haynes on strike. And it remains 32 for 4. But prior to that defeat by Glamorgan, Notts last year finished their campaign by winning all of their last 5 matches here at Trent Bridge, so it had become a little bit of a fortress. Quite bizarre going, was it 32, 33 matches without a win, and
incredible.
Then they've won 9 out of 14, looking to make it 10 out of 15 as this one's left alone and it goes through to the keeper. It's hard to win a county championship match, but to win 9 out of 14 just shows how they've turned things round with, I think, the quality of their acquisitions, and really the performance and the timing of blooding the youngsters, because Liam Patterson-White, Joey Everson and Lyndon James have all been pivotal in a lot of these victories. Had the experienced old heads as well, and it's made for a winning combination. Fletcher off the season of his life, bowls to Haynes, who again is happy to defend, and 32 for 4. Somebody somewhere has got to make a huge contribution here, and somebody I think at the other end has got to stay with that person, so no time like the present for Barnard and Haynes.
Yeah, somebody's got to play the innings of their life, really, haven't they, in the rest of this Worcestershire lineup, that's for sure. But you can only do it one step at a time.
Yep. Here's Fletcher, ball by ball. He's worked away. Fielder out there is Dane Patterson. He'll be back in the groove in just a second. Fletcher's got one ball left in this over. He's going to be able to bowl at Ed Barnard, who's not yet faced a delivery. Played on to Dane Patterson yesterday, Ed Barnard. He was sent back very quickly, perhaps a little unlucky. Just talking about getting the one that comes back into you, and he received exactly that delivery and inside edged it onto his stumps. Here's Fletcher. Bowls and a nice leave. End of the over, 33 for 4. All the pressure coming from Nottinghamshire's big three with the ball, Broad, Fletcher and Patterson. And they're all now amongst the wickets.
It's hard to quantify how mood, psychological attitude transforms itself into performance on the field, but I think the way Worcestershire would have set up this morning, you know, in the dressing room before the game, let's get out there and wrap this innings up, wicket in the first over, absolutely fantastic, really good, feeling good as a group, collective. And then what happened in that next 35 or 40 minutes really took the wind out of their sails. Is Patterson into ball to Haynes, who leaves this outside the off stump, taken by Moores. And the collective sort of, you could almost feel the shoulders drooping, couldn't you? And they go off, having then wrapped it up, they go off, and the lead has gone from 44 overnight to 107, which in a low-scoring game is highly significant. And so they regroup and they say, right, come on, we've got to get out there. Let's see if we can get through to lunch and only lose one maybe. And you lose one to the second ball. And, you know, like I say, you can't quantify it, you can't put your finger on it, and it's not deliberate. Nobody's deliberately detracting from the overall feeling, as Haynes blocks this one from Patterson out on the offside, but it's bound to have an effect. And then Libby gets one and he's caught juggling. Azhar Ali pops a little bit, and then back comes yesterday's destroyer. He's got 8 for yesterday, and he picks up a wicket in his first over. You can just imagine that however much resolve you are determined to have, and however much you punch gloves and say to each other, come on, we've got to do it, deep down it's very difficult to really believe. Patterson is in, bowls, and Haynes flashes at that one. So loose shot, went the other way, little bit of width, not a great deal of foot movement, and a loose shot from Haynes. He got away with it, missed it, taken by Moores. 33 for 4 then, Worcestershire, still trailing by 74. Best weather of the game so far. That big crane's in action at the far end of the ground behind the pavilion. First time it's moved. Don't know what they're doing. Bit of building going on down there, Dave?
Not sure.
Behind the pavilion.
I don't think it's as close as it looks.
There's Patterson again, bowls. That's a good leave from Haynes this time. He started wide enough to leave, and it went the other way, and it ended up being a very safe one to leave. As Dave said, 1 ball at a time.
That's 3 out of the 4 that have
gone that way.
Gone away. The second ball just seemed to be full and straight, very full. But he's not really yet bowled that one.
The nip backer.
6 inches outside off stump that comes back.
Think it might go the other way, and you leave it at your peril. Comes in now. Very straight approach. About 20 yards or so. Bowls, and this one's a little bit short of length. Haynes on the back foot, pushes out on the offside. A little bit. He didn't quite get it right. Just steered it straight to Slater at short extra cover. 33 for 4. Pollock without scoring. Libby 3. Azhar Ali 5. D'Oliveira 5. The men out. Haynes the only one to make double figures so far. Top scored in the first innings as well. It's been a real battle for the pairs. Haynes just doing a little bit of gardening, hoping, I suspect, that if he can use up an extra minute or two, there'll only be 1 more over before the lunch interval. Here's Patterson in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone again by Haynes. Played that over well, with that one exception, that loose little flick outside the off stump. End of the over. Barnard yet to score. Haynes 19. 33 for 4. Probably 1 over before lunch.
Yep, suspect so. Alex Ashmore was thinking of coming back from Spain to watch the third day, but don't think I'll make it in time now, Dave. Steve Battlemuch, a similar theme. I was going to come down and watch tomorrow up until the start of the Forest game, but that plan looks unlikely now, so I'll try and get down this afternoon. Forest at home tomorrow. I don't know if you've ever been here, Frank, when Forest are at home. But
well, I've been to Forest when they've been at home.
Next ball is dropped on the leg side, well fielded by Slater. But when the cricket's going on here, and you can hear the oohs and ahs from right behind us, and particularly if you've got Luke Fletcher or Stuart Broad or Samit Patel, one of the keen Forest supporters out there on the field, they're almost
in two places at once.
Yeah, they're trying to imagine what's going off, and you'll very often in the past we've had Fletcher down here below shouting up, what's the score, what's happening, and what have you. 33 for 4. Ed Barnard on strike. Again, the ground bathed in sunshine, and Fletcher bowls to him almost on the walk there. Barnard pushes it into the offside, but Slater from short leg comes across and picks it up.
Had a tweet from Mike. He says, good afternoon. Do you think Worcestershire need their second overseas player, especially a fast bowler, after the Broad innings today and the Leicestershire last wicket? I think Joe Leach would have been useful today. I'm not sure I would specifically say, the answer to any problems is a fast overseas fast bowler.
Yes, Fletcher in again, defended. Matthew Ward was going to come, wasn't he? Matthew Ward? Matthew Wade.
Matthew Wade was going to come, and then when he got the IPL contract, he didn't come. He was going to play in all formats. That was a loss. Azhar Ali was, we thought, a good replacement, and early days still. Conditions haven't been great for Azhar Ali yet, but he's a proven Test player. Obviously, we've got Dwayne Bravo and Colin Munro coming for the T20, which I think they look quite good signings.
It's Fletcher in again, nicely defended, back to the big fast bowler. I think I'm right in saying it's Notts and Worcestershire that kicked the blast off this year.
It could well be, yeah.
I think that might be it.
But overall, looking at what's happened here, I don't think I would specifically point the finger and say
there's not another first-class overseas player coming in.
Not as it stands, no.
Barnard still looking to get off the mark. Fletcher bowls to him. Could have had a bit of a go at that one, but wisely leaves it. Goes through to Moores, who flicks it in one motion to Ben Duckett, who helps it out to the ball polisher, Liam Patterson-White. The ball is then lobbed to Mullaney at mid-on. He gives it a wipe and passes it to Fletcher. And the whole process will begin again. 33 for 4. Wickets have gone down at 0, 6, 18 and 32. As Fletcher bowls and Barnard eases it into the cover region. Stuart Broad does the fielding.
Going to get another one.
Yeah, they're racing round to try and squeeze one more in. Is it 12:59? Is it 1 o'clock? I'm sure we'll have your own thoughts on what the actual time is. But
Pavilion clock is not quite there, is it?
The umpires have decided we'll go with one more.
Yeah, one more. I'll do the first 2 or 3 balls, Dave, and then I'll have to pop next door to update BBC Hereford and Worcester's listeners with the grim news from the East Midlands. Dane Patterson will bowl this last over before lunch, bowling to Jack Haynes. And Haynes plays this well. Popped on him a little bit, just dropped it down in front of him, pulled his bottom hand off the bat. It wasn't anything terribly explosive, but it just climbed him, just hit the bat a bit harder than he thought. He's not slow, Patterson. He's not ultra fast, but he bowls a heavy ball, as they say. If you play a backward defensive to Dane Patterson, you really feel that ball hit the splice. Jar your hands. Good bowler, really good bowler, as he showed yesterday. Comes in again now and bowls to Haynes, who's forward this time, plays that better, gets on top of it, pushes it into the covers. And Ben Slater, the fielder. I thought Slater, yesterday, given we were talking about this morning, I was talking to one of the other journalists about it. Slater was run out yesterday. I beg your pardon, that's Patterson-White. But anyway, talking about Slater, if I may. Slater was run out yesterday. And prior to that run out, he probably looked as comfortable as any batsman in the whole day, I thought, on either side. Man in form off the back of a double hundred. In comes Patterson, bowls again. Haynes leaves, taken by Moores, but you know, and it really, that run out, it came from nowhere, and it was only after he'd gone that I thought, you know, of all the players that we've watched today, he left it really well.
True.
He sort of probably played as comfortably as anybody. I'm going to leave you to it, Dave, and go and update BBC Hereford and Worcester.
Thanks to Frank for his company this morning. We've only got, well, a maximum of 3 balls left in the session. If Notts are going to put a cherry on top of the icing on top of their Friday morning cake, it would be 1 more wicket before the break as Patterson comes in and bowls a delivery of fullish length, which Haynes digs out. And we're now 2 balls away from the break, with Notts having clearly won this session. 63 runs they added this morning in just 50 minutes. May feel they actually left 1 or 2 out there, with both Fletcher and Patterson falling in the same over from Adam Finch, leaving Stuart Broad 45 not out. He, I think, would have been desperate to get back on strike because he was really flowing. Made 45 from 27 balls. And then Notts removed Pollock, Libby, Azhar Ali and D'Oliveira. Next ball is helped away down to long leg, and we'll go for 4. First runs off Patterson, just helped round the corner, and it flew quickly down to long leg for 4. Takes the score to 37, so Worcestershire are now 70 adrift, and Haynes on to 23. Just 1 ball left in the session. Patterson in, bowls, and he squared Haynes up a little bit, but the batsman will live to fight for the start of the afternoon session. 37 for 4 at lunch. Deficit of 70 runs, and at the interval, Haynes is 23 not out. Ed Barnard, who's faced 7 deliveries, is 0 not out. 2 wickets for Luke Fletcher, 1 for Stuart Broad and 1 for Dane Patterson as the players leave the field. There will be that radio update in just a second. This morning, Tom Moores was out in the first over of the day for 19. Good catch low down by Jake Libby. Luke Fletcher made 18. Dane Patterson in and out quickly for 2, leaving Broad 45 not out. Notts getting the second batting bonus point, 266 all out. Here is that radio update. Another terrific morning for Nottinghamshire in this game. Worcestershire going off to lunch at 37 for 4. That's still 70 runs behind Notts this morning. It was the Stuart Broad show. He put bat to ball to good effect. Made 45 not out from 27 deliveries, 2 sixes and 6 fours. He lost Tom Moores for 19, Luke Fletcher for 18 and Dane Patterson for 2. But Notts had a first innings lead of 107. They then came out and did it with the ball. A couple of cheap wickets for Luke Fletcher, 1 for Broad and 1 for Patterson. Worcestershire a long way away from making Notts bat again. They're 37 for 4 at lunch. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. The players just making their way back out to the middle after the luncheon interval, and Worcestershire will resume their second innings in a moment or two as Ed Barnard and Jack Haynes make their way towards the middle. Nottinghamshire's first session, I don't think there's any doubt about that. They extended their first innings score to 266 all out. A little bit of fun with the bat early on, particularly from Stuart Broad, and that all meant that Worcestershire began their second innings just after midday with a deficit of 107. Needed a solid start really, two contrasting styles with the openers, but neither style seemed to work today because Luke Fletcher dismissed Ed Pollock for 0 and Jake Libby for 3. And then both Stuart Broad and yesterday's man of the moment, Dane Patterson, also got wickets. It means that Worcestershire are still 70 behind, and really we wonder what will be the tea time score. We'll watch it together. Kevin Howells hopefully with us a little later on. I'm Dave Brace-Girdland to get things going. Here's Frank Watson.
Thank you, Dave. Stuart Broad, first ball after lunch from the Radcliffe Road end, and it's a beauty. Beats Ed Barnard, just swung away and carried on going off the pitch. Barnard pushed at it, well beaten, and there's no run. And that just emphasises what I've been saying to a few people at lunchtime. All the way through this game, and even though we're now in bright sunshine and it's possibly the best batting conditions of the game, you could say, all the way through the ball has, when it's been put in the right place, offered the bowlers a little bit of assistance. Here's Broad again. He's in and he bowls, and Barnard gets off the mark via an outside edge down to third man for 4. Didn't know a lot about it. Kept it down, soft hand you could say, but it wasn't a really controlled shot, and he's just indicating to Jack Haynes with a little flick of his wrist that it bounced maybe just a little bit more than he expected.
I wouldn't stay in the game 5 minutes because I'd get so many demerit marks and penalties and whatever, because I just couldn't turn my back on the batsman and walk away like Broad did then. I'd probably have to call him something. Genuine edge, and it goes for 4.
Yeah, well, that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
But he got that one to just pop a little bit at Azhar Ali this morning, and that one again there, albeit from the other end, just appears to have done the same. He's in, he bowls. Barnard is in behind this one, plays it nicely out into the covers, and there's no run. 41 for 4 then. Barnard off the mark. Worcestershire still trailing by 66 runs after that onslaught from Stuart Broad this morning. Turned around the morning session. Wicket in the first over. Worcestershire hoping to wrap up that Notts first innings quickly, though it did wrap it up quickly in terms of time, but Broad's onslaught meant that the first innings lead was 107. Here he is now, the England man is in, bowls. Barnard is again turned round a little bit by a little bit of shape away from him, and he steers it out into the gully where Hamid fields.
Just looking at the Notts setup, in that Dane Patterson is at mid-off, which means his normal fielding position down in front of the Smith-Cooper stand is now occupied by Luke Fletcher. And I wonder if, because Broad has clearly opted to have a bit of a go from the Radcliffe Road end, Fletcher's going to bowl from his unfavoured end, the Pavilion end.
Maybe. Well, we'll see in a minute, but here's Broad from the Pavilion end, from the Radcliffe Road end, bowling to Barnard. He plays a nicer looking drive up to mid-on to this one, which is a bit straighter, more like middle and leg from Broad. Bright sunshine now, beautiful afternoon. 3 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, as Dave said, that field. 1 ball left in this over, in which Barnard's got off the mark, the first after lunch, and it's Stuart Broad, tall, angular figure, number 8 on his back, moving away from us to bowl, and Barnard edges this and it bounces just short of Joe Clark at second slip, collects it neatly, end of the over. Barnard survives, he's 4, Haynes 23, Worcestershire 41 for 4, trailing by 66.
Yeah, Broad there or thereabouts. In fact, forget everything I just said a moment ago, because it is going to be Dane Patterson who is going to bowl from the Pavilion end, so Luke Fletcher will have to wait a little bit. I would imagine that Broad will have 4 or 5 from this end, and then Fletcher will get a go. Lyndon James hasn't bowled much in the match, and Liam Patterson-White not at all. Lots will be hoping that the two test match bowlers, Broad and Patterson, of course one vastly more experienced than the other, can make inroads, and then with the addition of Fletcher they can really put Worcestershire on the back foot. Here comes Patterson. First ball this morning down the leg side. It's a good take by Tom Moores, who generally has kept pretty well in this match. Patterson 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4. So he's 9 wickets for the match. Didn't mean to look actually, and I must get around to doing that in the next moment or two. Whether assume he's had a 10 wicket haul in his career. He's had at least 3 sevens. So potential is there. In comes Patterson, bowls again, and bowls to Worcestershire's number 17, Jack Haynes. Just helps it up to Mullane at mid-on, and there's no run. Not slip cordon. Joe Clark at first slip. Ben Duckett at second, and Lyndon James at third. No Brett Hutton in this game, of course. He has been slotting in at third slip in games in which he's played. And here comes Patterson in once more bowling, and Haynes drops it down almost on his toe end and sets off running, and is sent back. That would have been a little bit risky, I fancy. Good shout from Ed Barnard. We're now joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra here at Trent Bridge. Chilly Trent Bridge today, but much better conditions, much better overhead conditions for the spectators, certainly, with a little bit of blue sky overhead and some sunshine. Still chilly, but by no means as cold as it was yesterday, as Dane Patterson comes in and bowls, and nice looking shot from Haynes into the offside. Luke Fletcher at mid-off will move to his left to field, but they take a single, and Haynes is up and running for the first time this afternoon. 42 for 4, Worcestershire trying to get back on the right side. They're still 65 behind Nottinghamshire. They'll be desperate to have a really good session here. Probably no more than 1 wicket. Morning he's had his head in his hands, and once or twice he's come in off his long run at what's unfolding here, and that's nicely played by Barnard into the offside. They take a single.
Yeah, I'm a glass half full man, Dave. Really. I went home last night thinking, you know, clawed their way back into it, Worcestershire, without Joe Leach. Good effort from the young bowlers after tea, I thought, really.
Yeah.
And that's why I was so disappointed to see all that good work kind of evaporating. That half hour of Broad mayhem this morning.
43 for 4. Here comes Patterson to conclude his 4th over of the innings. Bowls to Haynes, who's an ours, but for all money it looked as if he got solidly behind it, just pushed it up to Fletcher at mid-off. A lot of cricket, of course, is all about the mind games, just making the batsman believe that the ball is hooping round corners when it's actually straight up and down. Just before listeners to 5 Sports Extra joined, I was just frantically searching through Dane Patterson's career record. We know he got 8 wickets yesterday. He has had 1 10-wicket in a match haul in the past, so he's now on 9 for the match, but he has done it before.
He'll be pretty disappointed, I think, if he doesn't do it again, because he's got there's still 6 to go, and he's still in the attack. Anyway, here's Broad from the Radcliffe Road end, bowls full of length to Barnard, who pushes out on the offside. Just a suggestion all the time with Broad that excuse me, he's got a little bit of shape on the ball away from the right-handers, and although he's only picked up 1 wicket in each innings, had a big impact with the bat, and his presence in the Nott side just lifts the mood you sense amongst the home ranks and those watching. In he comes again now, bowls to Barnard, who's very watchfully forward, playing back up the pitch to Stuart Broad. The men out for Worcestershire in this innings, which began at around, well, just before 12 o'clock really, with them hoping they could get through to lunch with a minimum of damage, lost a wicket to the second ball of the innings. Ed Pollock bowled by Luke Fletcher, and after that Libby out for 3, Azhar Ali for 5 and D'Oliveira for 5.
It was middle stump as well, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I'm not entirely sure how it came back as much as it did.
No. Broad in, bowls, Barnard forward, pushes back to the bowler, and in fairness, I don't think it did come back that much. I think he just missed it.
Just on the angle.
As you do, you just
wicket,
play down the wrong line. Sometimes you just miss them. It happens, even to professional players. And it was a bad start. It was not what Worcestershire wanted. Jack Haynes has played pretty well for his 24, the non-striker. Ed Barnard is on 5. Broad is into him now, bowls and beats him, and that's just beautiful bowling from Broad. Draws Barnard into it, pushes at it, and just passes the outside edge. Lovely shape on it, taken by Tom Moores, who picked up 4 catches in the first innings. Ben Cox picked up 3 in the Notts innings, one of them a really, really good catch, diving low to his right. Top class wicketkeeper's catch. But as I said yesterday,
got a 5 for, didn't he, Morsey? I think, yeah.
Did he get 5? Beg your pardon.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. I'm doing him an injustice. He's kept really well, as you said. But what I was going on to say, I just brought in again bowls, and he lets that one go. Barnard taken by Moores. What I was going on to say was that I said yesterday a few times, great pitch to keep on this because there's a fair bit of sideways movement, good carry. And it's not surprising that between them they picked up 8 catches, and you know, wicketkeepers always expect every ball, but there's certain pitches where you crouch down, I think, and Tom Moore's doing that just now, and you're kind of in that slightly elevated sense of expectation. As Broad comes in and bowls to Barnard, who gets a run down to third man, just steering this off the face. Gets 2, in fact, because Hamid has quite a long run round from a wide-ish third man position, and Barnard saw that, ran the first one quickly, scampered back for the second, which takes him at the end of the over on 2-7, and the Worcestershire score on to 45 for 4, still trailing by 62 runs.
Quiet start to the session, and that will absolutely suit Worcestershire. They won't want any dramatics or histrionics through this afternoon session. Want to see that deficit eroded whilst Haynes and Barnard are at the crease. Next man in is due to be Ben Cox, and he's 7 on the scorecard. Here comes Dane Patterson, South African international of recent vintage. First ball of the overs just played on the leg side, fielded by Hamid, but during the COVID period he decided to throw his lot in with South Africa and come lock, stock and barrel to join Nottinghamshire. He is still regarded as an overseas player, but here, as he was last year for the full campaign, 54 wickets last year. Made a fine start this time as well. He's in and bowls to Haynes, who just helps it into the offside to Liam Patterson wide. He got 2 catches this morning. I thought Nottinghamshire this morning took some decent catches. Both his 2 various degrees of difficulty on, and Hamid's was a really good one. It necessitated him running forward and then throwing himself forward just to scoop the ball up before it hit the ground, and that sent Brett D'Oliveira on his way.
Been some good catching by both sides actually in the game.
45 for 4. Haynes on strike on 24, drives up to Fletcher at mid-off, and there's no run. It remains 45 for 4. 17 wickets went down yesterday, 7 in the morning session today.
Yeah, can we just have a break? Can we just have a break from all these wickets? Let's just watch a partnership develop.
A little unfair, I think, to criticise the playing strip, because as Frank said, it's offered a little bit for the bowlers certainly, but once the batsmen are in, able to play their shots, as Haynes does here. That's a
great
good stop by
fielding.
Mullaney.
Great
That
fielding.
was a boundary for anybody's money.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? And
Yeah.
wonderful fielding that was.
Just to the onside of straight, screaming towards the pavilion boundary, and Stephen Mullaney just threw himself to his left and made a really good stop. 35, 36 in November, Mullaney, but that was the stop of a man much younger.
Good work. Good work.
I think the slips have just inched forward a pace there. As Haynes pulls the cries of catch, it's nowhere near a Mead and goes all the way to the boundary, away on the Fox Road side of the ground. Mead at mid-wicket. This was just behind square, and you can see Ant Boter, one of the Nottinghamshire coaches over there, was watching the action, leaned on the hover cover, which thankfully we've not needed, and hopefully we won't need through the course of the game. And he goes and throws it back. Nice looking shot. He was in control, but inevitably when there's a big hit, somebody screams catch. There's Patterson in once more, and they won't scream catch this time. They'll scream well done, well played. This is behind square, but all the way along the ground, and 2 marks of high quality there from Haynes. And Worcestershire have the 50 up, 53 for 4. Haynes on to 32, and that's done a little bit of good to that deficit. It's now 54 runs away from making not bad again.
3 great shots in succession there from Haynes, because the one that stopped by Mullaney at mid-on was equally as good, really. Technically beautiful shot. And the last one where he really rolled his wrists over it was a textbook swivel pull shot, really, as well. Top class. 37 from him in the first innings, top scored. 32, the only player into double figures in this second innings so far for young Jack Haynes. So good to see him finding the middle. It's Broad into the Radcliffe Road end. Barnard drops this down on the offside. There's no run, and it just underlined exactly the point that you made early in that over, Dave, that it's difficult to say, 24 wickets have gone down on this pitch in 1.5 days. It must be a minefield. Send for the pitch inspector. Because right from the start, we've seen players able to play their shots.
I'm just popping next door. I'm having quite a few people say the pictures of our commentary are not in sync. So you've either got to speak slower, Frank, or the pictures have got to speed up.
Okay, Dave. It's Broad into Barnard, who fishes at that one outside the off stump, and it's taken by Tom Moores. Apologies if you're having problems with your streams. Well, it's not in our control, but we can try and do something about it, which Dave's gone off to do now. But if you're in trouble, just close your eyes and listen. 53 for 4. Barnard 7, Haynes 32. Dave's back. That was a quick fix.
Yes, I'm told they were straight onto it. They fixed it. So if you're still having an issue, just refresh.
Close your eyes and listen.
Just give it a bit of a refresh. It's now all in sync at this end.
Good stuff. Well done, Dave.
Yeah. It was
Broad
me.
in.
It was me. Technological
well,
Dave.
It was you that
I can't even say it.
It was you. It was you that found out. It was you that found out. Turned on the onside by Barnard not for a single. Straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. No run.
Kevin Marriott says, I'm travelling up from Cornwall tomorrow to watch Forest. Will there be some cricket left for me to watch first at Trent Bridge?
Unlikely, Kevin, I'd say.
We don't know, Kevin. We don't know. Don't listen to him.
But you never know. You never know. No, I'm only being a little bit gloomy as Broad comes in again to bowl to Barnard, and he plays this nicely. Just drops it out on the offside. Very much in control of that one. Takes a single, goes to 8. And it's 54 for 4.
Be a match, eh? Be a match. What happened to those?
What happened to those? I think I can remember a few of those. I think league cricket is what happened to those, isn't it? They were when friendlies finished early. It might still occasionally happen on a Sunday. But no, I mean genuinely, we've seen it many times in the past, haven't we? You could get a partnership of 150 here, and it could change things. But you've got to do it step by step, as we said this morning. Here's Broad in, bowls to Haynes, who slices this down to third man. He's taken 1, he won't come back for 2. Good fielding by Hasib Hamid, coming round the third man boundary, and a good return from him to Tom Moores. So One more to Jack Haynes, 33 now to him. 55 for 4. 3 slips, the close fielders. Bright sunshine. Best weather of the game so far. And Stuart Broad with 1 ball to go in this, his 8th over, and I'll be describing that before shooting off next door for a BBC Hereford and Worcester FM update. Here is Broad, he's in, he bowls, and Barnard is very solidly forward, plays that out on the offside end of the over. Worcestershire still trailing by 52, 55 for 4.
Thanks, Frank. A blast of music in my ears from BBC Radio Nottingham. Frightened the life out of both of us there, I think. There will be an update into the 2 o'clock news, but meanwhile we'll plough on 5 Sports Extra, and if you're with us either through the live streams or BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Hereford and Worcester on the BBC Sports app. 55 for 4, Dane Patterson. 5 overs, 1 for 14 his figures at the moment. Began with a wicket made, and he dismissed D'Oliveira for the 2nd time in the match before lunch. He's in, bowls to Haynes. Just a pleasing looking push into the onside, and Lyndon James, who's been brought out of that 3rd slip position, does the fielding. So just trying to look down below me in case we miss anybody. Now 2 slips, a deep backward point, extra cover, and a mid-off. 4 fielders on the leg side as Patterson comes in, bowls again to Haynes. Looks very composed. Jack Haynes plays this out to Liam Patterson wide. I wonder if we will see the spinner bowling this afternoon for the first time in the match, looking to add to his 18 wickets so far this season. Country's leading wicket taker, Liam Patterson White, going into this round of matches, but hasn't had the opportunity to add to that haul in this game so far. Dane Patterson will be catching him up. This one wide of the off stump, and Haynes a little bit of a loose waft at it. Swung far enough away to miss the outside edge. 55 for 4. I think perhaps 1 or 2 more have come into Trent Bridge during the luncheon interval. Well populated in front of the pavilion as always, and at this end, the Radcliffe Road end, as Patterson bowls to Haynes. A gentle push into the offside, straight to Patterson White. Comes Patterson again, bowls. Be a single taken here, just leaned forward with an open-faced bat. Did Haynes, gets a single. Slater moves round to field it on the 45, single taken. And for Ed Barnard, Knots pop Lyndon James back in there into that 3rd slip position. 56 for 4. Here's a radio update, where Worcestershire are now 56 for 4 in their 2nd innings. That means they still trail Nottinghamshire by 51. Outside chance that Nottinghamshire could wrap this up this session, but they need to break this partnership between Barnard and Haynes, currently worth 24. A couple of wickets before lunch to Luke Fletcher, 1 to Broad and 1 to Patterson, and that's all after Notts this morning were bowled out for 266, with Stuart Broad finishing 45 not out. Broad the batsman this morning. Broad with ball in hand right now. He's going to bowl the next over. 8 overs, 1 for 27, his figures. He dismissed Azhar Ali. One of those Liam Patterson white catches at point. I'm going to say we're just about ready, but bowler Broad and Captain Mullaney just having a brief conversation. In comes Broad, bowls full and straight. Haynes nudges it up to Mullaney at mid-on. In fact, the ball doesn't reach him, so Mullaney has to jog a couple of steps to come in and pick it up. Didn't see any blue sky at all yesterday. It was a blanket of grey cloud over Trent Bridge all day long, but thankfully today those clouds have parted. We can see plenty of blue sky now. I think everybody out there would agree could do with it being a little bit warmer, but much better than yesterday as Broad bowls again, and once more Haynes, technically correct, gets into position and plays it up to Mullaney, this time with enough force to reach the fielder. It remains 56 for 4. And Fletcher now comes across with a word for his teammate, or a quip. In fact, Fletcher's laughing, so something down there is tickling him, and he felt the need to pass it on to Broad. Fair head, arms and knees pumping as he runs in, bowls. Ooh, this one started life very wide of the off stump and swings away further, and again Tom Moore's light on his feet, moves across in front of Clark Duckett and Lyndon James to take it. Traffic fairly light now outside the ground. We're looking down the Loughborough Road. The old car lot is in disarray just outside the ground on the Bridgeford Road stand. It was demolished a couple of years ago, and it looked as if they're going to build a garden centre or some such last season. This one's played up to mid-on, but certainly no sign of that at the moment. I've seen one or two big hits end up in there over the years. Don't recall anybody belting one over the top of this Radcliffe Road stand. I can remember Danny Law. Did he play for? I think he played for Sussex, and may have finished with Durham, but I think he was playing for Sussex. He put one right on the top tier of this stand. I think that's one of the biggest straight hits I've seen here, as Broad bowls, and this is pushed out as far as Liam Patterson White. Frank's back alongside me. One ball left in this over. Of course, we've had a ball hit into this commentary box by Alex Hales. That really was threading
a big hit, isn't it?
A needle in a haystack.
What had you said something to upset him?
Actually bounced there.
There, I can see the mark on the desk.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not great radio, I know, but see where it landed. 56 for 4 as Broad is in again. Final ball of the over. Nicely bowled, nicely played. That was a true test of bowler v batsman. Tight stuff from Broad, and Haynes getting solidly behind it. He remains on 34. Barnard has 8. They put 24 on now. Worcestershire 51 behind.
Yep, Jack Haynes, definitely the pick of the Worcestershire batsmen in this game. 37 top scorer in first innings, and the only player in double figures in this second innings. 34 off 67 balls. Young man from Ombersley Cricket Club.
There's one or two that we've come across in recent meetings between the two sides not involved. Tom Fell, Gareth Roderick.
Yep. There's... Oh, Patterson bowls to Barnard, who just nibbles at that outside the off stump and missed it. Tom Fell struggled a bit out of form at the end of last season. Gareth Roderick has struggled to find his best form since moving up the M5 from Bristol and resettling his family, etc, etc. Made some runs in the seconds a couple of times this season, and yes, fringing the squad, I would say. Possibly an option.
I mean, it looks a settled top 6, but you need to contribute, don't you?
Patterson is in, bowls down the leg side. Barnard flicks at that, misses it. Nicely taken by Tom Moores. Made that take look easy, believe me, that's not. Ankle height down the leg side. Skipped across, 2 hands to it, and before you know it, he's flicked it up for Ben Duckett, who's come from second slip. Really good, tidy piece of wicket keeping. 56 for 4. Yeah, you need, well, it goes without saying, I suppose, doesn't it? Top 4, 5, 6 batters have got to produce. Azhar Ali, top score 20 so far. I mean, you know, Worcestershire will be hoping for more from him. But and Jack Haynes has not made a big one yet. I mean, he's got these 230s in this game, but what a time this would be for him to go big. But yeah, it's an unspoken sort of obvious aspect of cricket, I think. Patterson in, bowls to Barnard, who plays nicely off the back foot, square on the offside for a single, which takes him on to 9, and the total to 57 for 4. That batsmen are under pressure to score runs. You know, any batsman feels the pressure if he has 3 or 4 low scores in succession, I think. And if somebody's getting runs in the seconds, Worcestershire have got a new opening batsman called Taylor Cornell, who they signed from up in the north of England. He got 100 for the seconds the other day, and you know, that'll be putting pressure on the likes of Ed Pollock. Obviously, if you've had a couple of good years like Jake Libby, Patterson in bowl, short to Barnard. Haynes, who thinks about the pull shot, as he played successfully twice in the last over but pulls out. If you've had a couple of good years like Jake Libby, you've probably got a bit more leeway, haven't you? You know, coaches are going to say, well, he's proved his capabilities and he's just going through a bit of lean form. It's just one of those things. And you know, there'd be every confidence that his big score won't be far away. Probably likewise with Azhar Ali. But all batsmen feel pressure, I think, when they're not making runs. I really do. More than people might imagine. As Patterson comes in and bowls to Haynes, who pushes up to mid-on. And Jack Haynes is one that I know, you know, I mentioned yesterday, he was run out at Edgbaston last year in the Championship for, I think it was 87 when he was backing up and it flicked the bowler's hand, and then he made 96 or 7 against Derbyshire and hit a long hop straight down deep backward square's throat, and he's yet to register a red ball 100. And yet, you know, as we've seen today and yesterday, he's a very fine young player. I hope I haven't talked him out. Here's Patterson, he's in, he bowls, and he leaves that one home to my relief outside the off stump, and it's taken by Moore's. End of the over from Patterson. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16, and Worcestershire still trailing by 50.
I think we're going to get
57 for 4.
I think we're going to get a change in
Bit
the
of spin.
dynamics here. Yep. Liam Patterson-White, who, well, Frank was talking there, those last couple of deliveries was loosening up. He's not one to loosen up and whirl his arms around unnecessarily. So he's obviously got the nod from Stephen Mullaney, and I'm sure now we will have a moment or two whilst they sort the field out and decide how they're going to go about this. No short legging just yet. Normally get a Seba Mead in there close when the spinner's on. We've already seen the shift in personnel in the slip cordon, because Stephen Mullaney always goes in there when Patterson-White's bowling. So Duckett is at extra cover and Clark is at mid-off. Liam Patterson-White bowls. First ball hits him on the pad and brings a very confident LBW shout. It was a low full toss because Barnard swept across the line and missed it, and might just have been a little fortunate not to perish their first ball. Sort of gave the Nottinghamshire team, though, an early indication of how we might intend to play Liam Patterson-White. Sweeping first ball, missed it. Here comes the spinner round the wicket again, tosses it up, and this is pushed into the offside, into space. Nicely played by Barnard. Long run for a Seba Mead, and they will settle for a couple of runs.
He's a very inventive, very creative cricketer against spin, Ed Barnard, and very, very capable of playing all sorts of shots in the white ball game. And he's very good at that little ramp, but whether it's the right thing to do before you've even had a look at it, I'm not so sure.
Here's Patterson-White into him again, and this is hit crisply to mid-off. It was in the air for a brief moment, but that was all. Joe Clark doing the fielding. Patterson-White 5 for 84 and 3 for 43 against Sussex, 2 for 22 and 1 for 51 against Glamorgan. The first 2 matches he bowls here, and this time it's defended, and then last week at Durham 5 for 54 and 2 for 7, so he's already picked up 18 wickets at 15 apiece. 2 5-wicket hauls. 59 for 4. It's in again, bowls, and once more the sweep, and this time to good effect. Barnard gets it away out of the middle and gets a boundary away on the leg side. It's almost like Zorro then, wasn't it? A quick of the bat and
hit
away
that
it
well,
went.
didn't he? Hit that well, but I got the impression Patterson wasn't too bothered about it.
No.
As if to say, yeah, okay, if you're going to play across the line, you've only just got to miss one.
His 24th first-class match, already 64 wickets. Comes in, bowls again. This time it'll be cut away on the offside. Out to Hasiba Mead. 64 for 4. Picked up 4 wickets in that drawn game at New Road last year, Liam Patterson-White. 64 for 4.
He's got a lovely little quirky approach, and he just a little walking approach, and then he just flicks up his right heel just a little bit. It's just a little reflex. Does it exactly at the same moment every time. He flicks the right heel up in the air and then goes into his last 2 or 3 strides.
They're looking to get amongst the wickets.
Nice rhythm.
He didn't get amongst the runs, did he? He was the victim of that push.
Yeah, what a run out. That was a great throw from Baker, wasn't it? But yeah, started well, I thought, even though he went for that boundary. I thought he started pretty nicely there. Dane Patterson to continue from the pavilion end, bowls outside the off stump to Barnard, who lets that go through to keeper Tom Moores. Barnard has become the second Worcestershire batsman to make double figures in this innings. He's 16 not out. Haynes is 34. The lead for Notts is still 43. These two just hanging in there, as they've got to do. Stick around, see what they can do, see where they are in another 10-15 minutes, and then another 10-15 minutes, and then perhaps looking forward towards tea. Patterson in bright sunshine bowls and beats Barnard with an absolute beauty. That's the ball that picked him up so many wickets yesterday.
Yep.
Batsman had to play, nibbled away off the seam, past the outside edge. Barnard stands with his hand on his hip, leaning on his bat, and just with his right hand just mimes the shape of that delivery just leaving him, and just thinks, well, you know, just good job I missed it, really. Not a lot I could do.
They'd be wondering now, is he going to get another one, or is
Yeah,
he going to get the one that comes
the other
back?
way?
And of course he played on yesterday to Patterson.
He did. Patterson, Barnard batting out of his crease, and that one is the other one, but he gets the starting line of it wrong, and it just goes away down the leg side, and Moores again skips across to his left to do the fielding. 64 for 4. Saw Tom Moores going through some quite intricate footwork drills with his dad this morning, his father Peter, who obviously kept wicket as well for Worcestershire for a while as well before he moved on to Sussex, and that's exactly what they were working on, just that little skip sideways, staying on his feet, taking those leg side balls without diving. Patterson is in, bowls. Barnard gets a run this time. Late movement, but he just tickles it behind square on the leg side, and Hasib Hamid comes in from the leg side boundary, does the fielding. One more to Barnard, 17 to him off 39 deliveries. Haynes 34 off 70 deliveries, and the partnership now 33 between these two.
Helicopter just gone over the ground. I think it's behind the floodlight pylon right now.
Oh
so
yeah,
can't
I can see it now. Yeah, off into the distance. Here's Patterson to Haynes, and Haynes is back nicely in behind it, pushing out into the covers, where Patterson-White does the fielding, and there's no run. So we've got Patterson at one end and Patterson-White at the other. Pattinson not playing. I was having nightmares before this game when I was doing my bit of preparation about one of them bowling and one of them fielding it and one of them backing up. Or
at Durham last week, of course, we had Keegan Peterson
as
well.
Yeah.
And of course, with the gloves on, keeping wicket, we've got Peter's son.
That's really stretching it. Here's Patterson in now, bowls, and Haynes gets a run down to third man. Maybe thinking about 2, but Ben Slater comes rapidly round to do the fielding and fires the throw back in to Peter's son, Moores, and it's 66 for 4 at the end of the over. Barnard 17, Haynes 35, and a quiet little spell, which is very much what Worcestershire would have been hoping for when they came out after lunch. Trail by 41.
Say quiet little spell. That's 40 minutes this session so far. Eaten up, and they've also eaten up a portion of those runs. Worcestershire still trail by 41, but the longer this pair can stay together, the more frustrating it'll get for Notts. Patience the key, though. They'll know there's a decent player to come in next, Ben Cox, but a little bit of inexperience at the bottom portion of the scorecard. Not sure who's holding who up here, but now we're ready. Liam Patterson-White gets us going again. Two little ducks on his back. 22. Oh, a push and a run. In comes Ben Duckett. Shies at the stumps, and Moores whips off a bail, and one or two asking the question of the umpire, but that was nicely judged. Ed Barnard home. A push and run from Haynes, and Ben Duckett just had to make up a little bit of ground, and by the time he'd got there, they were just about home. 67 for 4. Duckett maybe will get a little tighter now. Nicely judged single. Here's Patterson-White in again. Barnard on 17. He's gone for the sweep down the leg side. He's missed it. Moores has missed it. And I think we're going to have a couple of buys here. In fact, they might even come back hard for the third. They will. I think this is going to be 3 buys. Yep. So down the leg side. It's certainly been a 1 day wide. Liam Patterson-White. I doubt they were sort of playing for a stumping, because it almost seemed as if Tom Moores was fooled as well with it. Just been slung down the leg side. Batsman missed it, and so did the keeper. 70 for 4. Worcestershire trail by 37. Bowls, and again they'll take a single just to the left of Duckett. Useful runs coming here. And Liam Patterson-White to his second over. Already gone for 9 runs from 9 deliveries, and there's 3 buys as well. Round the wicket to Barnard. And, so just push back to the bowler, has to walk forward a couple of paces to pick it up. At Brace Cricket, at Frank Watson 58, if you'd like to get in touch. Very good afternoon to you from Nottingham, wherever you are this Friday afternoon UK time, as this is steered into the offside, and Asibami does the fielding. Certainly the warmer side of the ground away to our left, to our right in a little bit of shade from the Smith Cooper stand. 72 for 4. Next delivery just propped down on the leg side end of the over, and not an awful lot seemingly going for Liam Patterson-White at the moment. Doesn't seem to be a great deal of turn there. They've decided not to go in with a short leg, just to try and crowd the batsman. So it's been played relatively easily by Barnard and Haynes, and now they've got a different challenge, a different proposition. I think they'll be very pleased that Dane Patterson's out of the attack, but he was just starting to look as if he was ready for a spell, and it's going to be Lyndon James.
Yeah, I think you're right, but it's a double-edged sword, Dave, because they're very pleased that the man who got 8 wickets in the first innings isn't bowling anymore. But what you've got to make sure you don't do as a batsman then is allow a little bit of mental complacency to come in. You think, oh, we've seen him off, and Lyndon James perfectly capable of bowling wicket-taking deliveries on this surface, and guard against that complacency, very important. Here is James from the pavilion end, bowls to Barnard outside the off stump, allowed through to Tom Moores. Slingy sort of action, Lyndon James, quite a gangling young man, slim, tall, long-armed, and quite a slingy action. Hits the deck quite hard, and the ball skids on to the batsman. So a very, very capable all-rounder, no question about that, making his way in the game. And he's in now. Quite a pacey approach as well. He's in past umpire Hartley. Bowls to Barnard, who gets a run in behind this. Steers that down on the offside. First 100 for Lyndon James last game, Dave?
Yeah, at Durham, absolutely delighted for him. Yes, I was just going to say, so far he's probably made more of an impression with the bat than with the ball. Does have a 5-wicket haul in last year's Royal London One Day Cup competition.
But yeah, promising all-rounder certainly.
Yeah, he's best of 4 for 51 in the championship so far.
Comes in now, running straight towards us, tall, blonde-haired, right arm over the wicket, in, bowls, and Haynes works this one off his sort of middle and leg up to mid-wicket, and no run taken. Haynes on 37, which is what he made in the first innings, and he was the top scorer amidst the mayhem. And he's faced 76 deliveries for these runs. Waits now, bat tapping in the crease as James is into him. He bowls and Haynes is on the back foot, forcing out on the offside. Didn't really time it, but kind of steered it wide of Patterson White, who's in the covers, and immediately calls Barnard through for a single. Despite the low score and the low score in the first innings, the Worcestershire running in the game has been very positive. Clearly something that they've agreed upon, that they're going to try and keep the scoreboard ticking over. Not just in this game actually, but in previous games as well. 74 for 4 now. James in again in bright sunshine. Bowls to Barnard. That's a good delivery. Hands on head from slip and bowler as Barnard left that, and it nipped back. Missed the off stump. But the old cliche, there's only 2 sorts of lead, and that was a good one because it missed the stumps. And although by the time Tom Moores took it, it was around about behind middle and leg, Barnard not too worried. Just concentrate on the next ball, will be what he's saying to himself, what they're saying to each other. Small targets. 45 minutes since lunch, they've survived. Here's James again, bowls, and this time Barnard does play at it, and they only just survive by the skin of their teeth. A coat of varnish as that one passes the shoulder of the bat. Bounced a little bit more, that one from James. Good delivery to end the over. At the end of it, his first over, just 2 runs from it. Worcestershire still trailing by 33, are 74 for 4.
Just 2 overs for the spinner, and he's quickly whipped out of the attack by Stephen Mullaney. Luke Fletcher's going to get his first bowl since lunch. 2 overs, none for 10 for Liam Patterson White.
Not bad that though, you know. Give him a little go. Just see how they're going to play him. See how they're going to approach it. Well worth a try.
You know, it clearly wasn't in line, but could have got a wicket first ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know, as we saw with Patterson yesterday, sometimes you get a wicket straight away and it sets you off for the spell. It didn't happen.
For sure.
So Fletcher, as we saw last year, in fact, as we've seen many times in the past, if he can get one and get on a bit of a roll.
Yeah, get on a roll. He's a burst bowler, and a bit like Joe Leach for Worcestershire, we always think.
Things could still yet happen in this session for Nottinghamshire. Haynes on 38. Starting off with 2 slips as Fletcher comes in for his first ball, and no alarms there as Haynes pushes into the offside. Patterson White doing the fielding. He's got Stuart Broad at mid-off and Stephen Mullaney at mid-on to chat to here. Fletcher. Dream start in the first over for Luke Fletcher bowling Ed Pollock. Second ball of the innings comes in to Haynes, who leaves it alone. Just in that little corridor, they call it, just outside the off stump. And batsman not drawn into playing after it. .74 for 4. Struggle really, I think, up to this point in the match to make a case for Worcestershire having won any of the sessions. But this one, thus far.
Maybe the last session yesterday, I suppose.
Next ball pushed into the offside. There's no run. Yeah.
Although Ben Duckett dominated the early part of it, didn't he? So you could say it was even.
Single taken, 75 for 4.
Lovely afternoon now.
Yeah.
Probably still need your jumper on, but
2 jumpers and a coat, I think. And your gloves and your hat. Don't think it's that warm.
no.
It looks nice.
Yeah. Maybe if you find yourself a little shady, a little sheltered spot.
Fletcher in once more, nicely defended by Barnard. Just quickly elsewhere. Northants all out for 390 then. Innings closed at Chelmsford against Essex. Luke Proctor made a century there in that innings. Surrey Baton at Bristol, a game that's been dominated latterly by Jamie Smith. He's 174 not out, 453. Fletcher bowls driven back past him.
Good shot down the ground that by Ed Barnard. First real half volley Fletcher's bowled, and Barnard just leant on it really. No great flourish. Good shot. Goes to 23.
Yeah, the old post-Covid cough won't leave me, folks. I'm sorry about that. 453 for 7, Surrey, with Smith 174 not out. It was a lovely straight drive, wasn't it? Past Fletcher, who couldn't get down quickly enough. 79 for 4. Lancashire 176 for 7, replying to Hampshire's 246 at the Aegeus Bowl. Warwickshire 26 for 1, replying to Somerset's 458 at Taunton. As Fletcher in again to Barnard, who stays on 23, blocking it. One other score in Division 1, Yorkshire 39 for 3 at Headingley, where Kent made 291 and play suspended, it says. I'm not sure what's gone off there. I'll give you the Division 2 scores in the fullness of time. A medical emergency in the crowd, I understand, at Headingley. So
is it? It just seems to have been a spate of those. There have been quite a few at football matches, haven't there? But well, I hope all is well. Lyndon James to continue here at the sun-drenched Trent Bridge. Be bowling to Jack Haynes from the pavilion end. 2 slips, the only close fielders. And in comes James and bowls to Haynes, who gets a run. Just standing up, getting on top of this one, just short of a length outside off stump, and he steers it down to third man for a single. Takes him on to 40, which is exactly half of the Worcestershire total, which is 80 for 4, and they still trail by 27 runs. But at the moment, they won't be too worried about the figures on the board. They just want to occupy the crease and stick at it, just work at it, see if they can get through the next 10-15 minutes. As in comes James, and he bowls, and outside the off stump left lane. I've got to nip off and do an update, Dave.
Just looking, I think this is Worcestershire's highest partnership of the match. I presume it would be. I think so, yeah. They've put 48 on for this wicket. 44 yesterday between Haynes and D'Oliveira for the 4th wicket. They've now gone past that. Barnard on strike. James bowls and hit down the ground. Oh, that's a really good stop. Good bit of work there at mid-off. Stuart Broad diving to the ground to deny Ed Barnard a boundary, which is surely what it would have been. The other scores, Division 2, Derbyshire 368, Glamorgan 6 without loss, Middlesex 293 for 5, century for Mark Stoneman, replying to Leicestershire's 149, and Sussex and Durham down at Hove, Durham 221, Sussex 198 for 3. Next ball is fairly loose from Barnard, chasing after a wideish one, and misses it completely as it goes through to Moores. So you're up to speed with events here and events elsewhere. For 4 Worcestershire. They were 0 for 1 6 for 2, 18 for 3, 32 for 4. As Lyndon James balls again, worked on the leg side, and there's no run. Lots of encouragement for Lyndon James right now, you can perhaps hear it. Just picking up the sound of the Nottinghamshire players encouraging their young bowler. 23 years of age, born in Worksop. Like Stuart Broad, went to Oakham School. He's held this down the leg side, and on its way it goes for 4. Barnard just tickled it away, far too fine for anybody to cut off. Barnard on to 27, and that's the 50 partnership, the first of the match for Worcestershire. 52 they've added. It's come up from 108 deliveries, 27 of them to Ed Barnard, 22 to Jack Haynes. And it's been not only timely, but much needed. Worcestershire now trail by 23. Still going to be Luke Fletcher. Here comes Fletcher. Bowls to Haynes. He defends this one. Haynes is on 40. Yes, glorious conditions here. Slight hold-up. I think the umpires are going to change the ball. Nottinghamshire have had no success with this particular cricket ball since lunch because Worcestershire have advanced their second innings score to 84. Haynes have now added 52. Notts were in control, certainly, leading up to lunch. 266 all-out Notts in their first innings. That was a lead of 107. 4 quick wickets left Worcestershire at 32 for 4. They'll be looking to break this frustrating stand now. Worcestershire 84 for 4, still trailing by 23.
Hey, you got your update then?
Did indeed, yeah. So they are going to change the ball that I just alluded to there. The two umpires have had a bit of a chat, and out comes the suitcase full of replacement deliveries.
You hear when I was talking about this yesterday, Dave? I think there's been a bad batch this year because this is about the 6th time that I've seen a ball change this year. You know, you often see them say, "Have a look at this ump," and he looks at it and says, "Oh, get on with it." But there's about the 6th time this year, in the last 2 weeks, that I've seen the ball actually get changed. So they've taken it and said, "We're not keen on this," and they actually look at it and say, I think a few times it's been when it's been smashed into a concrete terrace or something like that, and it's perhaps scathed the surface of the ball, but doesn't appear to be that this time. Maybe just gone out of shape. As you say, this partnership, first 50 partnership Worcestershire have had in the game, probably becoming a little bit frustrating. But players on both sides have all been there before. They've all seen this. Games tilt and sway, and the Notts side will be feeling, as they've told themselves, I'm sure, many times before, we only need to get a couple more wickets and the game will be right back in our favour. But good effort so far by this pair.
Ben Duckett to inspect. Ben Duckett, of course, one of the frontline
ball
bowlers.
inspectors.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Surprised Stuart Broad wasn't down there, just sticking his nose, or Luke Fletcher sticking his nose in the box of replacement balls, trying to find one with a good seam on.
There's all sorts of theories, aren't there?
Yeah.
Go for a seam, go for one that's a bit deeper red, they used to say.
Only had 30 overs in this innings, so should still be relatively hard. Let's see what Luke Fletcher can do with this replacement.
Always worth a try when you need a wicket.
Here he comes. Bowls, and well, it's just been helped. In fact, run with an open face by Haynes down to third man. Hamid will field 2 more. Worcestershire 86 for 4, and the deficit is 21. And of course, we're going to get, seemingly not too far from now, the scenario where we're going to be saying, well, that's another run that Notts are going to have to get, and that's another run. Of course, we mentioned it earlier, Worcestershire with an over rate in the minuses, -1 only, but that is the danger if you lose by an innings, and you've only had 1 tilt at the opposition and you're in the minuses, you run the risk of losing points.
Happened to Sussex at New Road last week.
There's Fletcher in bowls, and well defended by Haynes. Not much happening for the Nottinghamshire bowlers, which will absolutely suit Haynes and Barnard, and undoubtedly the best conditions of the match for batting right now.
Yeah, that happened to Sussex at New Road last week, beaten by an innings and then found themselves docked a point as well. I think it's, as you quite rightly said, Dave, had insult to injury, and very annoying indeed. But all part of the game.
Yep. Got to keep it moving. It's just a shame they can't find a way of penalising the sides in Test cricket. Next one's punched through the offsides, and then I'll go for 4. Haynes totally in control of that and nudges it into the offside. Yeah, I know the sort of, there's always talk about he's had 5% or 10% or whatever his match fee suspended and all this sort of thing in Test cricket, but doesn't pay in public, isn't it? If you go along, you're only going to get 83, 84 overs in a day rather than the 90. I mean, even that's 6 down on a county championship day of 96, isn't it?
Yeah, and you've probably paid a fair whack for your ticket.
£100 in some cases, as Fletcher comes in again and bowls. Nicely played by Haynes, who's within a boundary of a half century here. Played really nicely for the 2nd day in a row, holding Notts up, but I'm sure he'll still be aware that Worcestershire got their backs to the wall here. One mistake and Notts will still be eyeing up a quick kill in this 2nd innings. Ben Cox in at 7, and then, with all due respect, there's a whole heap of inexperience there in Baker, Finch, Pennington and Morris. Next ball worked away onto the leg side, and there's no run. 90 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is a longish tail for Worcestershire. Baker's a handy batsman, but I mean, he's got a 50 in first-class cricket, so's Pennington. But in these circumstances, it is an inexperienced last 4, well, last 3. Charlie Morris has got a bit more experience, but he's bringing up the rear. 90 for 4. So a lot depending on these two and Ben Cox. Cox, who's struggled a bit for runs recently, be a good time to rediscover his form. Ed Barnard on strike against Lyndon James. James is in bowls, and Barnard pushes this to mid-wicket where Mullaney does the fielding. And there's no run there. And Jack Haynes, 37 in the first innings, top score 46 not out so far in this 2nd innings for the local youngster, son of former Worcestershire all-rounder Gavin, now a respected cricket coach and school teacher in the Kidderminster area. Probably watching the stream or listening quite nervously as James is in. Bowls, lovely shot by Ed Barnard, slightly uppish but safe in the air on the leg side. Hamid out on the boundary does the fielding. They take a single. Barnard moves on to 28, and it's 91 for 4. The men out. Pollock bowled by the 2nd ball of the innings from Luke Fletcher without scoring, and then all before lunch, Libby for 3, Azhar Ali for 5, and the captain Brett D'Oliveira for 5. At lunch, 37 for 4. Since then, these two have held firm. Lyndon James is in, bowls to Haynes, who gets a run. just pushes this out square on the offside. Ben Slater, the fielder, coming round from third man to do the fielding. Haynes goes to 47. Lovely blue sky now. Bit of cirrus cloud, I think it is, and flag on the top of the pavilion just stirring gently in a coolish breeze. But the best batting conditions of the game so far, I think that's without doubt, and the pitch has pretty much changed colour since the start. James bowls short to Barnard, well directed bouncer. Barnard swivels round on the hook, trying to help it down to long leg, missed it. Two men back, one behind square on the leg side. Luke Fletcher in a wide-ish long leg position. Hamid only about 35 yards to Fletcher's left. So if he did get under it and get an edge, there's a trap been laid by Stephen Mullaney, but he didn't. He missed it. So it stays 92 for 4, and Lyndon James strides in again. Bowls to Barnard, who drives. Beautiful shot, really lovely shot. And he might have expected to get 4 for that, but it was a lovely tumbling stop at mid-on by Dane Patterson. Moved across to his left. They make those stops look so easy these days, Dave, and I think, you know, seriously, 20 years ago that was 4 probably, I reckon. The extent to which the basic level of fielding has improved is quite remarkable, and stops like that have become almost routine. Travelling was a good shot.
And we've seen plenty from the big fast bowlers as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Barnard drives again, this time hands on head from the bowler, because although he's hit it quite firmly up to mid-off, he was turned around by that, and it's really kind of squirted off the outside half of the bat up to Stuart Broad. And it only, what I think Lyndon James is feeling is that it only just needed to have gone a little bit more and he would have been nicking that. But it's the end of the over, he gets away with it. Barnard is 28 off 59, Haynes is 47 off 88. The partnership is 60 and the deficit is 15.
Still going to be Fletcher. 10 overs, 2 for 25. Luke Fletcher. Last match he reached 400 first class wickets for Nottinghamshire. Went well past that landmark last year in all cricket. And the leg side, or in first class cricket, played a little bit. Is this a note? No, it's not
leg
a no
by.
ball, it's a leg by.
Clunk off that hard thigh pad, wasn't it?
Just umpire Bainton was walking out with his arm outstretched, and it wasn't until he did a passable impersonation of the can that became obvious it was going to be a leg bite rather than a no ball. But just for a second I thought he might have overstepped. Had a little bit of an issue up at Durham in the last match, as did James Pattinson, who's not playing in this game. About 9 or 10 no balls in the match. This is pushed now into the covers, no run, 93 for 4. 7 wickets went down before started playing lunch. None yet in this session, but we still got the best part of 20 overs to go until tea. Ball lobbed back to Fletcher by Stuart Broad. And Fletcher sets off again. Ball's struck him on the pad, support from behind the wicket, but nothing from in front. The Fletcher approach has often been
inside of the knee again, I think. Or, you know, sometimes the batsman tries to play it and he clips the inside of his knee with his bat. I think he might have done that this time. It's really painful.
Fletcher running in has often been the subject of 1 or 2 words and comments. I think Paul Johnson's he runs like he's towing a caravan is yet to be bettered, and here he goes again in and bowls nice and full. Good looking shot, work for Mullaney to do, and he'll just drag it back just front of the rope, way down to our right. It's heading towards that little gap between the edge of the William Clark stand and the Radcliffe Road stand. Mullaney hauled it back just inside the rope, 95 for 4. He's see those big muscular Icelandic gentlemen, don't you? In the
world's
the
strongest man.
Run pulling a lorry or some such. Here he comes again. Bowles and the crisp drive up to Broad at mid-off, no run. 95 for 4.
Talking about the colour of the pitch, it is remarkable, isn't it, how it's changed. You've still got that one little green stripe down the middle, but yesterday morning it wasn't tinged with green, it was green, and now it's pretty much brown. That's the extent to which it's dried out, to which the sun has had its way, and it's clearly a slightly easier prospect occupying the crease than it was yesterday.
There's Fletcher in Bowles, short, pulled away, hammered away onto the leg side, and that's a good bit of work out there on the rope by Ben Slater. It's a good round of applause, couple of runs taken. Somebody heading off perhaps for naughty boy nets for Worcestershire. Not sure who
somebody
that is.
going, I think it might be Pat Brown actually.
Yeah, I think it is actually. Well, you would know better than I,
Going
but
with Alan Richardson. I'll borrow your binoculars. I haven't got mine.
I'll have to twiddle them to suit. End of the over, 97 for 4. Worcestershire trail by only 10 now.
Yeah, Pat Brown going to have a little bat in the nets with Alan Richardson.
Standworth 65. Very different feel about things now to when they came together before lunch.
Lyndon James to continue from the pavilion end, believing, I'm sure, that it only takes one ball. He's in, he bowls, and I thought he got it. A really, really good delivery. Perhaps a little bit of a loose shot from Jack Haynes, just short of a length wide of the off stump. Climbed quite steeply off the deck, and Haynes just fished at it outside the off stump, and be glad he didn't get a touch. Ed Barnard comes down to have a little word with him. Probably says, come on mate, don't give it away now, we've worked so hard. Only takes one ball. He's taken a step a little bit out of his crease here now, Haynes, taking guard just outside the popping crease as James comes in again to him, bowls, and this one is down the leg side, and Haynes picks up a single, clipping it nicely down to Hasib Hamid at backward square. Goes to 48. Haynes, 98 for 4 Worcestershire, and the trailing now just by the 9 runs. But yeah, they've worked really hard, these two, and as I say, what they will be saying to each other is, let's keep it going. Let's turn it into something a bit more significant than just a 50 partnership. Stuart Broad loosening up at mid-off as Lyndon James comes in from the pavilion end and bowls to Barnard, who drives straight down the ground. Beautiful shot, guaranteed 4 runs, except that it clatters into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Uproots the middle stump and he gets nothing. Such is life. Lovely shot from Barnard. Probably as well as he's timed a ball all day, and he gets nothing because it hits the stumps at the other end. 98 for 4 it remains.
Cruel when that happens, isn't it?
It is, yes, just, well, it's a quirk, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you'll feel good for having hit the ball so well. Get that nice satisfying feel of hitting the ball in the middle. Slight change in the field here. A bit like a prep school field, isn't it? I'll describe it as Lyndon James comes in and bowls and leaves this alone, Barnard. It is like a prep school field. When you get the under-11s or something, this is how they tend to set the field, apart from Slips, who never catch it at that level. And what I'm getting at is that we've got a silly mid-off who is on the next strip to the one we're playing on, and a silly mid-on who's on the next strip on the leg side. They're a bit deeper than they'd be in schoolboy cricket, but one is Patterson, who's virtually standing next to the non-striker, and the other is Broad on the offside. A few mind games going on as James comes in and bowls a bouncer to Barnard, who ducks under it and allows it through to Tom Moores. Be a bit of chirping as well, I expect, out there. But it's an interesting field. I like to see captains try little things like that little experiment with Patterson White and so on. We've got 2, so we've got, I mean, it's a weird looking field. 1 ball left in the over, but 2 slips, and then a man, a little triangle with the umpire, isn't there? Triangle with the umpire at the bowler's end. Broad on the onside, then the umpire on the offside, and then the umpire, and then Patterson on the leg side. Lyndon James is threading himself between the crowd as he comes in and bowls down the leg side to Barnard, who goes for a little flick, and quite fortunate he didn't just get a little tickle down the leg side to Moores. End of the over. It was an odd one, wasn't it?
Yes.
Interesting over. At the end of it, James 4 overs. No maidens, no wicket for 10. And Worcestershire with a deficit of 9 on 98 for 4.
I mentioned earlier there'd been a stoppage in play at Headingley. Yorkshire have just tweeted, the spectator in question is responsive and has been taken away for further treatment. Sending all our best wishes. Play will resume. 10 overs lost from the day's allocation. That's a fairly lengthy stoppage there. But
do they make those up at the end of the day? They must do, surely.
It's just 10 overs lost from the day's allocation. So maybe not. You can have 8 tomorrow, can't you? Or a maximum of 8 the following day, provided it's not the final day. Here's Fletcher. Seems to be a fairly lengthy spell this for Luke Fletcher, and as I say that, Stuart Broad's starting to loosen up at mid-off. This first ball is just helped onto the onside, and there's no run. 98 for 4. Worcestershire trail by 9. The whole Stephen Mullaney having a wardrobe malfunction. He's just dropped his trousers down to his knees, but sorting it all out. There's Fletcher. Past umpire Bainton. Bowls nice and full, and I thought for all the world he'd nick that. Haynes pushing at it just outside the off stump. It looked very much as if he'd nicked it through to Moores and hadn't. He's been stuck in the 40s for a while, hasn't he, Jack Haynes? I think he'd just like to get these 2 runs and then get going again. Kept him quiet since getting close to the particular milestone. Mentioned about this time yesterday how full a day's cricket we'd had, and we still haven't reached the halfway point of the day, and it's the same here as this is defended. The board says still to bowl today, 49.3 overs, so not quite at the halfway stage, so lots could happen yet. There's spectators many of whom have got in touch to say, well, absolutely screwing the plans up, going to watch the cricket till early afternoon and then cross the road to go and watch Forest. Well, you might get your wish yet. There's Fletcher into Haynes, who's on 48 and now drives into the offside. Well fielded by Liam Patterson-White, and he went to shy at the non-striker's end, caused a brief flutter there for Ed Barnard, I'm sure, but not for Stephen Mullaney. I think Mullaney had already given up the prospects of being able to back it up. 98 for 4. The crowd's still and quiet. No real movement. Soporific part of the afternoon. Next ball clipped on the leg side past Ben Slater. They take a single. 99 for 4. Barnard on to 33, and the partnership up to, beg your pardon, that was Haynes. Haynes on to 49. The partnership up to 67. Last ball of this Fletcher over. Broad has been stretching during the course of it, so he may be coming back for another tilt at trying to break this partnership. Fletcher bowls, and nicely defended by Ed Barnard, and Worcestershire are 8 behind at 99 for 4.
Yeah, I think Broad's coming on now, and I think we might see Lyndon James or Patterson come to the Radcliffe Road end. I saw Stephen Mullaney gesturing to somebody and pointing to this end to say that that was what was going to happen. So, well, interesting bowling change. Turning to the man you would turn to, I suppose, when you needed a wicket. Stuart Broad, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 27 so far, and as I've got to go off and do an update, I'll leave you in Dave's capable hands.
Thanks very much to Frank. At Frank Watson 58 if you want to get in touch with Frank. 99 for 4. Place your orders for his book. It's Daryl Mitchell's book really, but Frank helped with the long words. It's going to be Broad when eventually they're ready. I think we're getting Ben Slater. We are. Ben Slater is popping on the helmet and all the protective gear. So he's going to slide in there at short leg. We've just gone a little funky with the close catches because there's just the one regulation slip. That's Joe Clark. And Lyndon James being very deliberately placed. Is he in the gully? Is he in a 4th or 5th slip position? You take your choice really. Don't know where Ben Duckett's gone. He's disappeared completely. In fact, he's down at a long leg. In comes Broad then to bowl the bouncer, and it goes through to Moores. 99 for 4. No wickets since lunch. Worcestershire almost eaten up their deficit now. They're 8 behind. Getting off to a dreadful start, losing the dangerous Ed Pollock, second ball of the innings for naught. Jake Libby for 3, and then both Azhar Ali and Brett D'Oliveira fell for 5. Broad bowls, cries of catch, down to Duckett, takes it, and Broad has got a wicket. Haynes goes, a false shot, top edge down to long leg, straight into the hands of Duckett, who absolutely didn't have to move a foot this way or that, straight down his throat and comfortably pouched. And that's a really good innings, come to a pretty tame end, taking on Stuart Broad, just couldn't resist. It sailed down in the air and Ben Duckett pouched it, and it's 99 for 5. And Worcestershire still trail by 8 runs. Broad picking up his 3rd wicket of the match, 2 for 27 in this innings. Well, it's a sad sight really, because you can clearly see that Haynes is very, very disappointed as he makes his way off. He's banged the ground a couple of times. Batted for just over 2 hours, 2 hours 12 minutes, faced 98 balls, hit 7 fours, but then just couldn't resist. And the top edge sailed all the way straight down into the hands of Duckett. So Ben Cox is the new batsman, on his way out to the middle for the 2nd time in the match. Made just 2 yesterday, trapped LBW by Dane Patterson. And he will be very much aware, as Frank's been saying, that there's a whole deal of inexperience to follow. Josh Baker, Adam Finch, Dylan Pennington, and then Charlie Morris at the bottom of the order. Just the 2nd ball of Stuart Broad's comeback over, making the breakthrough. So Cox on the strike would normally, I think, have crossed. The ball was in the air for a long time, but there's an update. Well, Stuart Broad has just made a really important breakthrough here, because Worcestershire's 5th wicket pairing were going along very nicely. They'd added 67. Broad not used for about 40 minutes, but he's just come back into the attack, and 2nd ball he's picked up a wicket, a bouncer, very deliberate bouncer to Jack Haynes, who'd made 49 at top edge, and Ben Duckett down on the boundary. He didn't have to move a foot this way or that, landed safely in his hands. Broad needed that wicket, Notts needed that wicket. Worcestershire still trail by 7, but half the side out now. They're 100 for 5. A single first ball there. Ben Cox up and running, and that brings Ed Barnard back onto strike. wondered where Broad was going. I thought he was going to bowl off a Wes Hall type run up here, but clearly whoever had thrown the ball to him had over-clubbed, and he had to go almost down to the pavilion rope to pick the ball up. Here he comes then, to bowl to Ed Barnard. Worcestershire still trailing. Another short pitch ball goes through to Moores. 7 behind, and we're in the 36th over. Wasn't much applause for the Worcestershire total reaching 3 figures. I think we're at the stage now where Nottinghamshire supporters are willing and wishing every dismissal. 100 for 5. Barnard 32. Cox is 1. The headmaster's back with us.
Oh, don't. What does that mean? Does that mean that I'm not a nice person, authoritarian, or just old and grumpy? What does that mean?
Keep us in order, keep us in check. You guide us through the day with the correct approach of discipline and coordinated output.
Yeah.
There's Broad. In. Bowls another bouncer, the 14th of the over, and it's rightly called as a no ball. It's not that many, of course, but he had been overdoing it, and that's why it's been called for a no ball for height. Now the full teapot from Stuart Broad, but you make the most of it, don't you? You turn and go back and say, well, I've got another chance to get him out.
He doesn't like it.
No, he didn't. He was brushing his almost his fringe there, his forehead, as if to say it was only this high, but it did look to be about 12 feet high, didn't it, as it went over the top. But we are looking down on the action.
Well, he's done well this over. Terrific. Tempting of Haynes, and he fell for the trap.
Worcestershire 5 behind, and he comes Broad, and this one over his shoulder, over the numbers. Barnard had to bend down, and it went over the small of his back. 102 for 5. The end of a successful over for Stuart Broad. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 30. Just took him 2 deliveries.
What a lovely afternoon. The sun's out. Low flying plane somewhere here. Not too low, hopefully. And sun shining on
the righteous.
The righteous, yeah, or the leftous, actually, as we look out from here. So there's that on the left. We've got a bit of... Is that Luke going off there? Luke Fletcher having a bit of a breather?
Yeah, I suspect so. Lyndon James is going to come back into the attack.
So he's making his way as Luke up the steps. But it's a nice picture looking out on Trent Bridge, but it's not such a nice picture for Worcestershire, and the frustration for them is one of those periods of hard work, real good progress, determination, and then he just fell for the trap of the short pitch ball, and no need. And it's such a bitter shame, because 2 innings now from Haynes. He's got something there.
Yeah, very much so.
He is a positive cricketer, but he's gone for 49. Next delivery, start of this next over, full from James Bunning to Cox, who's on 1. So they've got to do it all over again. A decent partnership, 50 plus for that.
The sub-fielder, Kevin, down at sort of long leg or deep backward square. His name is Toby Petman. His 2nd year on the staff, former Oxford University skipper. He's a quick bowler, still waiting for his first opportunity in the first team. Toby Petman.
Well, good afternoon and welcome, Toby. Nice to have you on the park. Cox is on 1, and Lyndon James is going to bowl his 5th over of the innings. Full, and very nearly gets an edge. What a lovely delivery that was. Full of length, just a little bit of movement away from Cox as he came forward to it. Lovely bowling, and there has been some tremendous bowling, but there have been those moments, and on balance, I was talking a little bit earlier with Frank, his feeling certainly were yesterday in that first innings that there weren't too many occasions when Worcestershire got themselves out. Full credit to the bowling and Patterson, and some terrific cavalier batting today from Nottinghamshire, putting themselves in a strong position, and good bowling second innings again. Next ball bowled and up onto his toes and worked onto the onside up towards mid-on. But there's always, for me, and it had settled down after lunch, it had settled down a little bit, just a bit too much jeopardy I felt, from Worcestershire at times. And that's all sorts of reasons for that. And one of them is the quality of bowling they're facing.
Yeah.
It's constant.
Yeah.
We called it a barrage this morning, didn't we? It's
They've
constant.
been under pressure.
Yeah. So and they're human beings.
Yeah.
But it's that little bit of extra application and concentration, next delivery, and push into the offside and no run. And I thought it was really clear at times as well that that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to look for those balls to leave and to, play with good judgment out there. They were struggling a bit with the timing of this as well of some of the strokes. They were trying, but the pressure was building, and they were just starting to wrestle that back a little bit.
Yeah.
And another wicket goes. 102 for 5, trailed by 5 runs. And Cox it is, facing the next delivery bowled, and bat on that losing the R's there, because that very nearly sneaked in between bat and pad. But Cox keeps that out. Got 2 slips in at the moment, man way in the distance down there at third. You've got extra cover, Stuart Broad. Still got his hands on his hips, and I think he's still thinking about that no ball. He's standing there at mid-off, you've got mid-on and mid-wicket, and 2 out there on the leg side in the shadows, a deep backward square leg, and also some more of a conventional mid-wicket area on the boundary down the leg side from James this time, and taken by the keeper. Completes that over. So a nice afternoon, a Friday afternoon. It's day 2 of this match, and Worcestershire in some bother at 102 for 5, trailing by 5 runs with Barnard and Cox, the not out pair. Barnard on 32 and Cox on 1.
Yes, the 5 that are out are the top 5 on the card: Libby Pollock, Azhar Ali, Haynes and D'Oliveira. Stuart Broad has ball in hand, and once again the leg side trap being set. 3 fielders. They're not on the rope. They're all very deliberately placed, aren't they? 15, 20 yards in. We've got a fine leg of Seabermead, a long leg really, and Ben Duckett, and just in front of square is the skipper himself. Got a short leg in Ben Slater. Liam Patterson-White going to mid-wicket. Toby Petman, the sub-fielder, just being removed from the leg side, and he's been put into the covers. Lyndon James at that 4th slip gully position. Joe Clark is at slip. I think they've all had a name check, and here is Lyndon James doing the fielding. In fact, no, because Dane Patterson's down at 3rd man. I hadn't seen him until he comes into view as I lean out over our gantry. Down below us, away to our right, Dane Patterson. 9 wickets in the match. I think Frank Early said he'd certainly be definitely on for a 10 for in this match. Well, I think he's perhaps only got 1 more session. You never know how it's going to pan out, but you'd imagine he'll have 1 more spell with the ball. Broad is in, nicely played by Barnard. Really did well there, because short leg Ben Slater is 3 paces away from the batsman, and he still managed to play it down before it reached Slater.
Wasn't that an interesting field placing of those 2, those Broad and Patterson, right there in that triangle as you described it on with the umpire, and it caught my eye for the fact that I'm thinking all that attention that or confusion for the batter.
Here comes Broad. In again, nicely played again by Barnard, but every ball's a challenge here at the moment.
As a batter, you've really got to be watching that ball, haven't you? Because you know how the batters, it's just the slightest movement, some worse than others, but the slightest movement by a spectator in the distance, the back, and when it's stopped, and I don't want to face that sort of bowling.
Yeah.
There you had 2 fielders who were pretty much jumping up and down as the bowler came in.
Yeah.
Real distraction, focus on that ball you've got to have as a batter.
102 for 5. Broad halfway through the 38th over of the innings. He's in again, edge for 4. Crikey. In fact, it's not. Dane Patterson has pulled off a marvellous stop down here. Just couldn't believe that he's got round and stopped it, but obviously yet another full-length dive from the man they call the Great Dane. And a couple of runs is taken, but it was slightly edgy, but slightly deliberate as well. It was short
Well,
outside the off stump, and he's
I
tried
think
to
Clark,
lift it.
Sorry, Dale. I think Clark. Well, I thought he was looking, maybe thinking of dropping himself a bit deeper in that slip position. He's now gone back more conventional again.
Barnard onto 34, 104 for 5. This is wasted. It's down the leg side, well taken by Moores.
Something in a similar position would have asked some serious questions of Barnard there. So Clark, that went well to his right hand side at slip. Last but one delivery, but he was then looking, and I think he might. I think Duckett's talking to him now. Of course, Duckett knows a lot about that area as well, and his wicket-keeping background himself and being a slipper. He's dropping himself deeper, and that could have been a catch, and that's what he's doing now.
Yep. Oh, but he's Broad's bringing him back, I think.
He is. Poor old Joe doesn't know coming or going out there.
But he's gone round the wicket here, Broad. A little bit of body theory, I would imagine. Oh, ducked underneath by Barnard, 20 over, 104 for 5.
And that's the one thing you give credit to Nottinghamshire throughout in their bowling and fielding. Always asking questions. Whilst we refer to a more settled period, at one very short period of time yesterday morning for Worcestershire, slightly longer period of time this afternoon after lunch. Even then, always constantly changes in the field, constantly asking questions, and never Mullaney never happy to let this game have a settled feel for the batting side. And there you find them. It's trailing by 3 with 5 down, second innings, 104 for 5. And Cox is going to face the first delivery of this 39th over of the innings. Still got 46 left in the day, so another late tea interval.
Yep.
Maybe a late finish to the day, but who knows how the day is going to finish. Cox is on 1. Lyndon James is bowling to him now. Fallen, maybe just a little bit slow, but Fallen pushed up to Broad, who's fielding at mid-off. No run. So you can see on the flag, there is only one flag flying on the iconic Trent Bridge pavilion. Far side from our commentary position here. It's billowing, so a strong breeze, but helped today with the sun shining now. Nice bright day here at Nottingham. For James turning around again and running away from the Radcliffe Road end. And he's in to Cox. Bowls driven nicely, but along the ground to Broad, nice and solid from Cox, but that's what Worcestershire require. And again, we talk obviously about the importance of getting a lead. However, the match situation, it's still, for me, it's more about the hours. It's the time at the crease here for these batters for Worcestershire. See where they are when they get to a certain next stage. But I say you're still looking a long way off from tea at the moment. And after that, whether it be hour by hour, over by over, whatever, James in, bowls full, well, driven to Broad again at mid-off, although for a moment I thought he looked as if he was trying to play that away on the leg side and drive it there, very nearly getting a leading edge, which he easily could have spooned up. But looking at that pitch again, coming down to have a little bit of a look at it.
I think we were spoilt a little bit by the morning session, weren't we? Everything happening. Explosive start to the day with Nottinghamshire rattling along 60-odd runs in the first 50 minutes of the day.
Long broad strides from James in on the leg side, taken by keeper Moores. No run.
2 sixes in the first 20 minutes of the day. It's not often a county championship day will start like that, is it?
Second morning.
Yeah.
Of the game.
We had Ed Pollock yesterday morning, didn't we? Hit one early on.
Yeah. There's been a real positivity about Worcestershire and their cricket. The running between the wickets, we've seen that clearly has been something they've been talking about. But James bowls now and looking to punch drive that one Cox, but can't get it past the fielder in the offside. So no run. But that positivity has been seriously checked. Yesterday with conditions which did heavily, seriously favour the bowlers, but they put it in the right spot. They made use of those conditions. Very good use. Today it's been slightly different. Certainly the pitch looks different, and certainly the skies look different. The score, well, it's still a long way back for Worcestershire. James bowls back of a length and carved away square on the offside, coming back for 2. Will they make it? Well, they will. But again, just for a moment or two, I just thought, is he going to make it? And that's seen some both teams actually, some really good fielding. Hasib Hamid on that occasion with the right arm throw. Completes that over. James has bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs he's conceded. And Worcestershire second innings 106 for 5. They trail by 1 run. Barnard on 34, Cox on 3. And to even be at this stage, which doesn't say a great deal, but in some ways it does actually, to be at where they were at lunchtime, the fears they wouldn't even get here, but they have.
Yeah.
But they still trail.
When Hamid picked that ball up, you can see how far away he was from the stumps, and you considered it highly unlikely that a fielder would be unable to or able to execute a run out from that distance. But we saw it yesterday with Jake Libby. Wonderful work to run out Slater as Broad comes in. Surprise, surprise, a short pitch delivery which Barnard sways out of the line of, and it goes through to Moore. So now we have got a deep set Joe Clark, if you like, just to try and stop Ed Barnard lifting one up and over the traditional slip cordon. Strange position, very deliberately set, and then behind him, almost in a line, is Dane Patterson down at third man, almost behind Joe Clark. This one is pushed out onto the offside. Had there been a silly point in there, he'd have been in the game, but of course had there been a silly point in there, Ed Barnard probably wouldn't have played that shot. Worcestershire trail by 1.
This is definitely James Brown funky fielding, this one, isn't it? It's real extreme stuff. And I'm pleased they've sorted it out, because poor old Joe last over, you know, stand up or come back here.
It's good to have a theory. Doesn't matter what it is, as long as you've got a theory.
Well, we almost saw how that theory came off.
Yeah.
Midway through that last Broad.
It's Broad again. Will it be short? Will it be pitched up? It is short. It's hit away. Cries of catch, but Stephen Mullaney then turns and runs out towards the Larwood and Vaux stand to go and fetch the ball back. It was nicely timed by Barnard. It was short. He was, I suspect, expecting that, but this one sat up nicely and he was in control of the shot and gets a boundary. And Worcestershire have the lead. Worcestershire lead by 3. They're 3 for 5 effectively, and now there's just a slight feeling from Nottinghamshire that, well, we know we're going to have to bat again. Let's just make sure it doesn't become a slightly tricky target. Aims are still the same. Next one is again short, and it bursts through the gloves of Moores, but he reacts quickly to do his own fielding, his own tidying up work, so they don't steal a bye this time.
So what I like from Barnard there, he played that shot, and I thought he played it brilliantly, way out there on mid-wicket, lots of power. Comes in with a short one on that occasion, just ducks out of the way of it. You know, and just looks to me to be as controlled and as measured as we've seen from any in the Worcestershire lineup, batting-wise here, Barnard here right now. Don't want to talk him out.
Here comes Broad again to Barnard down the leg side, taken by Moores. I suspect Ben Duckett would have been helped with the one he caught off Haynes by the fact that it went so high and he had a background of the Smith-Cooper stand, because it was perfectly clear there from the boundary that Barnard's just hit that Stephen Mullaney at deep mid-wicket, I don't think, picked it up. There were 1 or 2 cries of catch when it left the bat, but it was never going to reach Mullaney, but I don't think he saw it at all. He's maybe looking more towards the sun. By Hartley at the pavilion end. Stuart Broad past his left shoulder, bowls a lovely delivery, just shapes away past the shoulder of the bat and into the gloves of Moores. And Broad again giving it his all without any joy in that particular over, but he's got figures of 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 36, 3 wickets in the match for Broad, and 45 highly entertaining runs as well, as Luke Fletcher comes back on and Toby Petman goes back to preparing the drinks and getting the towels and all the other jobs that a young 12th man will have to do. 110 for 5.
Indeed. It is a lovely sight here at Trent Bridge on an afternoon like this afternoon. Watching the back here of James running in to bowl, and Cox this time pushes into the offside. No run. Always, you know me, Dave. Always down the middle. Never trying to show any bias towards any team. But Ed Barnard, of course, proud Shrewsbury lad. Proud Slopians. We stick together. We stick together. So I am.
Joe Clark as well, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, not Shrewsbury. He's a bit more sort of out there towards Wales. Is Joe? There's nothing wrong with that. But you know, he's a bit more out there with the Welshies. But Shrewsbury lad is Ed. But right now it's Cox who's facing on 3 and played away out there towards mid-wicket and no run. Sadly, still can't find in the cricketing fraternity anybody that supports the best football team in the area, which is Shrewsbury.
Oh, I went two or three times this.
And you brought us some luck, if memory serves me, on occasions. But I don't know what it is about that North Shropshire lot. They always go to Stoke. Why? Why Stoke? Come on now.
Always going to have a natter with my old mate Steve Cottrell, and he's always very hospitable and giving of his time. Good man, Steve Cottrell.
James into Cox, defensive, solid defence. I want to see a lot more of that from Worcestershire here, where possible. This now is what, midway through the 40th over here, so no, that new ball's a long way away. Let's knuckle down as best we can. I was listening with great interest to Frank earlier when he was talking about it's one thing to go out with that attitude, but then to play with that attitude against this bowling is mightily difficult. But here, you know, conditions seemingly set up for a bit of defiance, and they've got themselves this little lead, this 3-run lead. Cox on 3 himself. James bowls now, and solid defence.
It's like the old Frank, the old Mike Tyson saying, isn't it? Everybody has a plan against me until I hit them in the face.
Yes,
a little bit like that with facing Stuart Broad.
Well, it did. Yeah, it did feel like it, didn't it? And Fletcher as well. The whole shebang. And yesterday with Patterson. Yeah. So you have seen something better from Worcestershire here this afternoon, and all the more frustrating for Haynes perhaps for his 49. But James, well, was going to come in, and what we got here, he's not happy. And Frank, I don't know if you're in the room, I was just talking about that field setting we had earlier with those 2 fielders next to the umpire. There, that the batter, seemingly nothing they can do about any distractions and jumping up and down there. But any jumping up and down from the crowd or whatever, you know, half a mile away, and they can stop that. But again, that was another example of this enterprising field settings we've seen from Stephen Mullaney. But now we can go again. Cox is facing. Next ball and punched into the offside, down hard and firm towards extra cover from Cox, who's now faced 18 balls for his 3. Barnard at the other ends now faced 85 deliveries for his 38. It's graft out there. It's knuckling down. It's trying to make sure that anybody who was foolish enough to check out of their hotel this morning was nothing but a fool to do that. We've got Cox on 3, and next ball defensively, no runs. Dave is going to be doing an update for listeners on BBC Radio Nottingham. At the end of the over, there 110 for 5, leader 3 runs for Worcestershire.
I wouldn't be at all surprised if we don't have a little bit more Liam Patterson-White before tea. Maybe with a different field settings. They didn't really have fielders round the bat when Liam came on earlier. It was just sort of 2 experimental overs, just to see if there was much turn, but weren't overly attacking. It's going to be Broad to continue. Zach Chappell out there with the... it's not. Is it Zach Chappell or... There's a radio update anyway, we'll sort it out in a second. Yes, Nottinghamshire have picked up a wicket this afternoon. That of Stuart Broad to leave Worcestershire 110 for 5. Remember the visitors beginning their second innings 107 behind Notts. A bright and breezy 45 not out from Stuart Broad, helping Notts onto that first innings advantage. But now Worcestershire with an overall lead of 3 in the game. Broad has just picked up the wicket of Jack Haynes for 49. Good catch by Ben Duckett down at long leg. So Notts need 5 more wickets, and then they'll be hoping it's just a modest target they've got to chase. Worcestershire currently 110 for 5. So Broad bowling round the wicket to Ed Barnard, who's on 38. Played quite nicely. Clark has just dropped back in that deep slip position. This one again left alone, goes through to the keeper. Not entirely sure that Stuart Broad's bowled a ball in this particular spell that would have hit the stumps yet. Of course, now I've said
What, from
that.
this top end, you mean?
Just now, yeah.
Yeah. Because he was doing a lot of that from here, wasn't he?
Yeah.
First up after lunch. And right in on those pads and full length.
Yeah.
But completely different, you're right, from that top end. Pavilion end.
Certainly testing the middle of the strip. Here he comes round the wicket again. Might have done. This one's pushed back to him. Don't often see bowlers bowling without a mid-on or a mid-off, do you? You know, just sort of encouraging the straight drive. But if he's not pitching it up, then he won't get the opportunity to drive in the V.
So your man Patterson White certainly looks like he's loosening up, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think if he does come back on, they might have a little bit more of an attacking field, one or two round the bat, which they didn't have for him before, so they could play him fairly easily. Broad bowls another bouncer, which Barnard, he's gone down that far and that close to the ground, he's lost balance and actually topples over. I was going to say he got right down, did a proper limbo there, didn't he?
He did. Didn't quite complete the backward roll.
So still 10 overs after this one until the tea break. Gone back over now, Broad. Again, just always alternating things, whether it's the field or the line or the length. There's another bouncer over the head of Barnard. If you're the non-striker, I'm sure you'd be chirping away at the umpire here, wouldn't you? You know, that's another one, ump. Is that 2 or 3 this over, ump? How many, ump? How many's allowed, ump? Just checking on the rules, ump. How many can he bang in short? Got to try and get a little bit of protection, haven't they, from the umpires?
Yeah, I wouldn't bother with that sort of chat, though, to Peter Hartley. He'll have it in his own mind. He's already called one, hasn't he, at least?
Yeah. Comes Broad again. Does seem like he's almost overdoing it. Just got this one wrong. It was a Yorker length, but just angled down the leg side. And good take by Moores. 110 for 5. Worcestershire lead by 3. Their overall run rate 2.62.
Well, both Barnard, who was out there at the time, and Cox, who had been watching from the pavilions, would see that, you know, that any temptation there might be to go at Broad with those short pitch deliveries is fraught with danger. It's almost as if the one that you might, I think, be even more tempted to maybe conjure up a bit of an error and a mistake is that this one where they found the gap in that slip area. And then Joe Clark dropped himself a little bit deeper at slip. That's the one where, you know, looking to uppercut them, you can get yourself in some bother. Cox is on 3. Next ball bowled. Oh, very nearly a leading edge. I think it probably was from Cox. Comes back across him and looks a little bit loose, non-committed, and didn't go in the end anywhere near that man, but did loop up to start off with towards the Alex recover fielder who is Liam Patterson White. He's taken some good catches today, we've already seen.
Yeah.
We're going to see him bowl by the looks of it soon. So, James back to his mark, got 2 slips. And he's going to bowl here to Cox, who's on 3. Bowls now full, offensively, offside. And there will be no run. Well, he was going to come in half an hour ago, and I slipped into the commentary position, and I think all concerned were happy because he was just trying to come to terms with the Haynes dismissal, I think, at that point. So Frank, I think he's half an hour. He's had a half an hour in the change room just to think about it, just to take it all in, as your very good friend Daryl Mitchell writes in his book about those important moments of just getting it sorted in your
reflect
mind.
it.
Yeah.
You
Cox
know,
facing, and a little bit of width, which was almost another one for you to get upset about. But anyway, it's through to the keeper.
You have read it, Kevin, haven't you?
110 for 5, Barnard 38, Cox on 3. Well, I didn't have a chance to read word for word everything, despite the fact that I tried to make out I had checked all your spellings. But I did, yeah. I really enjoyed this. Well, look, we've got to be really careful, but it's a really good cricketing story with the man who, for me, and that organisation, PCA, they've got a big role to play in the way the game is going to be shaped. Cox is on 3 and worked away. That's a nice looking shot, use of the wrists out there into the shadows for a single, and Cox will move up to 4 and the score of 111 for 5. But less of the book for now and more of what we've seen from Worcestershire post-lunch for you, Frank.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, though, in reference to that discussion about how batsmen handle certain situations and so on is what fascinates those of us, isn't it, watching from the side. I think they played really well, Haynes and Barnard. I think played really well. Jack Haynes will be disappointed with that dismissal because he battled so well to get to 49.
James again into Barnard, bowls full, flourish of a shot. That's a lovely driven shot out through extra cover, beats the initial man close in, and therefore it's going to be 4 all the way after that, and signalled by umpire Bainton. Barnard to 42, Worcestershire to 115 for 5, and a lead of 8 runs.
But having played so well, he will feel that he was kind of suckered a little bit, I think, by Stuart Broad, who came on with those 2 men back and banged that one in short, and he instinctively went for the hook shot. But other than that, I think Ed Barnard's played well, and Ben Cox has come in, and they've applied themselves very solidly this afternoon.
42 not out, punched to Mullaney. Up here for no run at mid-on, end of the over. And it's 115 for 5, a lead of 8 runs, second innings for Worcestershire. Barnard on 42 from 93 balls faced for that. Cox on his fall from 23 balls. Lead of 8 with James, 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 17 runs.
And we are going to see a bit of Liam Patterson-White, I think, as predicted by Dave Bracegirdle from the pavilion. And I heard you talking, Kevin, about Stephen Mullaney's inventive field placing, and I really like that. I think it's great to see he's just tried little things, brought Patterson-White on for a couple of overs earlier from the Radcliffe Road end, now reintroducing him at the pavilion end, and we saw a couple of sort of quirky little field placing. Stuart Broad getting involved as well, a sort of fly slip at one stage, then going round the wicket and aiming at the batsman's body with 3 men sort of catching on the leg side. All inventive, thoughtful ways to try and make a breakthrough. And one of them paid off when Haynes gave that catch to Duckett at deep backward square. 115 for 5 then. It is Patterson-White, left arm round the wicket from the pavilion end bowls, and Cox just tickles this one away on the onside, and they take a single. Patterson-White almost had a wicket with his first ball in his first spell when Barnard went for one of his favourite little sweep shots and missed it and got hit on the foot, sort of on the full, but umpire Bainton decided it was possibly drifting on down the leg side. Let's see if he tries that sort of approach again, Barnard, as Patterson-White comes in to him. Very short approach, pushes this one through actually a little bit quicker, and Barnard goes on the back foot and punches it out to deep cover for a single, which takes him on to 43, and Worcestershire to 117 for 5. Change in the field from Mullaney on the leg side as Patterson-White waits at the end of his mark, putting man in just on the drive really, it's sort of short extra cover. James, and here is Patterson-White round the wicket, bowls to Cox, who just leans forward, pushes it back up the pitch. Mullaney again making a change, in fact having a conversation with Dane Patterson about his position at long leg. Is Patterson-White again, he's in, he bowls, and that's why he was moving Patterson, because Cox goes for a little sweep shot, another favourite of his, and he gets a single down to Patterson in that long leg position. 6 to Cox, 118 for 5. Patterson-White to Barnard. Bowls, pushes this one through a little bit, and Barnard pushes out on the offside. Duckett fields in the covers, and there's no run. Stiffish breeze blowing across the ground now, judging by the Nottinghamshire flag flying on the pavilion at the far end of the ground. As Patterson White comes in again and bowls, and Barnard pushes out on the onside. That's the end of a quickly delivered over. Gets through them quickly, does Patterson White. His figures now 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 13. Worcestershire 118 for 5, lead by 11.
Some decent scores here with the bat for Fred Barnard, aren't there? At the very early stage of the season, even against the universities, he got himself half centuries, a 79, a 90 not out, and then a championship of 57 and a 75.
Yeah, he's pushed his way up the order to 6 and determined to prove that that's the right thing. Couple of hundreds in the championship last year, so yeah, genuinely a number 6 now.
James, meantime, to Cox, bowls and stride, defensive shot, pushed up to mid-on for no run. And I talk about that, the Shrewsbury-Shropshire connections. Of course, it's not just with Ed, and it has to be one of the genuine concerns of the back chat of what to do with 18 first-class counties as to the opportunities and pathways which would just dry up for players. However, on a more positive note, Cox is on 6. James comes in and bowls and driven again onto the onside. And this could change, and it will change from the summer, but you know, it does seem as if things are starting to firm up in the narrative of the change, and that seems to be as now is not the time to reduce 18 first-class counties. So that in itself will mean those pathways remain open, those opportunities remain open. The idea of how many games we're going to play, well, that narrative really does seem to be quite a firm one, about 10 games, but much will no doubt still be said and done. But 6 here for Cox at the moment, and pushed into the offside for no run. But yeah, that pathway is a big concern to me, big concern.
Yeah,
for all the best versus best talk, Frank, I must let you have your say, but for all the best versus best talk, that's all very well, but surely the game has to have an appeal to everyone, so everyone, wherever you are in the country, you feel there's a way through for you, you know?
Yeah, I think you're right. There's a lot of young cricketers in fairly rural areas, Herefordshire, Shropshire, down in the West Country, Norfolk, who rely on a minor county pathway through into the first class
James in
game.
and turned square. He liked the look of that one, did James, but it's still going to be a run on the same for Worcestershire. And the score moved up to 118 for 5, a lead of 11 runs.
Yeah, I think if you're a good cricketer that comes from Norfolk or Suffolk, you need a route. Norfolk have over the years supplied players to Essex and to Northants. Shropshire, as you say, strong connections with Worcestershire. Staffordshire with Warwickshire.
James in, and Cox again fends that one off. Really, it was a sharper ball, but it's caught him there just on the hip bone, maybe even just in a nasty area, which is not quite as nasty as it could have been, just a little bit to the right. But anyway, it's still nasty enough, and he gives it a bit of a rub. Actually, lovely look at that board. Is it stuck?
It was Barnard.
Yeah, I think the board's stuck, hasn't it?
Yeah.
This is where.
Well, Cox on strike now. So.
Yeah. I think we have a bit of a scoreboard error. Oh, this one is punched up towards the fielder at mid-on, and it ends the over. I can confirm at least.
No, it is stuck because Barnard's 44 and Cox is 7, I think.
Yeah.
And the lead is 13.
Confusing a man who's easily confused, Frank. We don't need that on a Friday afternoon, do we? But anyway, it'll all right itself, I'm sure, in good time. But anyway,
well, you've done all that reading as well. That's what's taken it out of me. If you're following on the pictures, of course, you know it's 120 for 5 after 45 overs. And the lead is 13, which is not much, but it's something for Worcestershire to cling on to as Liam Patterson-White begins a new over from the pavilion end, bowls to Barnard, who drives and gets a single as that one evades Duckett at extra cover, and the fielding's done at mid-off by Stuart Broad. A lovely quirky little flick of his right heel, Patterson-White, as he comes in. I don't even know if he knows he does it. Just about second step into his run-up, he just flicks it up and then continues. There it is, and into the last 3
you
strides.
put him off now by talking about it.
Aborts the run-up, the
You've
walk
made him self-conscious.
this time. Let's see if he... Well, he does do it again. Does it every time. And in he comes, and he bowls to Cox, who's beaten. Whether that one turned a little bit, I'm not sure. It might be the first one that's turned, but Cox pushed forward, and Tom Moores took the ball as it passed the outside edge, took the bails off. No appeal because Cox hadn't moved his back foot, but he goes for a little walk and a little prod at the pitch. The Worcestershire keeper before taking guard again, and in comes Patterson White and bowls, and Cox goes for the sweep. He's taken on the pad, the ball flies in the air. They appeal for LBW. That's not being given by umpire Hartley, so Moores takes a catch, and they double down on the appeal and appeal for a catch just in case he got a nick on it, and umpire Hartley says no, you're not having that either. So Cox survives an anxious moment, but a little bit of pressure built. He does like to sweep, beaten by the one before. That one produces an appeal. What will this one bring? Patterson White bowls, it brings a very careful, watchful forward defensive shot from Ben Cox, just pushing it back up the pitch. Tense period of play. 6 overs left after this to the tea interval. In comes Patterson White, bowls, and Cox is forward again, running this out on the offside. Just the 1 wicket to fall in this afternoon session, which began with Worcestershire on 37 for 4 and 67 added before that 5th wicket fell. Patterson White in, bowls to Cox, who plays back up the pitch to the bowler. End of the over. Patterson White tidy again. 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 14. Worcestershire leading by 14 or 121 for 5.
Just reminding ourselves of Patterson White's bowling already this season. Dave's mentioned it, of course, leading out there at the front as a spinner. It's just terrific at this time of the year, but his 7 wickets at Chester Street, he picked up 3 here against Glamorgan, but then that 8 picked up in the match against Sussex as well, a 5 for 84, a 3 for 54, so he's not going to require a great deal of encouragement from the pitch and the surface out there at the moment, because he clearly is enjoying himself. He's in good rhythm as a spin bowler as well, so he will be applying a lot of pressure. But it's Patterson who's about to bowl his 9th over, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18, his figures at the moment. We all know about that career best for him in the first innings. He's taken 1 wicket so far in the Worcestershire second. And Barnard's on 45 and he's facing him now. And he comes in and bowls, and a bit too much width. She's comfortably left by Barnard. And it's not too often you've been able to say that in this match so far. From any batter's point of view, but particularly from Worcestershire's point of view, there's been very little that's been comfortable out there. Any little quieter periods have been hard-earned quieter periods.
Yeah.
And Barnard is about to bring up a century of balls faced, which is a good effort in these circumstances. He's on 45 though, and driven straight to Patterson White fielding there in the offside.
Might be the first batsman in the whole game who's actually batted for that long, I think. I don't think anybody did either in the Notts innings, because they cracked on with it, the chaps who got the runs for them, didn't they?
They did.
So I think he's probably occupied the crease longer than anybody else in the game, and it probably speaks of easing conditions as well, Kevin, I think.
It does, but I do like to give, I know it's the same, but I do like to give a bit of credit to the lads out
the
there.
Salopian.
Yeah, exactly, spot on. Barnard on 45 and he leaves that, and as I mentioned earlier, even in that morning session, the leave for me in this match context in these conditions is pretty much up there as one of the shots, these selections.
Yeah.
You know, the good leave here, the good leave.
We were saying this morning, Kevin, David and I, that the player who may well have left the ball best in this game, and we almost didn't notice it, kind of went under the radar, was Ben Slater, who played so well yesterday before that silly run out.
45 to Barnard, and good solid defence. They got very excited about that. I enjoyed the defensive way that was met by Barnard. Let's see the replay of that again, but
I think it was just that he played it quite late, really.
Well,
But going back to Slater yesterday, he left it well. He's very comfortable. Probably, we almost, because he was run out and Hamid was dominating the scoring in that partnership, we perhaps didn't pay as much attention as we should as to just how well Slater handled things in those tricky conditions yesterday.
next ball bowled, full defensive, and that's one. No run. It's one of the joys of cricket, though, Frank. Come on, you know that. You know that in our wonderfully sad lives that we lead, especially when we're on the road and don't have to go back to the traumas of home life, you're sitting there of a night time and you're thinking about the day's play, and there are those little things that you think, oh gosh, I didn't give that enough credit, or didn't talk about that enough. And
It's exactly what happened. Exactly.
it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's very much what happens. That's the beauty of this game. One of the beauties. Barnard's on 45. Next ball bowled, and again full in length and past the off stump, and no run. You know, you get caught up in the pace of the game, and gosh, this game has had a pace to it. So it does need a little moment of reflection.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking down at the pavilion end outside the Worcestershire dressing room, see Paul Pridgeon is there, the leader of the sort of cricket steering group at Worcestershire, and alongside him a man that just got back involved a little bit recently, and just in the last few weeks, I think at Brett D'Oliveira's request, and that's the former Worcestershire captain Phil Neal, who's not in any official capacity but just coming along, giving a little bit of help and advice from time to time. Patterson White is in and bowls to Cox, who pushes out on the onside. And there's no run as Lyndon James comes in to do the fielding. But good to see Phil Neal back in the fold after many years with Worcestershire and then in the England setup. Patterson White in, bowls a quicker, shorter delivery to Cox, who steers it behind square on the offside. Fielded there by Luke Fletcher.
As long as he's not tempted at the end of every game to go into the Worcestershire dressing room and make sure that all the bags are out ready to be put in the cars. That was his England, one part of his England job,
for many years, yeah. Here's Patterson White. He bowls to Cox, who plays defensively. He came on the podcast that Dave Bradley and I do over the winter, and the tagline that we advertised it with was "What happened to Adil Rashid's duffel bag?" Because that's the only bag that Phil lost in 15 years. I think.
Still not found.
Yeah. Oh. Patterson White in, pushes this one through again. Cox very watchfully pushes up to mid-on. But even in that role he saw a lot, didn't he? He saw a lot of cricket. He was still very involved. Good cricket brain and a Worcestershire man in many ways, even though he originated out in Lincolnshire. Here's Patterson White again, bowls to Cox, pushes out on the offside.
You could have just left it. You could have just left it. He saw a lot.
Yeah,
because he probably
5
did.
Ashes series. I think he was quite involved. He's heavily involved in the game even after finishing for a long time. Patterson White in again, bowls. Cox forward, pushes back to him. No run, end of the over. 121 for 5. Worcestershire lead by 14, and I think he's got a little job with New Zealand at some stage over this summer as well in that kind of logistics role. Just briefly, yeah.
Well, I like the sounds of that. We can't be giving our best baggage handlers to the opposition, surely to goodness. Surely there's nothing worse than a bit of disruption with a bag going missing.
The best baggage handler that ever skippered a team to 2 successive county championships.
Well, there we are, you see. Very good. 121 for 5. A lead of 14 runs. Barnard on 45. And full from Patterson. Met by Barnard, who... What I've liked about him now is the fact that, you know, for all those balls he's faced, 105, there's seemingly no alteration in this approach to what's going on. No feeling, well, I've been out here for a little bit now and therefore I can maybe be more expressive. It's all about that. Each ball on its merit, what needs to be done with it. And let's hope from a Worcestershire point of view he makes the right choices. Patterson bowls full, and he does make the right choice on a wide ball which shapes away through to the keeper on this occasion. Because that's you know, every day a school day, that's what will be going through Jack's mind at the moment. Jack Haynes, he'll be thinking, you know, what was it in my mind that made me not realise what was going on and be tempted and be instinctive? How you hold that back in. Is it possible? It isn't possible for everyone, but you get the impression with Haynes there's something really quite special in there we're going to see over the next few years. Barnard on 45. And that was that was a really good lead, but it was a late one. It was not far away from just clipping the off stump from Barnard. Good bowling, as we certainly have come to expect. Well, last year we did from Patterson, but what a terrific start to his season as well here for Nottinghamshire. Midway through his 10th over, 1 for 18, 3 maidens so far. And trying to put more pressure on this partnership here now with this pair of Barnard and Cox. A partnership which has been out there for 80 deliveries, has put on 22 runs so far. Barnard's 45 not out. Patterson in, full, pushed into the offside. Patterson White doing the fielding, no run. But they've not been a pushover here. There have been times, not just with Worcestershire, but any team in that situation. You know, what a morning they had. It wasn't the morning they were looking for. Certainly wasn't the day that they were looking for, apart from coming back well maybe late on yesterday. But they've not folded here. They've shown backbone. They've shown some spirit here against this strong-looking Nottinghamshire team. But how much can they now sort of build up a lead here? It's only 14 runs and fairly late, and holds that pose late as well into the offside. But keeping them out.
Interesting, that discussion you sort of hinted at that's to be had to do with batsmen resisting their instincts. I think it's one that's challenged people for many, many years, isn't it? To what extent do you hold back against your instincts? One of those things that was mentioned in the winter with the Ashes.
45 for Barnard and pushed back up to Patterson. Well, I suppose. Well, I guess I'm going to stay on because you'll be going to your bulletin shortly as well.
In a bit, another over. Yeah.
Well, it is, and again, okay, we talk a very simple game up here, don't we? Of course we do. But one of those times to not be playing that instinctive game is when your team at that stage is still trailing and you've got lost. So simple, isn't it? Not. Yeah.
And equally, you know, when I was saying about the Ashes, we were talking about people playing at things they didn't need to play at outside the off stump because they've grown up playing shots and it's difficult for them to go against those instincts. I just think it's a really interesting area. Liam Patterson White to continue from the pavilion end to Cox. One slip in as he bowls, and Cox is pushing this out on the offside. Duckett fields at cover, no run. I remember hearing that Steve Waugh was an impulsive hooker when he was a young cricketer. Very, very quick scorer. It's hard to believe, but Steve Waugh as a young cricketer scored at ridiculous rates, hit lots and lots of boundaries in junior cricket, second team cricket. Patterson White to Cox, blocked out on the onside. Came over to Essex as a young cricketer in the seconds and set all kinds of records. And then got out a couple of times off hook shots that went skyward and apparently declared quite openly and publicly, I will never play that shot again. Patterson White in, bowls, Cox pushes back up the pitch and just cut it out completely, just did not play it and you know, resisted any instincts, and we all know what happened. You know, he became probably the most reliable batsman in the world for a few years, certainly in virtually all forms of the game. So it can be done, but it takes a real steely mind to do it, and if ever there was one, it was Steve Waugh that demonstrated that, I think. Here's Liam Patterson White bowls this one a little bit quicker to Ben Cox, but plays it nicely. Got into a forward position and then waited for the ball, let it come onto the bat and just steered it away to Luke Fletcher at backward point. So 2 overs left after this before tea. I'll disappear at the end of the over and Dave Bracegirdle will move back in alongside Kevin as Patterson White bowls again and Cox is forward, pushing out on the onside, maintaining this disciplined approach that has seen Worcestershire lose only 1 wicket in the afternoon session. That of Jack Haynes for 49, 121 for 5. Patterson White in again. Bowls to Cox, who plays that nice little paddle sweep that he so favours. Picks up a single as Patterson fields at long leg. He keeps the strike, Cox. He goes to 8, and the total to 122 for 5. The Worcestershire lead is 15. And after a few more words from Kevin Howells, it'll be Dave Bracegirdle.
The thing is, of course, if you are feeling under pressure, as England were too often in the winter time, but any person in that position, and you're looking for home comforts, you're looking for your comfort, so that instinctive shot is your comfort, really. But of course, your comfort is then you're under. Oh gosh, if only it was a straightforward thing to try and address. It isn't. And that's part of the wonder of playing, it's part of the wonder of watching, as we are here right now. As we approach tea, just a couple of overs away from that interval on day 2, and here difficult little period for Worcestershire, because they've want to make sure that this afternoon session, despite the sad loss of Haynes in there, is one they can look back on fondly. Cox on 8, and defensively plays that one. Stay onside, and there will be no run. So 122 for 5, a lead of 15. Coming up towards 4 o'clock. What's the old traffic looking? Ah, it's looking a bit like a 4 o'clock Friday afternoon traffic out there.
It's all right. We're not going anywhere yet, Kevin.
We're not going anywhere, and we can see the old tower. Our favourite thing, because when we can see the tower, the world's always a good place weather-wise, or generally as well.
That's true.
Patterson, ball's full again. Stride defensively from Cox. Talking about Barnard bringing up a century of balls faced. He's now faced 110 as Barnard, the non-striker's end, but Cox has brought up a half century of balls faced, and this partnership is 23 off 91 deliveries as well. But from the Radcliffe Road end is Patterson on a day which is still breezy, but with the sun shining, just feels and looks, well, certainly different to yesterday, and a little bit better for everyone, I imagine. Patterson bowls again. It's the same thing, virtually the same spot every delivery. Will he vary it? Will he ask a different sort of question here of Cox? He won't do if he thinks that Cox is playing it okay but still not looking settled. There have been moments when they thought maybe that Patterson was going to get through that bat and pad. He's going to find a bit of a gap. Trudges back to his mark as the South African turns again to and away from us, and then past umpire Bainton. Bowling to Ben Cox, bowls and leaves that one. That for me just a little bit quicker, a little bit fuller, and a shape away, but past the off stump. And he goes to have a look at the pitch here, Cox, as to where that ball pitched, and just obviously some movement there, but he left it well. He remains on 8. Worcestershire at 122 for 5.
I think both sides will be happy for the tea break to come along. Both regroup and go again. Notts in particular will be working on their plans, who best to put on straight after the break.
Next ball again, very full. Testing the concentration for me at the moment of Cox, and he's matching it. He's 8 not out.
And fair to say just one more wicket, but you know that does expose the 4 bowlers, doesn't it, with a lot of inexperience there. Baker, Finch, Pennington, and then Charlie Morris bringing up the rear.
Last ball of the over. Patterson to Cox. And again, same thing. That one, as I said, just had a little bit more shape on it maybe, but Cox was equal to it. So Patterson has bowled 11 overs, 5 maidens, now 1 for 18. 122 for 5, Barnard on 45, Cox on 8, and this lead is just 15 runs. We're 1 over away from tea with Dave Bracegirdle.
I was just having a look. The only time that Dane Patterson has picked up 10 wickets in a match was 9 years ago in 2013 Western Province against Free State, when he got 7 for 20 and 3 for 42. So that was 10 for 62. So he'll need 2 wickets, 2 of the last 5 here to better that. Here's Liam Patterson-White round the wicket, bowling the final over of the session to Ed Barnard on 45. No Worcestershire batsman has yet reached a half century in this match, and first ball of the overs just guided away behind square straight to Luke Fletcher. And Patterson-White doesn't take long to get through his overs, so we're 60 seconds away from the break, as this is, by way of a change, defended on the onside, and Lyndon James picks it up and lobs it back to the bowler. So where are we? We're just past 4 o'clock. In fact, there'll be an update for Radio Nottingham in half a second. This is push back to the bowler. 3 defensive pushes from Ed Barnard. Not desperate to reach his half century before the tea break, unless there's a sudden rush of blood. Unlikely. Next one. He gets a good stride in and pushes it back to the bowler. Yes, they'll have a little bit of work to do if they're going to win that one, or this one today after tea. We've got one ball left in the session. Worcestershire 122 for 5. Best conditions of the match means usually it's the best conditions for batting in, and Worcestershire have made the most of that this afternoon. The only batsman to fall, Jack Haynes. He couldn't resist having a go at a short delivery from Stuart Broad and helped it on its way down to Ben Duckett at long leg. He went for 49. So just the one wicket in the session. That's tea at Trent Bridge. Worcestershire lead by 15 overall. They're 122 for 5. So there is the update. On come the ground staff, and one or two of the Notts coaches as well will be on the way out there. Maybe one or two of those not playing in this game will have a little bowl on the edge of the square. A bit of work for the ground staff. In fact, the umpire's just having a bit of a chat to them about what needs attending to during the 20-minute interval. And with Worcestershire 122 for 5, a lead of 15. As I said, there'll be one or two cups of tea taken in the dressing room, but there'll also be some plans laid for the last 2 hours.
Yeah, what I love about this afternoon in Nottinghamshire, there will be actually some Nottinghamshire supporters who can't get to the ground until tomorrow morning. They too will have these mixed feelings. We talked about it a bit earlier. But from a neutral's point of view, what I like about it is that that afternoon session was not that easy to predict. You wouldn't necessarily have predicted that afternoon session.
Nope.
You might have thought it's certainly possible with conditions changing, but Nottinghamshire so on top. And here we've seen some defiance from Worcestershire. Still a long way behind. Nottinghamshire here in a very strong position. Let's make no bones about it. But better from Worcestershire, and an interesting game, and a very, very interesting and good afternoon session.
Very much so. More thoughts from your commentary team when we return in 20 minutes' time. If you want to catch up with all the other scores from elsewhere, including what looks like a record Surrey 8th wicket partnership. My word, they're piling on the runs at Bristol. That and all the scores on the BBC Sport website will bring you news of that and what's to come here at Trent Bridge when we come back in 20 minutes' time. I hope you'll join us then.
back to Trent Bridge, everybody, for the final session of day 2 of this LV County Championship match between Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire. And it's Worcestershire who are at the crease. In their second innings, 122 for 5 is the score, which means they lead Nottinghamshire by just 15 runs. There are 5 wickets left then between Nottinghamshire and a potential victory target. And we've got 32 overs remaining in the day. Ideal conditions, blue sky, bit of sunshine, still a little chilly out there, but much better than it was yesterday. Quite pleasant conditions. I'm also going to start this session with Dane Patterson with ball in hand, and he'll be bowling from the Ratcliffe Road end.
Afternoon, Dave. Got an update imminent, so I'll be here briefly, but maybe shall I do this over and then I'll go off, if that's all right with you. Dane Patterson to continue from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Ben Cox. Cox faced 54 balls for his 8, unusually circumspect from him. As Patterson's in, first ball after tee, he's beaten outside the off stump. Not much carry, bounced twice before it got through to Tom Moores. And he's not had any significant scores this season, Ben Cox. Obviously a very capable batsman, but maybe today this crisis, this difficult situation, will afford him the opportunity to work himself back into some form. That can happen. 122 for 5 in the evening sunshine. Dane Patterson moving away from us from the Radcliffe Road end, bowls to Cox, who gets the first run of the evening session off an inside edge down to long leg. Groans and hands in the air, suggesting that had he not got a little nick on that, they'd have been going up for an LBW share. Patterson so far the hero yesterday, 8 for. He's got a 10 for in a match in his career in the past, Dave was telling us, and he's got 9 in this one because he's 1 for 19 in his 12th over. So tidy figures, but not the penetration of yesterday as yet. In he comes again. Bowls to Barnard, who pushes up to Stuart Broad at mid-off. Barnard's faced 117 balls for his 45. He's played well, I think, really well.
Yes.
Played some good shots. Survived 1 or 2 different methods of approach. Stuart Broad going round the wicket and peppering him a little bit with the short stuff, with 2 or 3 strategically placed catches, including at one stage a fly slip, but he's withstood it all so far. Here's Patterson in again to him, bowls, and Barnard is forward, pushing out on the offside. Again, there is no run, so Worcestershire losing only the 1 wicket in the afternoon. Jack Haynes out for 49, played really well, but might reflect that he was thought out a bit by Stuart Broad, who placed 2 men back on the leg side boundary on the leg side and mixed up his lengths, but eventually banged one in at Haynes, and he went for the hook shot and skied it straight to Ben Duckett on the boundary. In comes Patterson again and bowls, and Barnard is solidly forward, pushing up to mid-off. One thing I am certain of, Dave, is that pitch has flattened out a little bit.
Very much so.
And I honestly don't think I've ever seen a pitch almost change colour before my very eyes as much as this one has. It was so green yesterday morning, and I don't mean in terms of lots of grass, it was just green in hue. And now, apart from one little sort of green stripe down the middle, it's almost brown. The sun's been on it, and it's offering less lateral movement. Still some help for the seamers as Patterson comes in and bowls, and Barnard pushes this up to mid-off and takes a good run, because Stuart Broad was perhaps just a little bit on his heels at mid-off, and Barnard fancied keeping the strike, so he pushed that one up to mid-off and took the 1. Moves on to 46, keeps the strike, as I say. Worcestershire lead by the slender margin of 17 runs. We've had 1 over since tea, and it's 124 for 5.
It's going to be a combination then of seam and spin, because Liam Patterson-White is going to bowl the first over of this session from the pavilion end. Well, 7 overs so far, 2 maidens, none for 15. 124 for 5. Again, no short leg or silly point in there. He's often bowled this season with plenty round the bat. Stephen Mullaney just offering a little bit of protection. Sweepers out on either side. Plenty saving the one as this is pushed into the offside, and they will get a single. Barnard goes to 47, 125 for 5. Elsewhere then, Surrey eventually all out for 603 at Gloucestershire. Big unbeaten double 100 there for Jamie Smith, a century for Jordan Clark. Northants 390, Essex in reply 48 for 3 at Chelmsford. The delay here is in getting that short leg in. Asiba Mead donned all the protective gear and he's in there close on the leg side. Cox defends. At the Aegeus Bowl, nothing between the two sides on first innings. Hampshire 246, Lancashire 240, but Hampshire have lost Joe Weatherly without a run on the board in their second innings. 125 for 5 here. Next ball defended. At Taunton, things go in the way of Somerset, who made 458. Warwickshire 92 for 6. As Liam Patterson-White bowls and Cox again blocks it. Yorkshire 143 for 3 at Headingley, replying to Kent's 291. They're all your Division 1 scores. 125 for 5 as Patterson-White round the wicket, and again Cox happy to defend. Glamorgan 106 for 1, replying to Derbyshire's 368 at Derby. Middlesex 351 for 8, replying to Leicestershire's 149 at Lords. And Sussex 307 for 4, replying to Durham's 223 at Hove. Next delivery tossed up there and again blocked by Cox. So 2 fairly uneventful overs as far as the Nottinghamshire bowlers are concerned. Nothing happening for Dane Patterson in the first over, or Liam Patterson-White in the second. Batsmen happy just to bide their time and defend their wickets. Worcestershire would happily snap your hand off if they were offered a session similar to the afternoon one. 90 for 1 or thereabouts. There's Patterson. To bowl to Ed Barnard, drives in the offside straight to Liam Patterson-White. And there's no run. Two wickets to Broad, 2 to Fletcher and 1 to Patterson. Encouragement for the South African as he comes in past umpire Bainton. Bowls straight drive is cut out by Mullaney at mid-on. Comes Dane Patterson once more. Right arm over the wicket, bowls. Just to take a little bit of pace off that. Didn't get as much bounce. Ball was just pushed into the offside, no run. Patterson once more. Short, pulled away, cries of catch it, but it's looped over a Mead at mid-wicket. Will be cut off out there in the deep by Ben Slater. So a couple of runs for Barnard. Takes him to 49, so joint highest scorer in the innings. Jack Haynes got to 49, was then dismissed. Date for local radio listeners, BBC Radio Nottingham with us. Well, we've just started after tea. Worcestershire in their second innings, 127 for 5, which means they lead Notts by 20. There's not a great deal of depth to this Worcestershire batting card, so if Notts can break this partnership between Barnard and Cox, currently worth 28, they will still have hopes of wrapping things up tonight. But the wicket has flattened out a little bit under this afternoon's sun. Nottinghamshire this morning dismissed for 266, Stuart Broad 45 not out, Worcestershire 127 for 5 currently. Patterson. Figures are 1 for 22. This one just angling down the leg side and deflected down to Fletcher, and that is Barnard's 50. And a generous round of applause from obviously a predominantly home crowd. I realise Ed Barnard has battled away there for 127 balls that he's faced. Gets his half century, 6 fours as well, and been at the crease for 10 minutes short of 3 hours. Keep strike as well, taking a single from the final ball of the over. 128 for 5. It's going to be Liam Patterson-White. Close catcher is Mulaney, the skipper. And Barnard plays it to backward point. They take the single. Fletcher just drops on the ball. Take a run, 129 for 5. And Worcestershire lead by 22. And now for Ben Cox, in come the close to the wicket catchers. Asiba Mead in at short leg. We've seen him in there before, but now Ben Slater padding up to go in there at silly point. Got a blast of ABBA currently in our headphones. We'll hopefully get rid of that in just a second. Just about ready. Here is Patterson-White in. Bowls. Cox happy to defend. Still wicketless. Liam Patterson-White to his 9th over now. None for 17. Bowls to Cox, who pushes it to mid-on, and there's no run. White bowls again. Once more Cox defends. $129 for 5 as the next delivery forced into the offside past silly point. I like a bit of ABBA, but not when we're trying to commentate on the cricket, and thankfully the studio feed has now been turned off. Apologies if you got the music blaring out there on the live stream or via the BBC Sport app. Liam Patterson-White bowls, played down into the ground by Ben Cox, who's doing a sterling job here. Real rearguard effort this from Worcestershire after they were 32 for 4 at one stage. 129 for 5 now, and Cox and Barnard have just looked to stick around and taken whatever's there. Partnership of 30. Come up in 77 minutes, faced 125 deliveries between them. And it's 129 for 5.
I'm back, Dave. Sorry I was a long time. It took a long time for them to come to me there. Sometimes that happens, isn't it, when there's an unexpected item in the programme.
Well, I've given the listeners a good burst of ABBA over the last few minutes as Dane Patterson bowls to Ed Barnard, who helps this down to long leg for a single. 130 for 5. So Barnard, the first Worcestershire player in the match to reach a half century, and he'll be looking to push on. He's only one hit away from becoming the top scorer in the match, because Hamid got to 53 and got out, Duckett got to 50 and got out. Jack Ames in this innings got to 49 and got out. 130 for 5. Will it be a score of substance? This one's pulled away by Cox onto the leg side. Again, Luke Fletcher doing the fielding, this time a little more conventionally. He just dropped on the ball in the previous over. Almost belly flopped on it. I don't know if you saw it.
I did.
Did the job for 5. Yep.
Did the job.
Thou shalt not pass.
Used to be a goalkeeper, didn't he?
He did.
I've read your book.
Yeah. His book. Asterisk. 131 for 5.
I know the truth.
We're in the 57th over. This ball is pushed into the offside, and Barnard initially thought about trying to steal a run, but then quickly yelled no. Might be having a guest pop up for 10 minutes in this session. Steve Lamotti from the Nottinghamshire Heritage team will come up. I think they've won an award, which understandably they're very proud about. So hopefully have Steve on just to tell us about it during this session for a few minutes. 131 for 5. Barnard's on 52 and he runs this away square of the wicket. In fact, Ben Duckett will come round from second slip to pick it up, but they take a single. 132 for 5. In the 57th over, so not so a long way away from getting any form of assistance from a second new ball. So as long as they just careful about their work, these two batsmen, both nicely set. They've played themselves in again after tea. Both scored a few runs since the break. Nice looking shot in the offside, which penetrates the gap. Be a couple of runs at least. Broad's after it. In fact, they've already run 2, and it might go all the way to the rope. Stuart Broad's now got to put a dive in, drags it back just inside. I think it was all fine and dandy. If it was a televised game, they'd have a couple of looks at it, but I think he dragged it back and then slid into the rope, and they come back for 3. So
4. They ran 4.
they did. Yeah, I was just trying to make that all add up.
After all that sliding and faffing around, they ran 4.
Cox on to 14 then with an all-run 4.
It just kept Broad interested all the way. Just slowed up right by the rope, didn't it? Really annoying, those ones.
Worcestershire lead by 29. Dane Patterson again. He's not gone for many runs today. I'm annoyed about that. This one's pushed back to him. End of the over. Patterson is 14 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 30. And as I glance towards the bottom right of the Batman board, I can see that Notts are still -1 on their over 8, which they'll, I'm sure, tend to during this particular session.
Well, Liam Patterson-White about to bowl from the pavilion and gets through his overs pretty sharpish. Been an eventful day as it was yesterday. Lots and lots of action and interesting wickets this morning. Notts resuming on their overnight. 203 for 7, lost a wicket in the first over. Then there was an onslaught from Stuart Broad as they tried to sort of bounce him out, and he took the challenge on and made 45 unbeaten off 27 balls. Here's Patterson-White in. Bowls to Barnard, defends this out on the offside. 3 wickets went down, as I said. Moore's in the first over, then Fletcher 18 and Patterson 2. 266 all out, then Notts. Worcestershire trailing by 107 and a clatter of wickets before lunch. As Patterson bowls to Barnard, who goes back nicely. steers this off the back foot square on the offside. Picks up a single, no more. Goes on to 54, 137 for 5. That clatter of wickets before lunch began when Ed Pollock was bowled by Luke Fletcher with the second ball of the innings, and also out before the interval, Libby for 3, also to Fletcher, and then Azhar Ali falling to Stuart Broad, and Brett D'Oliveira to Dane Patterson. Those two both making 5 at 37 for 4 at lunch, Worcestershire, and then only losing 1 wicket in the afternoon session. Jack Haynes out for 49 after hitting 67 for the 5th wicket with Ed Barnard. Here's Liam Patterson-White bowling to Cox, who sweeps. Might have just got a little under edge on that. It's gone fine as you like, almost behind the wicketkeeper, and 4 welcome runs for Ben Cox, who moves on to 22, or has it already gone on? If it has, it's very quick. Put it on almost before it crossed the rope. Yeah, he's gone to 18.
Yeah, he went to 14 with the all-run force.
Yeah, correct. He's gone to 18. 141 for 5. There are quick scoreboards and there are quick scoreboards, and this one at Trent Bridge is right among the quickest. 34 the lead. Patterson-White again, slip, short leg, silly point. He's in, he bowls. Cox uses his feet. Didn't use his feet against the spinner until we saw that silly point go in, and that's just changed his thinking a little bit, and he went down, just pushed it defensively back up the pitch. Good little contest going on. Patterson-White in great form this season. He's in, he bowls, and Cox is forward again, pushes defensively out on the onside. No run. Evening sunshine, beautiful evening. Still a bit chilly, although I've seen one man with his shirt off, Dave, on the top deck, obviously keen to get a few rays in while it's still April. In comes Patterson-White again, bowls. Cox defends on the onside to Hamid, who's gone even straighter in that short leg position. But soft hands from Cox, dropped it down in front of him. End of a very tidy over, with the exception of that one ball that went down the leg side. 141 for 5, Worcestershire leading by 34.
Got the shadow from the floodlight pylon at the side of the Smith Cooper stand, very close now to the strip they're playing on. I would imagine in about 10 minutes or so it'll be right on the strip, and sometimes just either aid the bowler with his line or length, or just slightly irritate a batsman if it's one of those things that you let get under your skin. Shadow just creeping across in front of you. This one's driven through the offside for 4, and nothing was going to irritate Ed Barnard there. That was a glorious way to start this over from Dane Patterson, and Barnard on to 58.
Top score of the game, isn't it?
It is, yep.
Just eased it through, didn't he? Nothing dramatic about it. Just, it's like those ones we said yesterday, Dave. You know, for a quality batsman receives a half volley, it doesn't matter whether it's 9 for 9 or 900 for none, he hits it for 4, doesn't he?
Yeah. Worcestershire lead by 38. Nothing yet that's going to unduly alarm Notts, but if it got to 238, I think it'd be interesting.
Yeah.
If it got to 138, they'd...
Well, I think if they got to 150, they'd think they're in with a shout, wouldn't they? And that's probably where the talk was around about lunchtime, I would think. But as we keep saying, small targets, small little steps along the way, and the next one will be to get through this next few overs, maybe get to the new ball. 22 overs left for that. It's a long way. It's a big ask, but it's flattened out, as we said, and they've just got to keep going, one ball at a time.
Here is Patterson bowls. This one's just helped into the offside, no run. There's a lot of to-in and fro-in then with the field placings. I think if you're trying to get the umpires on side with regards to the over rate, you've got to keep the game moving, haven't you? Not just keep stopping and long discussions about the field setting. But once again, Notts have strayed from the norm a little bit.
Yeah, I like it. It's Mulaney's been pretty inventive, I think. We've seen this before, haven't we, at Notts?
Patterson to bowl to Ed Barnard, works it away, whips it away off his thigh pad for a single on the leg side. He's on to 59, 146 for 5.
And we talked earlier about that day, I think it was probably 3-4 years ago, when Andy Pick was up here and joined us. And I remember the conversation, actually, because we were talking about inventive field positions on flat pitches and how you had to come up with things, and we were talking about people being on the drive and that kind of thing. And he said that as the bowling coach, he encouraged that, bowlers and captains to think outside the box a little bit.
There's Dane Patterson, South African international, and he's just doubled Ben Cox up there. Who
he had one in the first innings, didn't he?
He did. He gets to his feet, takes 2 steps towards the square leg umpire, then goes down on his haunches. And
Action replay.
The
Poor old Ben.
second time in the match, he's now down, and will he beat the count of 10? I don't think he will. Sometimes they say there's not a lot of point calling for the physio, because what can you do really?
Same bowler.
Yeah, it is just a case of sucking in the air and waiting until you can start breathing
sick.
again.
Oh dear, same bowler, different end, same result. Poor old Ben Cox. Got to concentrate.
Close up of him on the live stream. Oh yeah, there's no doubt where that struck.
Yeah, just got to concentrate now on this next one. Not allow that to disturb your mindset. He's faced 74 balls for his 18, Ben Cox. That's unusual. We all know what a busy batsman he is, particularly in white ball cricket. But Pat Brown, the 12th man, bringing out a drink of water. I've never quite understood what good a drink of water does when you've just been boxed.
Well, it does seem as if he's getting some useful advice from Tom Moores and Joe Clark and Ben Duckett, who are the the 3 behind the wicket looking at him.
Yeah,
lots of good information coming the way of Ben Cox.
They're of the same generation, aren't they? Those 4 really. They've all come up together really. And
guzzles down a drink here, Ben.
Yeah, that'll help. Nasty one. 146 for 5. Worcestershire lead by 39. And we've got a pause in play because Ben Cox has just been struck amidships, as CMJ used to say, for the second time, not in this innings but in the game. And well, I presume there'll still be a little bit of residual bruising from yesterday as well. And he's recovered and he says I'm okay to carry on, and he steps back in and takes guard again.
There's Patterson then, as play resumes, and this one's played down into the ground. There was lots of width. Cox looking to drive into the offside and just hits it straight down into the ground, and it loops up to be caught by Patterson wide. In the covers, no run. Did have player have to leave the action at Durham last week, struck twice in the helmet by James Pattinson. That was Liam Travaskis. But a couple of blows inflicted by Dane Patterson of a different sort. Next ball is in again. Once more, Cox gets a stride in and pushes it into the covers. No run. 146 for 5. We've only got 25 overs left, and every time they come to me with an update for BBC Radio Nottingham, they say, well, will the game be done in 2 days? Looking less and less likely, Frank.
Yeah, at lunch I think we were probably thinking along those lines. I know I was, but looks as though we'll be here tomorrow, but not as scheduled on Sunday. Well, not unless something absolutely remarkable happens, but you can't rule anything out in cricket, of course. Liam Patterson-White will continue from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Ed Barnard, who's on the game's top score of 59 so far. He's faced 136 balls. It's been a watchful innings, and he waits now as the left arm spinner comes into him and bowls, and he drives nicely up to long off. Stuart Broad is the fielder, and there's no run. Stephen Mullaney the sole slip. We've also got a man on the drive on either side of the wicket, one at sort of shortish extra, one at straightish mid wicket. In comes Patterson-White again. Barnard drops us down on the offside, and there's a good run. Cox is really quick between the wickets, and that one, it just dribbled away. Just 2 cut strips across on the square, and Cox immediately responded to Barnard's sort of little nod, and through they went for a single, which takes Barnard on to 60 and takes the Worcestershire lead to 40.
No chance for Ben Cox just to lean on his bat at the non-striker's end for 5 or 6 minutes there and just get the feeling back. He's straight away back on strike, and once more a couple of fielders.
Yeah, really close.
Very close.
Really close. As Patterson white bowls to Cox, and he gently plays that down.
They were both square, weren't they, in the previous over, but now they're in front of the bat.
Slater at silly, but off his shadow's going right across the pitch. Doesn't seem to have bothered Cox too much.
That floodlight pylon shadow right on the edge of the square now, or at the edge of the strip.
Patterson white in, bowls to Cox, who's down the pitch and drives. That's a good shot. He's threatened to do it, comes down the pitch and smacks Patterson white back over his head, straight down the ground to the pavilion for 4. And a good shot from Ben Cox takes him on to 22. Sometimes do this little exercise with kids when coaching them, Dave, and lots of coaches do it, I think, where you're just using maybe tennis balls and trying to teach them to play with really soft hands. Patterson white bowls again to Cox and does exactly that, where you say, you know, I want you to just let the ball hit the bat and see how softly you can play it. See if you can almost make it stop down by your feet. And that's the way Cox is playing these little defensive shots against Patterson white, with those two fielders right under his nose. Just the softest of hands. Patterson white in again, bowls, and there is Cox just defending that down on the onside. Slater tumbles in from silly point, short silly mid off, I suppose it is, he's so straight, but there's no run. Barnard 60, Cox 22, 44 is the lead. Worcestershire 151 for 5, 50 partnership for these two, coming up off 149 balls.
Another centurion in this round of matches, former Nottinghamshire player Cheteshwar Pujara is 109 not out for Sussex against Durham at Hove.
Got 100 at Worcester the other day and got a double 100 in the game before that.
He did indeed. Didn't play in the first match, the first round of matches, which of course was Sussex against Nottinghamshire. Perhaps as well he didn't play against his former side. Luke Fletcher coming back into the attack, getting his usual generous round of applause.
Going back to Pujara, Davey, that 100 at Worcester the other day, he played beautifully. He really, really played beautifully. It was a super innings.
So it's Fletcher then, 151 for 5. Ben Duckett is the sole slipper now. We've had Joe Clark in there on his Todd for a while, as this is pushed out as far as Clark. Stephen Mullaney's been the sole slipper when the spinner's bowling, and now Ben Duckett taking a turn in there. 151 for 5 means Worcestershire lead by 44, and they've still got 5 wickets left, and this could yet develop into quite a dramatic turnaround. That's Fletcher. He's in and bowls. Oh, and he's almost cut him in two. That one came back
as well.
Yeah, it's bounced over the top and was angling down the leg side as well, having gone through the gate and over the top. Moore's, as Frank said, had to go a long way to his left and made a good stop. 151 for 5.
Love to know what Worcestershire fans make of this. You know, do get in touch. I'm at Frank Watson 58. Davies at Brace Cricket. You must have been through all sorts of emotions today as a Worcestershire supporter. I know I have, thinking we were going to get back into it, and then we were out of it, and we wouldn't be here tomorrow. Now just beginning to hope again.
Balls to Barnard. Again, he's frustrating Nottinghamshire by showing Fletcher the full face of his bat and pushed up to mid-on.
But that's what it's all about, Dave, I suppose, playing with our emotions, isn't it? County cricket, tilting one way and then the other. I mean, it's never really tilted in Worcestershire's favour completely, but they've at least fought their way for the second time back from the brink, from the abyss.
Fletcher once more. Passed umpire Bainton. Bowls. Nice push into the vacant space on the offside. Square of the wicket. Lyndon James in the deep does the fielding. One more. 152 for 5. Nick Morell's been in touch at Brace Cricket. Says, I would have loved not to have wrapped this up today. But full credit to Worcestershire's resistance. My compadre busy making the picnic snap for our visit tomorrow.
There you go. Well, at least he wouldn't have had a picnic tomorrow. Well, maybe he'd have had one somewhere else if this game had ended. Well, it might still. Who knows?
That's the thing. You don't know. We've
a couple of quick wickets.
Yeah, we've seen 5 wickets go down very quickly in many matches we've seen over the years. Of course, as Fletcher bowls, and there's a good lead from Cox. But likewise, we've seen many sessions like the one this afternoon where the side up against it can bat through for 2 hours and either not lose a wicket or just lose the one. And if Worcestershire can get to the close, there's one of these there, and perhaps they're only 6 down, might yet be able to get enough runs to put pressure on Notts. Fletcher just find a sustained spell of line and length, put pressure on. Cox pushes it into the offside. End of the 61st over of the innings. Luke Fletcher 13 overs, 2 for 31. Just 1 run from that over, 152 for 5. Worcestershire lead by 45.
And I suppose what I'm really getting at, Dave, is that it's been fascinating stuff. And what attracts us so much to 4-day cricket, red ball cricket, is the shifts of balance and tempo. We've seen all of that in this game.
Just inching towards 5 o'clock, and when Frank disappears, we'll bring Steve in for a quick chat, the Notts Heritage officer.
Is Liam Patterson White round the wicket, bowls to Barnard, who, unlike Cox, isn't surrounded by close fielders, and he just pushes this one back to the bowler. There's no run, just the one slip in, and the 2 close fielders sort of gone back on the drive for Barnard, and he drives this one straight back to the bowler, who does his own fielding. Beautiful evening sunshine. The floodlight pylon shadow has reached the pitch now, as we've been watching it creep slowly across from the Loughborough Road side. In comes Patterson White again, quicker ball, pushed through a little bit, and Barnard is forward, pushing back up the pitch. And the score remains 152 for 5, and the lead 45 as Patterson White moves in again and bowls, and Barnard drives very nicely, very sweetly, but straight to fielder at mid-on, and there's no run. He fancied one. He set off, didn't he? But
he did.
He saw did. Joe Clark come in quite quickly from mid-on, and he thought,
I think Notts will mind that.
Patterson White again. He's in. He bowls quicker ball again, and he gets a run this time as he goes on the back foot. Just eases it away in front of square on the offside, and immediately Ben Slater, who does the fielding, comes jogging in. He's going to put the helmet on. He's going to go into that silly mid-off position. Hasib Hamid comes in. He's going to go into the silly mid-on position. I say that rather than short leg and silly point because they've both gone pretty straight for Ben Cox, and with 1 ball left in the over, we'll probably see Cox, I guess, try to play that little soft-handed, really gentle little forward defensive push. As Patterson White is in, and it's exactly what we see. And that's the end of the over. Cox is 22, Barnard is 62, 153 for 5. Worcestershire lead by 46.
Thanks, Frank. More from Frank Watson in a wee while. 153 for 5. I mentioned they're halfway through that over. I don't think Notts will mind too much, the batsman trying to have a bit of a go at Liam Patterson White, because I guess statistically perhaps more chance of a mistake if they're looking to play aggressively than on this wicket if they're looking to play defensively. Ed Barnard at 62. Ben Cox 22. Bit of a chat going on here. No idea what it's about. Seba Mead and the umpire were engaged in conversation, and then Neil Bainton's walking across to have a word with umpire Hartley. Just gives us a minute before play starts to bring in and welcome, I think for the first time this season, Steve Lamotti, the Notts Heritage officer, who's often been up in the recent past to say hello. Still no idea what's going on out there. Might even be a change of ball that they're discussing. Welcome, Steve. Good to see you.
First time in 3 years, isn't it?
Well, I'm not sure why, but I am going to say congratulations, and you'll tell me why.
Well, yes, it's congratulations to the great team of heritage volunteers that we've got here at Trent Bridge, Dave. It was the inaugural National Sporting Heritage Awards yesterday in Leeds. It's open to all sports across England, Wales, Scotland and Ireland, and our heritage team were joint winners of the Volunteers Award, which is absolutely fantastic and I think really well deserved. We've got a great team here who are just so professional, so enthusiastic, and I'm sure they've heard me say thank you plenty of times, but it's really nice that a sort of nationally respected organisation like Sporting Heritage have said thank you and well done as well.
You brought the trophy up.
Yep.
Lovely to see it. Is this an award for a body of work over a period of time, or one or two of the specific projects you've done?
It's over a period of time, but that funny enough, when we were filling in the application form, Dave, we were saying, is this just the last year, or is it actually since whenever? And it was, we were able to tell a story of starting in about 2017, so it's a whole body of work which makes the volunteers' achievements even more impressive. It includes our World War I project, which was one of our strongest projects, and all the way through to the great work that's been done in the Wynne Thomas Library over the winter to be able to welcome visitors back in there.
And how many people would have been involved in all this? I know you've got any number of volunteers, but specifically your volunteers team, how many does that comprise?
There's about 35, which is a big team for a county team, but I think it includes people on the committee, people like Basher, Jeff Moore.
And here at Trent Bridge, Worcestershire 153 for 5 in their second innings. That's an overall lead of 46. Had a slight hold up here once the ball had gone out of shape, now been changed, so we're going once again. This morning, a bright and breezy 45 not out with the bat from Stuart Broad, took Notts to 266. 4 quick wickets before lunch. Notts very much on top, but this afternoon Worcestershire have fought back. As I say, they're now in an overall lead of 47. Worcestershire 154 for 5. So that's an update for Radio Nottingham listeners, as Steve will testify. I don't think we heard any sort of cue at all there. 154 for 5. Luke Fletcher with ball in hand. And the 63rd over of the innings. Fletcher bowls, push back to him. Steve Lamotti with us, the Notts Heritage Office. So 35 or so. Yeah,
volunteers, some of whom are in every week, others whom come now and again, which is fine. That's one of the joys of volunteering, really. But it includes the people who do the guided tours every week, which I know a lot of people enjoy. Some of the volunteers do historical research. Some of them help with events. Some of them help with the school visits that we have here at Trent Bridge. So it's a really varied team, very very professional, very skilled, very enthusiastic.
There comes Luke Fletcher, sharing a joke with Dane Patterson to his left as he runs in bowls, and Cox pushes it back to him. So you had a big bash yesterday, did you?
Well, it was just myself and one of the volunteers in Leeds. This was in the Leeds City Museum. So we have just had a little celebratory drink over in the Derek Randall suite, actually, for all the volunteers who've been here today, anyway.
Now, if I know you never rest on your laurels. You finish one project, and you've probably got another 2 or 3 either up and coming or underway, or at least there in the back of the mind to start. So I would imagine there's 1 or 2 things you want to tell us all about as this is pushed back to Fletcher.
That's right, Dave. I think the things that people can see that the volunteers have done at the moment. There's all the great work in the library, and it's been really interesting actually being in the library, meeting people who didn't know the library was there or didn't know they were able to go and visit it as a member or a member of the public. So we'd encourage people to see what's what. We are going to be launching a lending scheme for books for members during the year, and we want to have some temporary exhibitions in there as well.
It's Fletcher bounding in again, bowls a delivery which is just guided to backward point, and there's no run.
We've got we've got an exhibition, a tribute to Peter Wynne-Thomas, which is in the museum room, just off the long room, which is really interesting because it shows the many different faces of Peter. Really, I'd no idea that he was such a cartoonist, a cartographer, a watercolour painter. You know, he did so many different sides to him, really. And a small tribute to Colin Slater as well in the pavilion, because although Colin was Mr. Notts County, he was a big cricket fan as well.
He was, yeah. He had one or two roles here over the years, didn't he? He was the man on the tannoy for many years as Fletcher bowls again, and Ben Cox defends, stays on 22, Barnard 63, the partnership now worth 55, and Worcestershire lead by 47. Penny Huggard says, please, Dave, please congratulate Steve Lamotte and the brilliant army of Heritage volunteers for the national award received for their work. It's so very well deserved.
Thank you, Penny.
Thanks,
Thank you
Penny, for that.
Well, I think that makes the point, David. It's we get support from the very top of the organisation. As I was saying earlier, you know, people like Basher, Jeff Moore, the chairman, Richard Stevenson, the vice chairman, Paul Ellis, the treasurer, you know, and so many of the committee members. They're also pro-heritage. I know how fortunate we are when I talk to people at other counties who feel as if they're sort of bashing their heads against a brick wall. So thank you, Penny. Thanks very much. Really appreciate it.
No, I stuck my head in and saw you one day before the season started, a couple of 3 months ago, didn't I? And my word, I can understand whilst you're so very grateful to all the band of volunteers you do have, because I went and had a morning with you. I think the car was being serviced or MOT'd or some sort. It's a good excuse to come and read cricket books and talk to you. 154 for 5, and I have never seen so many boxes of cricket books and memorabilia that have been donated, and you were trying to sort through and find an appropriate shelf or cupboard or wardrobe or box or home for them, as a run is taken here on the offside, and they're going to come back for 2. Comes the throw from deep by Slater, but they're back for 2, 156 for 5.
Yes, well, it's fortunately a bit tidier now, Dave, in the library, but what people don't see is the squash court, which is still full of stuff.
Well, I saw the squash court,
yes,
and
you did.
I don't think anybody would have been playing squash anytime soon.
Not in a hurry, no.
You couldn't see the floor.
No.
This is round the wicket, and this one's pushed into the offside, and there's no run. This is because Peter had such a great rapport with Nottinghamshire supporters, in fact cricket lovers generally, and let it be known that if you wish to donate anything cricket-wise, please donate it to him in the library, and that's why when you took over, you had a squash court literally full from ground to ceiling, wall to wall, of boxes that needed sorting.
We couldn't believe how much stuff was in there. Peter never said no to anything, and bless him, Dave, but we found multiple copies of so many books, so we will be doing a second-hand book sale during the season anyway.
Oh, that might be the second time you see me in there this year then. I'll definitely come along, and I need a top up. I should have tipped you the wink this week. We've got lots have got a week off this coming week.
Yeah,
next ball is sent down, and it's defended. I mean, you know, I've only got now then we have got a serious problem here, as I've just tipped my water all over my laptop. Let's hope that keeps going. Rice, do they say? Is it Rice? As Patterson White bowls, and this is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Did a right good job of that, David.
Yes, we will be doing a sale at one of the county championship matches, not the Derbyshire one, probably the one after that, I think, Dave, anyway, and there'll be a fair amount of giveaways as well. We've got a lot of old Notts yearbooks and magazines, you know, so
158 for 5 as this is pushed into the offside. There's no run, so we'll keep a lookout for that.
Yes.
What else was I going to say? So with regards to people coming to the ground then for well, there's not going to be much left in this one, but in future matches then, what projects have you got underway, and what have you got for them to look at?
Yeah, well, certainly the library will be open every county championship match day. Certainly between the start of lunch and the end of tea, and we'll be trying opening before play in the Derbyshire match. We're going to be doing a royalty at Trent Bridge project, obviously to tie in with the Jubilee coming up, and we're doing a bit more about football and cricket, because of course you know, as you know, we had a football international here before we had a test match, and it's 120 years since that that international. So we'll be doing a series of talks and a bit of an exhibition about Trent Bridge as a football stadium as well.
Was that England-Ireland?
Yes, it was. Yeah. Do you remember the score? No?
Next ball is pushed behind square. I think Steve Bloomer, who's very famous at Derby, was a main protagonist in that particular game. Would I be right?
I do know.
5-0 would it have been?
6-0 actually. So very, very good. You're nearly there.
Steve Bloomer hat trick?
I can't. Well, you're telling me. I'll.
No. As you know, Steve, every time you talk to me, you will have gathered that I'm an idiot. So let's pretend between us we're somewhere near the truth. 159 for 5. So Worcestershire have matched their first innings score, and they've now gone past it with their 160th run. If only you could see in here, dear listener. This is why we don't have commentators cam here at Trent Bridge, because Steve will testify. Yes. I'm swimming in water at the moment. But,
should have brought my marigold.
Yeah, you should. Yeah. Note to self: whenever Steve says I'm popping up, I'll say bring a mop with you.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So we'll be doing the guided tours every Tuesday afternoon and alternate Saturday mornings when there aren't match days on as well. Dave. So they carry on. They're being very popular still.
There's Luke Fletcher. Well, halted. He's got to go back and start again. One of the conversations I always had with Peter, I mean, yes, encyclopedic knowledge about cricket, encyclopedic knowledge somehow about where all the books were and everything was in his library, as Fletcher comes in and bowls a really beautiful delivery which cuts Ben Cox in half. Again, it's come back, full teapot from Fletcher. Crowd just trying to get involved, trying to get animated, but those deliveries are few and far between. Just a rare moment of concern, and it stays 160 for 5. But one thing I always asked him, how on earth do you manage to keep up doing all that you're doing, which occupies so much of your time, with the actual games that are going on at the moment? How can you follow Nottinghamshire 2022 as it is now when you're trying to sort out the last 160 years?
Well, I think the amazing thing about Peter is that he wasn't interested in watching cricket too much. Whether he'd just seen so much in his life, but it never used to surprise me. However exciting the match was out on the pitch, he'd still be in the library.
There's Fletcher. Bowls flipped away onto the leg side. There'll only be a single. 161 for 5. Yeah, so
we completely understand a lot of the volunteers like watching cricket, so we're probably busier in the winter than we are in the summer, because it's quite right that they watch as much cricket as they can. But we need to be thinking ahead the whole time, certainly, and looking for those anniversaries and things to celebrate anyway.
Right, we'll bring Frank back in just a second at the end of the over, but again, many congratulations for this. It's a lovely award, 161 for 5, and it's defended. The Sporting Heritage Award, recognising Sporting Heritage Volunteers Award winner, Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club, and that's terrific. And you say it's across all sports.
All sports across the country. No, yeah. So thank you to the volunteers, and thank you, Dave, as well, for the chance to come and chat about it.
Well, you're always welcome, Steve. I'll try not to be as clumsy next time you come up. Good luck with everything you're doing, and sometimes there's time constraints. Sometimes we've got a band of thousands in here, but as and when we can get you up and you're available, of course, we always love to speak to you, Steve, about what you're up to. 161 for 5, and again, many congratulations. Please, from the commentary box here, please just say thank you for everything they're doing, and good luck with sorting the rest of the boxes out, and don't forget me with your book sale.
Certainly won't. Cheers, Dave. Thanks a lot. See you again soon. Bye now.
Thank you, Steve Lamotti there, and sincere congratulations to the volunteers. They do a terrific job to I was going to say, not only look after the game of cricket, the present, the future, but let's not forget the past. Let's make sure that if people like me, myself and Frank are trying to find the source of something that's happened in the game 100 years ago, Steve knows where it is, or his team, and people that are visiting the Peter Wynne Thomas Library are able to be steered in the right direction. It's a wonderful place to go in and have a look, and Peter was a wonderful man, and Steve and his team keep the memory alive. Always nice to get Steve up here, and many congratulations to them for winning an award. You're not missing any cricket, and you're not missing any of the thoughts of Frank Watson, because he's now just settled in beside me, and you're in the dry half of the commentary box, and you missed all that drama. I've drowned myself.
I saw it happen. I remember going in that library many years ago when Peter Wynne-Thomas was in there, and just being, even, way back, I'm talking at the end of the 80s, just being transformed, really, transported into a world of cricket history. Absolutely fantastic. Anyway, in the cricket present, the Worcestershire 6th wicket pair of Ed Barnard and Ben Cox have very patiently so far added 62. It's taken them 179 balls, but they won't be at all bothered about that. Ben Cox is on strike, got rid of the silly mid-off. We've still got Hasib Hamid in at silly mid-on. Cox is on 24, he's faced 92 balls, and he's facing the left arm spin of Liam Patterson-White from the pavilion end, and Cox is forward, pushing this out on the offside. It's fielded by Duckett, and there's no run. 1-6-1 for 5 then. Worcestershire leading by 54. Hamid crosses over from silly mid-on to silly mid-off, which means that his shadow is falling right across the pitch in front of Ben Cox, and to be honest, just about where the ball's going to land from Patterson-White, and he bowls and Cox sweeps, and he gets a single to Dane Patterson, fielding at backward square leg. Possibly could have saved the one, but it's a little bit deep, and he possibly a little bit stiff, having bowled brilliantly yesterday and equally economically, if not quite as threateningly, today. 162 for 5 with that single. Patterson-White in again, bowls to Barnard, who is forward, pushing out on the offside. There's no run. Bright evening sunshine. The shadow of the floodlight pylon is now across the pitch, but because the sun has moved around a bit, the angle of it means that it's not actually falling onto the playing area. It's kind of gone behind the stumps now, through which Patterson-White comes and bowls a quicker, flatter, shorter delivery, which is slapped away off the back foot by Barnard. He only gets a single because we've got a fielder out there on the offside boundary, and he's a bit disappointed with himself, Barnard. He thinks, I could have hit that a little bit straighter and got 4, and he got 1. He's 69. He's played really well, the Salopian. 163 for 5. Hamid crosses over again for Cox to silly mid-off, and Patterson-White comes in, and again it's fairly flat, pushed through, and Cox, using his feet, pushes out on the offside. So only one man out for Worcestershire since the lunch interval. They lost 4 in quick succession before lunch, but only Jack Haynes has been out since then, as the pitch has flattened out, and they've applied themselves really well, the Worcestershire batsmen. Cox pushing this one out on the offside. End of the over from Patterson-White. 163 for 5. Barnard 69, Cox 25. So Worcestershire lost the toss yesterday. They're on the wrong end of a career best bowling performance from Dane Patterson yesterday. They then didn't start well with the ball. They were missing Joe Leach, obviously, and they got sort of batted out of the game almost in that first sort of part of the Notts first inning. Dragged themselves back into the game, got squeezed out of it again, you would think, really, this morning, and since lunch, almost like a mountaineer recovering, they've crept back up the mountain and just got themselves back into contention again. Good effort, got to build on it this time, not let it slip anymore. 56 ahead now. 163 for 5.
Nice analogy. Martin Clay says he's enjoying the coverage. Thanks very much for your kind words there, Martin. Here's Luke Fletcher bowling to Ed Barnard on 69. 163 for 5. And lovely looking drive out into the offside. It's going to be touch and go. No, it's going to be cut off. Good work there by Lyndon James in the deep, and there's 2 more runs. Worcestershire's lead is 58. Andy Smith says the library sounds fascinating. Do you know, Dave, if the scores are kept there for all games played at Trent Bridge, or is it just Notts on the other first-class games? I played a good few years back for City Schools in a final. I'm not sure, Andy.
I played it once for Liverpool University, Dave. That's in there.
I played here once
interesting to know.
On a sponsors' day. I don't think
they kept the scorecard.
165 for 5. I can't remember. This is how much it stuck. I can't remember if I played against Jason Gallion's 11 against Chris Reed's 11, or for Chris Reed's 11 against Jason Gallion's 11, but they were the two. They were
11s, not 6s.
Well, there were 2 or 3 other.
I
can't remember now. There were 2 or 3 other pros playing back in 2000 as Fletcher bowls again, and it's defended. I'm not sure, Andy, for games like that, the scores, but if the records are kept anywhere, it will be there somewhere, either in the library or in a box. And next time you come to the ground, just see if you can pop along, see if Steve's is there in the library, or one of the other volunteers you've been hearing about, and they'll show you around and can perhaps steer you in the right direction. Always nice to find a little bit of a link to the past, something that would revive good memories from years gone by. Fletcher in again, bowls again, nicely played, square of the wicket, no risk cricket. I do think, Frank, that a wicket will go down, obviously, at some point, be it tonight or tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon or whenever. A wicket will go down, and I would say there is more chance of it going down with the batsman playing an attacking shot than a defensive shot on there.
Yeah.
When, every time...
That wasn't necessarily the case yesterday,
no,
but I think you're right, yeah.
Every time they look to skip down the wicket to the spinner or play aggressively to Fletcher, there's almost a quickening of the blood pressure. You think, is this going to bring a risk?
Yeah.
When they look to play defensively, they both look very, very accomplished and at ease. And
you're doing your best, aren't you?
No, of course not.
No, I know what you mean. I'm only joking, but so often we say something like that.
I'm just saying if
something happens.
Yeah,
but yeah.
Here's Fletcher in to Cox, who's on 25. Work this down to long leg. Case in point there, a guess. I mean, he went a little way across his stumps, didn't he? Had he missed it, it would have been.
Did a bit of a big shout.
Yeah, he'd have been plumb in front.
He played it really late.
It wasn't overly aggressive, but he was trying to manipulate something. He was trying to force something, wasn't he? Moving across his stumps to work it down to long leg.
Yeah, played it really late. Good shot though. Played it well. 26 off 97. He's resisted his natural inclinations here. Ben Cox played really well.
Final ball of the over. It is down the leg side, and this one is clipped away much finer for 4. So Nottinghamshire, they need something to happen, and I wonder if the fellow with number 8 on the back of his shirt is about to try and make it happen, because the way Broad ran in from the boundary then and is leaping about like a rabbit in springtime, I think he's going to have another go. 171 for 5. Worcestershire lead by 64.
Yeah, lovely little shot from Ed Barnard there, just moving inside the line and flicking it down to long leg. Raced away, using the pace of the ball. He's played really well. He's 76 not out. He resisted a bit of a barrage himself from Stuart Broad, didn't he, earlier in the afternoon? Broad went round the wicket at one stage and bowled short, consistently short at Barnard. And he set a couple of interesting fields, had a fly slip at one stage. But Barnard handled it well, ducked underneath it, did connect with a couple of good pull shots, and was still there. So Stuart Broad in this innings, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 36. His first game of the season, and as Dave said, he's trotted in from the boundary there as keen as mustard to bowl this over, and that says a great deal for him, for his enthusiasm and for his desire to play county cricket for Nottinghamshire. Jimmy Anderson also playing for Lancashire at the moment. The 2 bowlers left out by England in the winter, but we're assured by the new regime, Rob Key and Ben Stokes, that they will be back in the fold. And here he is from the pavilion end, and his first ball is short of a length, and Ben Cox gets in behind it and drops it down on the onside. Hasib Hamid is in under the lid at short leg, waiting for just such a shot as that to perhaps not be played with such control by the batsman. But Cox on that occasion played it well. 171 for 5 it remains. Another little game within a game develops as Broad returns to the attack. We've got a slip, we've got a gully, almost like a fifth slip, and that short leg as Broad is in from the pavilion end. Bowls a bouncer to Cox, who ducks underneath it. There's been a high proportion of short pitch deliveries from Stuart Broad today, one of which accounted for Jack Haynes, who went compulsively for the hook shot and hit the ball straight down the throat of Ben Duckett at deep backward square. 1-7-1-5. We've got a sub on, Dave. I'm not sure who's off, but
well, it's Sack Chappell, the sub.
I'm not quite sure who's gone off. Didn't see it actually happen. Here's Broad in over the wicket, bowling to Cox again. Cox is in behind this one, which is still short of a length, but not a bouncer. This one's just back of a length, and he gets in behind it, pushes out on the offside. Interesting field from Broad. He's only got one fielder in front of the wicket on the offside. So when he does, he's going to bowl pretty short most of the time. When he does pitch the ball up on off stump, he's inviting that drive. He's saying, come on, you can hit me through there if you want to. And if he gets just a little nibble of movement, as the batsman goes for the shot, as Dave was saying a little bit more expansively, there's more of a chance of the wicket. And well, that one's short of a length, and it's hit through that vacant mid-off position. But Dave's grunt is because it wasn't really it wasn't really controlled, and it was off the back foot, but it was uppish. It would have been let's put it this way: if there'd have been a man at short extra cover, where there has been for a lot of the day, it would have been, he would have caught it.
It would have been
moving.
the softest missile I've ever seen in my life.
But as it was, it's 4 runs. So.
I think it's Liam Patterson wide is off the field, by the way. And
right.
I mean, he has just finished a spell. I presume it's, that's the order of events. He finished a spell.
Yeah.
Stuart Broad was coming on anyway. He's gone off for a comfort break rather than he's been forced off the field because of something.
I think you're right. 4 with that for Cox anyway, albeit slightly uppishly. He goes to 30, 175 for 5. And Broad bangs this one in at him. That was a fearsome delivery, and he played that really well, actually. Got in behind it, and then it might have been off a glove. If it had been full on the bat, might well have had Hamid interested at short leg, but it just dropped down on the leg side. Both the batsmen having a little concerned poke at the pitch. And Cox, who's been in the wars a bit, got hit in the box yesterday by Patterson and got hit in the box again today by Patterson. Took 2 or 3 minutes to recover from that one, and now facing a little bit of a barrage from Broad again from the pavilion. And last ball of the over, he comes in, he bowls short again. Cox ducks underneath it, didn't bounce that much, passes over his backside really and goes through to Tom Morse. Pretty good over from Stuart Broad. Cox survives it, got 4 off it. He's on 30. Barnard 76. Worcestershire leading by 68 now. 175 for 5.
Seems to have bowled an awful lot of balls today, Stuart Broad, that the batsmen have had to bob underneath. Seems to just about flirt with the 2 or 3 and over. Lyndon James is going to come on for a spell. 175 for 5. 16 overs remain in the day, so that's about an hour. Should take us up to about 6:30. Last wicket went down at 99. So a double change then. Lyndon James back into the attack. 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19. Has had his moments with the ball. 1 or 2 really excellent deliveries. Been a little unlucky. First one he sends down at the start of this spell is hit back to him, not totally crisply at the middle of the bat, but nicely fielded, and it'll go down as a dot ball in the scorebooks and scoring systems of Roger Marshall and Sue Drinkwater, our scorers for this match. 175 for 5. Worcestershire lead by 68. Lyndon James trying to break this partnership, but can't because Ed Barnard helps this out onto the leg side. Ben Slater doing the fielding. See Liam Patterson wide at the far end of the ground, just waiting to come back on. At the end of the over, probably. Seems to be a miserable old match for Leicestershire at Lords. They were bowled out for 149. Middlesex made 370. And Leicestershire 14 for 2 already in their second innings, as James is in to Cox down the leg side. A little bit of a casual flick at that. Didn't get anything on it. Sussex Durham, they're off for bad light on the south coast, with Sussex 362 for 5, leading Durham up by 139. And the other Division 2 score at Derby, Glamorgan 160 for 2, replying to Derbyshire's 369. James to Cox, who's on 30. Again, a solid enough looking block. And Mead is in at short mid-wicket, does the fielding. Tough going for Nottinghamshire since lunch. 7 wickets fell in that morning session, just one since. Jack Haynes, who made 49. This one past the edge. Tom Moores couldn't take it cleanly. 176 for 5. James bowls again. Cox blocks it. Tidy enough comeback over from Lyndon James, just the 1 run. 10 overs, none for 20 are his figures. Yes, I think that has now totally gone out of the equation that Nottinghamshire might win this game on day 2. We'll be back for tomorrow, that's absolutely certain, because Worcestershire now have a lead of 69 and still need 5 wickets here. Worcestershire 176 for 5. Not's only taken 1 wicket since lunch, that of Jack Haynes, Stuart Broad's 3rd wicket of the match. Good catch by Duckett down at long leg. A frustrating partnership here of 77 between Ed Barnard and Ben Cox, keeping Notts out there. We've got an hour to play tonight. Worcestershire 176 for 5, leading by 69. Here we go again with Broad. Another short pitch delivery. Barnard just moves his head out of the line. Broad bowls, nasty delivery, short pitch delivery. Ed Barnard, he did well to avoid being struck there, I think. 176 for 5. Barnard on 77. There's Broad in again. Bowls, good delivery through to Moores. Trying everything here, Stuart Broad, really bending his back. Just can't find the key to unlocking this partnership. Ed Barnard just flexing his left arm. Might have been struck on the shoulder, that previous one that just wondered if it was bat handle, but perhaps giving the game away now. A ball later. Comes Broad again, halfway through his 15th over. Bowls again, clipped away onto the leg side for a single. 177 for 5. Frank's back with me, so I'll just try and get rid of the music coming from the Radio Nottingham studios.
Stuart Broad really bending his back, as Dave said, and posing questions to the Worcestershire batsmen, mainly questions of avoidance, really, how to get out of the way of these short pitch deliveries. But every now and again he is pitching one up and attacking the stumps. He's also inviting the drive through the offside. This one is short again, no drive in that one. Cox ducks underneath it, taken by Tom Moores standing back. So yeah, it's a tough one for the Worcestershire batsmen, but they've battled through this afternoon session, and they're applying themselves well to this problem, which is basically watch the ball, watch for the length, get out of the way if it's short, and make sure that you're not ducking one that's pitched up a little bit more, not feeling for it outside the off stump. Broad playing about with his field. He's still got the short leg in. He's now got his broad slip in. He's bringing a man up from fine leg into second slip, I think. Or Duckett going into second slip. Clark at first slip. We've got that gully. We've got the short leg. We've now got a man in front on the drive on the offside, where that one went in the air from Cox a couple of overs ago, and Mulaney in a similar position on the onside. Broad is in, bangs that in, and Cox ducks, and it wasn't very short, and it's gone just over his shoulder. And it's a real handful. Stuart Broad at the moment is steaming in, bowling pretty much at the batsman, and these two have handled it very, very well. They're discussing their methods now. Barnard is, as you say, flexing that left arm, having taken a blow on it. But Broad finishes that over. 15 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 41. Worcestershire lead by 70, 177 for 5.
Certainly sharpens your reflexes, doesn't it, with Stuart Broad banging it in short. And the batsmen, by and large, have played him well. Bound to sustain 1 or 2 blows if you are out there for any length of time, as this pair have been. Here's Lyndon James. Bowls this down the leg side, well taken by Moores, a former Oakham School tandem here. Broad and Lyndon James, both former Oakham School pupils. One of a distant vintage, one more recent. 177 for 5. Stuart Broad, no warm-up games, nothing since the Ashes in January. Just shows how much work goes on behind the scenes to get yourself in this sort of condition that you can bowl at this sort of pace. There's a loose waft outside the off stump from Ed Barnard. He'd have been annoyed if he'd feathered that through to Moores, and it could so easily have happened. No pre-season really for Stuart Broad, but obviously keeps himself fit and has done all the work, as I say, behind the scenes, away from the cameras, away from the media. Gets on with it, gets himself into a rhythm with the bowling coaches. Don't know if he's been working at Loughborough with the ECB coaches or just here with Kevin Shine, but he's come into this game, and you have to say he looks in decent fettle, doesn't he? James again, past umpire Bainton, bowls, and this one's a scruffy inside edge, and Ed Barnard running down this end. Is he limping? Oh, is it? No, it looks more like a touch of cramp actually, as he set off there.
He's been out there for a long time, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Since the morning session. He's faced 172 balls. It's been a model of concentration. That one loose shot, but there haven't been many. Just stretching the old hamstrings now, I think. Fit young man. He's also bowled his fair share, of course, in the first innings.
Not sure who's off the field at the moment, but Zach Chappell's still out there. This one down the leg side, taken by the keeper, just looking round. Might be Dane Patterson. I think it could well be. He's still on 1 wicket for the innings, 9 for the match. Still only the 3 wicket-taking bowlers for Nottinghamshire. Broad and Fletcher have 3 apiece in the contest, and Dane Patterson has 9. Nothing for Lyndon James or Liam Patterson-White. I've not seen Stephen Mulaney bowl a single ball in the match. Next one, nice and full from James, and he fields off his own bowling. 178 for 5. Barnard 79, Cox 30, partnership of 79. This follows on from a very decent 5th wicket partnership of 67 between Jack Haynes and Ed Barnard. So tough going for Nottinghamshire. 150 odd runs scored for the fall of just the 1 wicket. But, once again nicely blocked by Cox, who's now faced 112 deliveries for his 30. It's 178 for 5. Worcestershire lead by 71 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Hereford and Worcester. And those of you watching via the live stream, lovely evening here at Trent Bridge. Doesn't seem like a Friday, does it? Or does it?
It does. Feels more like a Saturday. I don't know quite why. Stuart Broad had been down there on the boundary thinking about his field, and as soon as that last ball was bowled, as he started marching in, he was waving his arms around, pointing to people. This is what I want against this chap. Bowling at Barnard, he's setting traps, trying things all the time. So what have we got? We've got 2 slips, we've got short leg, we've got a man on the drive on the offside. Well, fairly conventional extra cover, maybe a little bit closer. He's just discussing with Mulaney now a slight change to the leg side field perhaps. We've got a man out, Chappell, the 12th man, deep on the leg side. Man on the drive as a sort of shortish mid-wicket. Chappell now being moved square by Mulaney. Broad coming in. Will he be short or will it be pitched up? It's pitched up. So a bit of a double bluff there from Broad, maybe thinking Barnard would look at that field change and think it was going to be short. It was pitched up and Barnard pushed it up to mid-off, and there were groans all round again. It's a good contest out there at the moment. Broad's really running in, and these two are getting right stuck in for Worcestershire.
It's Luke Fletcher who's off the field at the moment. Yeah. Dane Patterson's down at long leg.
We should have noticed that, shouldn't we? Really distinctive figure. Broad in again, bowls to Barnard, short down the leg side. Barnard moves inside it, lifts his hands clear of it. A bit of excitement among the slips and so on, as Barnard might have got a glove on it, signals to the dressing room that he'd like a drink. I don't blame him, he's been out there for a long time. Broad's in that kind of mood as he gets in sometimes when we watch him playing for England, where he thinks he's going to get a wicket every ball, and it's then that's when he wastes reviews, isn't it? When he's got a review and you think nobody else thinks it's how he insists it is. Just fired up. In he comes again now, really racing in. He bowls. This one is pitched up and nicely played by Barnard. Going to get 4 runs for that actually. Played it well, steered it deliberately with soft hands down to 3rd man, and it raced away because it was a quick delivery in the first place, and Barnard moves into the 80s comfortably, the highest scorer in the match. 83 off 175 deliveries now for Ed Barnard. 182 for 5. Worcestershire in the lead climbs to 75.
I think Dane Patterson will be back in the attack any second. Yeah, probably replacing Lyndon James.
If they finish the overs today, they're going to have just a couple with a new ball, aren't they, at the end of the day, which could be fascinating. Broad again, tail up, in, bowls. Good delivery on off stump, but Barnard in behind it, steers it down to 3rd man, picks up another single. Moves on to 84, total to 183 for 5, and this partnership for the 6th wicket moves on to 84. Kevin Howells, BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, moving in next to me as Dave goes away for a well-earned little break, having been on air for most of the day. Stuart Broad once more from the pavilion end, 2 balls left in his 16th over, comes into Ben Cox, bowls, and this is full, and Cox is forward and pushing out on the onside. A much fuller over from Broad this time. He's only banged 1 in really short, and asking different sorts of questions of these two, but so far they've well, I wouldn't say they've had all the answers, but they've responded well. A couple of painful blows, quite a lot of bouncer avoidance, a lot of arms thrown in the air, oohs and ahs from fielders and so on, but they're still together as Broad comes in again and bowls to Cox, and he gets a run as he just gets neatly inside this one and turns it off his hip down to long leg for a single. 184 for 5 at the end of that over. The partnership 85, the lead 77. And one thing I know for certain as the batsmen get a drink and the 12th man comes on is that there's a fair amount of adrenaline pumping around the bodies of those two, because when Stuart Broad's running in this sort of mood, you've really got to be on your toes, and they've so far they've responded bravely and positively, I think, and it's a good effort by Worcestershire.
I'd say bravery, judgment, some skill. We've seen some good.
Yeah.
Every now and then, some really classy stroke play as well when they've been given that opportunity, and for the fact that the weather's improved, conditions may be a little bit flat, and fine. That's all part of it. But
yeah.
I still look at those words: bravery, judgment, because that's the thing that let Jack down in the end. He'd been brave, just that one moment lapse and the judgment, and that cost him.
Yeah.
And these two very much aware of not falling for that same trap. They were set there, and it's just, for me, it's just, and I'm looking at some of the other scores as well around the country a little bit here as well, just saying to myself, today's been a really good day in terms of, you don't know what's going to happen. That's the for us as spectators, the magic of sport. Who could have really said that this was the way it was all going to play out here today?
Lyndon James continues the attack from the Radcliffe Road end. His first ball of his 12th over is delivered to Ben Cox, who moves in behind it and plays defensively. Interesting field again for James, bowling to Cox. Got one slip, who is Duckett, is kind of second or third slip, really. There's a big gap between him and Tom Moores, the keeper. Then we've got a man going in at sort of deep gully, and Mullaney still persevering with two men sort of on the drive, short extra and short mid-wicket. As James is in and bowls, and Cox is forward, turning this one on the leg side, and the man at short mid-wicket, Hasib Hamid, skips round to his right to do the fielding. Beautiful evening there, bright sunshine across the ground, good crowd in, and they've been treated to an enthralling and rather fluctuating day of cricket, really, given what happened mainly in the morning session, which went one way and then the other. In comes James down the leg side to Cox, taking on the pad. Ball dribbles past the stumps. Strangled appeal, no run. I say one way and the other. It only went one way for a minute or two, and that was in the very first over when Tom Moores got out. Thereafter, Stuart Broad pummeled the Worcestershire bowling, and a lot of runs were scored in a very short time before the end of that first Notts innings. Broad 45 not out off just 27 balls, 6 fours and 2 sixes, as Worcestershire vainly tried to get him out by banging the ball in short and hoping he'd top edge one. He did top edge a couple, they didn't go to hand, but meanwhile he collared quite a few. James in again, bowls, Cox defends. So 266 all out, and then Worcestershire a clatter of wickets before lunch. Ed Pollock out to the second ball of the innings, 3 more wickets going down before the break. At lunch, 37 for 4, and at that point, really, I think many people were suggesting that we wouldn't even be here tomorrow. Since then,
who were those people, Frank?
Well, I was one of them. Many in the press box when I went down at lunchtime. Only Jack Haynes out since then, and a fantastic partnership between these two. Real application shown. Long way to go yet. Oh, as Cox chips this one on the leg side, and it almost carries to that man Hamid at short mid-wicket. Dives forward. But since then, the game has just started to swing back the other way, and I think it's been fascinating stuff, both for us here, for those watching on the stream, I hope, for those listening, and for those in the ground here who are mainly of a Nottinghamshire persuasion, but no doubt the cricket aficionados among them will have admired the application of the Worcestershire middle order. Here's Lyndon James in again, bowls, and Cox gets an inside edge to this one. Hands on head for Lyndon James as it passes the stumps, going down to long leg for a single. Broad picks it up, keeps it, because he's going to bowl again from the pavilion end, walking in with purpose, and It's the end of the over. In fact, he's not. He's had enough broad. He's coming out of the attack. And I think it's going to be Patterson White again coming into the attack. 11 overs left in the day, 7 left with this ball. And no, it's not. It's Patterson. It's yesterday's destroyer, the man who got career best figures yesterday of 8 for 52. 185 for 5. Worcestershire lead by 78.
So Luke Fletcher this innings bowled 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 42. Broad 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 47. Dane Patterson previous this over 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 35. Liam Patterson White 14 overs, no wicket for 35 with 2 maidens, and Lyndon James 12 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 22. A little bit of fortune at times in that previous over, actually. Just about you deserve that when you've been out there for what, as a partnership, 227 balls for your 86 stand at the moment. Cox is on 32. Patterson bowls now and very nearly gets an edge. What a lovely lifting delivery.
Not a bad way to start when you haven't bowled for about an hour. Goodness me. That's the one that got him his reward yesterday, isn't it? Just that length.
Yep. And this is where now you look to Cox to put that to the back of his mind and not to think there's nothing I can do about this. There is. You've shown there is for the 121 deliveries you faced so far. So head down again. Patterson in again. To Cox. Pushed. I feel just a little tentatively. And back up to the bowler. Maybe took a bit of pace off that one as well. That's the other. I say the other thing. One of the things that Worcestershire were struggling with in terms of their judgment, that just weren't getting the timing right either, and that led to what appeared to be some soft dismissals at times. But this pair, and it all started with Haynes. I mean, let's give him full credit as well for the role he played for his 49. Patterson bowls driven, hard firm along the ground, rifle along the ground there towards the mid-off area, of which more and more shadow comes across the ground from over there now. What's the time? Come up 5 to 6. We've still got 10 overs after this one, as Frank mentioned, and Worcestershire will be well aware. Nottinghamshire have got just a few overs with that second new ball and then go again tomorrow morning with it. We're not there yet. Patterson in and just clipped away out towards short mid-wicket. He's fairly close in on that leg side, and they're the sort of shots you're a little bit concerned. You just get those a little bit wrong. We saw one in the previous over that just almost scooped up. As you're rushed on a little, I suppose, Frank, there, and you just you think you're turning it away safely, but just pops up and could be the end of you. So we are back in a period of jeopardy here, really. It feels at the moment for Worcestershire, for this pair who've done a terrific job and edged down towards the gully area, and they'll go through for 1. But that jeopardy is being caused by some terrific bowling at the moment. I think that last over and this one here from Patterson got to hold their nerve here, the Worcestershire pair. It's a big ask, you know, such concentration, such application, and from a match position that they've done a good job, actually. I mean, you're right, the game could easily been over tea or just after. It's not, and it's because of the way they've applied themselves. They now want to see it through for the rest of the day if they can. Let's see, Barnard facing now on 84, a little bit of width, and he drives that expansively, but it's just going to be a single out there on the shorter side boundary through cover point, and it's the end of that over, so he'll keep the strike as well, will Ed Barnard, for his 85 not out. 187 for 5, lead of 80 runs with Cox on 33, and Patterson's got through 16 overs now, 5 maidens, 1 for 37.
Yeah, the game could change quite quickly, as you say, Kevin. One thing Notts have got in their favour, we're going to get these 10 overs in, I think. The weather's good, the light's good, so they're going to bowl 6 more, and then they've got a new ball, so they're going to have probably 4 with the new ball tonight. One of the premier new ball bowlers in the world bowling with it, and if they were to knock over a couple, you're into a very inexperienced Worcestershire tail as well. I'll just break off as Lyndon James comes in to bowl the first ball of a new over to Ed Barnard, who pushes out on the offside for a single, which takes him on to 86. and then they come back tomorrow morning with a second go with that new ball. So if they knocked 1 or 2 over tonight and then come back again in the morning, they could still end up chasing something not much more than 100. And with conditions having improved considerably for batting, that would be fairly straightforward. So it's really important for Worcestershire, this partnership. And well, we've been talking about small targets all day. As James bowls again to Cox, who plays it back up the pitch to the bowler. We've been talking about short-term targets, and I've no doubt in my mind that the one these two are reminding each other of in between overs is, come on, let's get through to the end of the day without losing another one. 235 balls. I mean, they've faced, it's nearly 40 overs of cricket since Jack Haynes made that mistake against Stuart Broad, having played so well, and they're still together. Haynes, I mean, a young player, and he played really well. He also top scored in the first innings. He's made 86 runs in 2 knocks on this pitch against this attack. I reckon for a young batsman that's pretty good going. He'll be disappointed he didn't go on, absolutely, but I reckon that's pretty good going. Ben Cox just pausing, taking his helmet off. I think he's just wringing out the sweatband. I think probably quite a bit of perspiration inside that helmet. Been out there for a long time. 126 balls he's faced for his 33. Lyndon James into him now and bowls, and Cox is forward and plays defensively back up the pitch past the bowler, and Mullaney, the captain, who hasn't yet turned his own arm over, moves across from mid-off to do the fielding. 188 for 5. So Worcester's lead is 81, and as I say, they probably won't be thinking too much about that figure at the moment. Be thinking more about survival, getting through to the end of the day and reassessing things. James in again from the Radcliffe Road end, bowls. Cox is again forward and takes a good run, even at this stage, seeing that Fletcher was on his heels a little bit at mid-on, and scampering through for a single, which takes him on to 34, and the total to 189 for 5.
In amongst it all, they've not been timid, have they? They've not been timid.
We talked about their running. I know it's a definite policy that they've decided to adopt in all cricket to run positively, and we've seen that today. Been a couple, Kevin, that have worried you a little bit. I remember when you sort of said, oh, he's got to hurry, but they've got in. James bowls. Beautiful cover drive from Ed Barnard. Takes only one as Patterson runs round the boundaries of field. Lovely shot technically, and he wanted to. He turned keenly, but Cox, a very loud shout of no that we heard quite clearly up here in the box, sent him back. 190 for 5. Barnard goes to 87.
I'm afraid I'm one of those nervous watchers. I hate the running between wickets. I'm not on my own for that. There are plenty. They just can't. I just find it too much to cope with.
Absolutely. Patterson in, bowls. Cox is forward, defends, back to the bowler. End of Lyndon James's over. 13 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 25. His figures. Worcestershire lead by 83. It's 190 for 5, and Dave Bracegirdle going to come back in, and I'm going to shoot off next door to do my last update of the day for BBC Hereford and Worcester. Barnard on 87, Cox on 34, and I'm off.
Thanks to Frank for his latest stint. Unable to break this partnership, nor is the Nottinghamshire quartet of seamers. Dane Patterson, the latest to have a go. Here he comes from the pavilion end, bowls, pulled away. Cries of catch, it's nowhere near. Seba Mead out on the leg side. And an easy single is taken. Ed Barnard onto 88, 191 for 5. And Worcestershire's lead is 84. And I don't think anybody, the staunchest of Worcestershire supporters, would have given him much of a hope at lunch. Certainly, I know those in the press box that Frank was referring to didn't give them much of a prayer as Patterson bowls to Ben Cox. Eases this back to the bowler, but things have certainly changed since a position of 32 for 4, 191 for 5, Kevin. Could they? Could they go on and win this now?
Yes. On percentages, or I don't know, if we had the old win viz or whatever his crick viz, I think you'd be
the waspy thing.
You'd be down about the 20%ers, I would think, but 25%ers maybe.
There's Dane Patterson. Bowls, nice looking push by Cox, crisp shot to mid-off, and there's no run. Still got half an hour's cricket, or maybe just a little more, 8 overs to go. That second new ball could be taken this evening, so they won't be able to ease their way to stumps.
But you know what we can definitely say is that this has just been a terrific effort from this period.
Very much so.
And Jack earlier.
Yep.
Yeah.
Patterson bowls, and once more Cox happy to defend. Real resistance by the middle order trio. Another update for Radio Nottingham listeners. Yeah, we've still got round about half an hour's cricket to go here, another 8 overs. Worcestershire 191 for 5 now. That's an overall lead of 84, and this game, if not quite flipping itself on its head, certainly not as one-sided as it looked at lunchtime when Worcestershire had slipped to 32 for 4. We wondered if Notts might even wrap it up this evening. That's not going to happen. They're desperate for a wicket now, a partnership of 92 for this 6th wicket. Worcestershire lead by 84 at 191 for 5. Latest delivery, short of a length, and Cox tried to whip it away to leg and missed it. Said to Frank, if a wicket does go down, or when a wicket does go down, it more likely go down to an aggressive shot, a shot full of intent, rather than a batsman trying to play a defensive block. Might not be the case, but it could have just ballooned up anywhere. Next one is a defensive block. 191 for 5 at the end of that over from Patterson. 17 overs, 1 for 38 his figures.
But defensive blocks are what it's about here now. It's about getting yourself right through to the close now. They deserve to get to the close here. Nottinghamshire, look, we've plugged away as well. We've got this second new ball around the corner. We deserve to take the wickets. Okay, fine. Everybody deserves to have a bit of success. But this pairing for me, what happens, I think, Dave, when I'm watching this, so you put yourself in their boots. So I'm putting myself in this pair's boots as the batters, and I'm thinking how annoying, frustrating it will be to mess up or get out now at the end of the day. Anyway, we've got James coming in and bowling and driven, and it's beaten the man at short extra cover, raced past him. I think got his hands to it. He may have taken, if he did take something off that, still gone a long way. But anyway, they'll go through for runs here, and Barnard is on to 91 and a score of 194 for 5. Barnard, who started off with Jack Haynes in that partnership before Haynes was out for 49. He's still there for his 91 of 181 deliveries, but it's Cox who's facing at the moment. This partnership worth 95. James bowls now on the leg stump, just tickled around the corner. I think he's got away so fine. It's going to be 4 runs into the shadows, just down in front of that big scoreboard there. And I was actually top of this, going to be 4 runs, and the score moves to 198 for 5. On top of a multi-storey car park, or very nearly in the Nottingham city centre.
You were?
Yeah, and I just looked across the ground, and there the scoreboard standing out, bright and proud. And I thought, that's terrific. The lamp, obviously, it was the floodlights that took my eye first, but
yeah,
that scoreboard, various parts of the city centre. You look across here to West Bridgeford, and you can spot that. It's Cox who's facing, and he pushes that for a single to the offside. He moves to 39, and it brings up the 100 partnership. And congratulations to this pair, Ed Barnard and Ben Cox. Terrific effort from this Worcestershire pairing. 248 balls for this 100 partnership. Contributions from Barnard of 59 of 112, 39 from 136 from Cox. Yeah, it's been a frustration for Nottinghamshire, but it's felt more than just that. They haven't been just annoying here. They've put on a great battling display, and Barnard is on 91. Next ball bowled, and he thought about using his wrist, I think, to work it away on the onside, and can't get it away, but fends it off there. But this for Barnard as well is part of a continuation of what has been a really good start to the summer for him with the bat and scores. I was there, I witnessed what I think was his maiden century just over 12 months ago it had been now, in a game between Essex and Worcestershire. And he's coming on so well as a batter. But it's James looking to get him out now, wraps him on the pads. He'll go off for a little bit of a charge and a run for a couple of yards and turn around. Score 199 for 5.
In an ideal world, he'd be looking for these 9 runs in the next 3 overs before that second new ball is taken. Assuming Notts take it promptly, you'd imagine they will. So might just look for a little bit of intent from Ed Barnard here.
Turns again, he's running from the Radcliffe Road end, and he's into Ed Barnard, and it's James doing the bowling. Full, pushed, offside. No, comes the yell from Barnard to Cox. Look, it's going to get a bit nervy when you get up into that 90s mark. Of course it can. But you've got to let that all settle. And just keep on doing what you've been doing so successfully. It's the end of the over. It's a lead of 92 runs for Worcestershire. 5 wickets. Still standing second innings. Barnard 91. Cox on 39. And James has bowled 14 overs, 2 maidens. No wicket for 33. 3 overs, Dave, until that next new ball.
Notts would love a clean start, a fresh start with that second new ball with a new batsman there. They've got 18 deliveries to try and break this partnership before that becomes due. Here's Dane Patterson looking for his match 10 for. Balls to Cox, and how many times have we seen that over the last 3 or 4 hours? A defensive push back from where it came by Cox. He's been absolutely resolute here. 137 balls. Last wicket went down in the 36th over, so they've been together for more than 40 overs. Remember the old 40 over cricket we used to play domestically here. Been together for a complete innings of that as the next one steered into the offside. A single taken by Cox brings the focus back onto Barnard. But Cox approaching his own milestone, and a ripple of applause for another milestone. It is just a ripple of applause for the Worcestershire 200 being brought up. 200 for 5. That lead is 93.
In the context of the game, that could have been a louder round of applause, but probably shows just how a little bit tentative, nervous, not supported.
I think so. I think so. There's Patterson. Another drive into the offside again. Cries of catch, which indicates it was slightly uppish, but punched away square of the wicket on the offside, and there's nobody there. 201 for 5. Barnard on to 92. Brings Ben Cox back on strike.
I think I'm going to revisit that imaginary WinViz or whatever prediction that you threw at me. And it is only 94, so it's 94 for 5, but I might edge it up towards the 30% mark from 20s at the moment.
There's Patterson. In again, pulled away. Cries of catch it again, but nowhere near either Hasib or Mead, square of the wicket. Luke Fletcher at long leg. They're both saying, well, I can't see it. I have no idea. It wasn't actually near any of them, and it's gone for 4. Thrown back by a couple of the coaching staff over by the hover cover in front of the Fox Road stand. Cox on to 44. 205 for 5. Same bowler, different day. Dane Patterson yesterday 8 for 52. Today 1 for 44. He's not gone about his work any differently. Just not quite had the tools, as they say. This is chopped down, and Joe Clark does the fielding, but they take a single. The surface hasn't just been quite as helpful as it undoubtedly was yesterday. He did put the ball in good areas, he made things happen yesterday. Today he's just not quite had that little bit of assistance, been able to play in with a degree of measured composure, which they couldn't yesterday. Both fell to him. Barnard's on 92, and he bends his back to make sure he gets underneath this one. 206 for 5, Worcestershire. And we've had 78 overs in the innings, but we've got 6 left this evening.
We have that new ball just around the corner. I wonder how much Barnard and Cox are thinking about that. Whether Barnard's thinking, look, I'll get to my century before they get that new ball out, can I? Or actually, I hope that he's taking a completely different attitude, as he's not even bothering to think about that. However, it must be tempting, although he's got a couple of centuries to his name in first-class cricket, as Ed.
We're at the back end of the day, but there's a few people hanging around here, and I think a couple of things. They want to see Barnard, see if he can get his 100, but they also want to see what effect the second new ball is.
Cox is facing at the moment, and that's punched straight to short extra cover. And Reed doing the fielding there.
Or has.
And it's a tense conclusion to the day's play for personal milestones, and also this new ball. In fact, it's perfectly set up for a great little finish to the day.
Yeah.
The lead's 99 runs, and James it is who's going to bowl from the Ratcliffe Road end. He comes in now and he's bowling to Cox, who's on 45. Full flourish of a drive, but it's just going to get him a single out there to deep extra cover. Moves to 46. Takes the Worcestershire score up to 207 for 5 now, and exactly a 100 runs lead.
Yep.
Shadows getting deeper and deeper away to our right hand side off the pylons as well. It feels a little bit like spring. It's got a little bit of chill still around it. We are still in April, but we're still in the month of April. This is the 4th round of matches. This is day 2 coming to a conclusion, with Worcestershire fighting back against Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire have James bowling for them now. Bowling to Barnard, and Barnard with this shout of no as he dabs that one down towards the gully area. And there will be no run.
Feared a little bit for Ben Cox there, because as he put the brakes on, he almost skidded a little bit. Wouldn't be the first batsman we've seen slipping over, going down from the non-striker's end. I'm thinking of the fellow with the ball in his hand here, Luke Fletcher, when he was on 92 at Durham.
No. That moment was horrifying.
Yeah.
But it's when you get off the strip, isn't it?
Yes.
I think that's where you need to be really careful. Oh, that was a dreadful moment. Barnard on 92. And he gets good bat on that, and it's behind square on the offside, and it races and rolls away over the boundary rope. It's 4 runs, and he moves on to 96. And moves very, very close to that century. So, Dave, I'll move aside just in case.
Thank you very much to Kevin. Just a quick swap over here in the commentary box. It's a little bit of a tradition that whichever commentator is at the ground, if that particular side is on the brink of a milestone or whatever, might just be able to commentate on it.
Lyndon James into Barnard, who drives, and well, it might have been it. It was dead straight down the ground, probably would have gone for 4. Hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. Not the first time that's happened to Ed Barnard in this innings, and he's just got to keep his calm, keep his cool.
I wonder if Ben
I'll
Cox
check the details.
I wonder if he's out his ground, actually.
Yeah, Luke Fletcher raised an arm, didn't he? But I don't think he got
Nobody
anything
touched
on
it, no,
did he?
no.
I think he's got, I think it would be his 3rd first class 100. He got 2 last season, had to wait a long time. Got the first one in the first game. And waits now as Lyndon James comes in and bowls 2, and he pushes this out on the offside for a single, which takes him on to 97 and means that he keeps the strike. 212 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yeah, thoroughly deserves it. He's played a magnificent innings here. to
200 so far.
to thwart Nottinghamshire initially, then to stretch the game almost definitely now into at least a third day, but then potentially to set Worcestershire on their way to a position where they can still win this game. It's not quite Headingley 81, but if they can turn this round, having been 32 for 4, it will be one of the more dramatic comebacks.
Here comes Patterson bowling to Barnard, who's on 97. Drops this down on the onside. This will, I think, be the last over with the old ball. I can't imagine they wouldn't take the new ball. Just perfect to have a little 4-over burst with it tonight, and then have another little burst with it in the morning. Whether that will involve Stuart Broad or whether we'll see Patterson keep going at that end, and it looks like we're going to see Luke Fletcher take the new ball at this Radcliffe Road end. And in fact, Broad is doing a few exercises, so it might be Fletcher and Broad. Anyway, Patterson in with the old ball at the moment, bowls to Barnard on the back foot, drives on the offside sweetly, nicely, but straight out to Slater, the fielder on the cover boundary. Only gets a single. Barnard 98 to him, 213 for 5.
Knots will be pleased about that, because ideally they'd like to have the second new ball. Why he's still short of the milestone.
Yeah, absolutely. And a few nerves and just needs a little mistake. But he's been a model of calm, I would suggest, so far. I'm sure he's not calm inside. Here's Patterson in, bowls to Cox, bouncer. Cox ducks under it, lets it go through to the keeper. Word for Ben Cox as well. Worcestershire supporters have been aware that he's been struggling for runs recently, and he's played almost, well, not quite against his instinct really, but right from the start of this innings he's applied himself. He's scored very, very slowly early on. 46 off 143 balls now, and it would be a first half century of the season for him as well if he could make it. In comes Patterson again and bowls, and Cox is pushing this one up to mid-on. Again, the sort of strangled shout from the bowler suggesting that had that been missed by the batsman, there would have been a big shout for LBW, but he played it late and he played it safely up to Stuart Broad at mid-on. Cox then 46, Barnard 98 now, 213 for 5. Worcestershire leading by 106 runs. It's a slender lead still, but as long as these two are together, they'll hope that they can make it into something a little bit more substantial. Patterson in, bowl short to Cox, and that will be Cox's 50 as he swivels round on that, plays a pull shot, didn't play it as well as he would have liked, got a top edge, but it goes down to fine leg for 4, and that is a first 50 of the season for Ben Cox. 145 balls and 7 fours, and a really valuable innings from the Worcestershire wicketkeeper, and he shared in a big partnership. This is a highly significant partnership pair coming together at 99 for 5, and Jack Haynes was caught in the deep for 49, and they've been together for 268 deliveries. Patterson in again to bowl, last ball of the over to Cox, bowl short. Cox sways out of the way, taken by the keeper. End of the 80th over of the innings. We look to see if the new ball is produced. Indeed it is. It's immediately produced from umpire Peter Hartley's pocket. Neil Bainton takes it off him and brings it down here to Luke Fletcher. Will he take it straight away, or will he bowl 1 or 2 with the old ball? He'll take it straight away. 217 for 5. 4 overs left in the day. New ball taken. New challenge on.
Don't know as it's there it is. I was going to say, as the umpire has held it aloft to the scorers, that formality has now just taken place. Fletcher back to the attack. 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 42. Picked up both openers very early on. Pollock with just his second ball, and Jake Libby shortly afterwards.
We love these little moments, a little game within a game. Now new ball, Barnard on 98. Can he concentrate, make sure that he gets those vital 2 runs to take him to 3 figures, or will Fletcher produce something with this new ball? Tense little moment, 3 slips waiting. As Fletcher at the Radcliffe Road end, his favoured end here at Trent Bridge. So far today, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 42. He's been very tidy, and he comes in now and bowls to Barnard short, and Barnard runs this down to 3rd man. He's taken 1. Will he come back for 2? He will come back for 2 against the arm of Hasib Hamid, and that's a brilliant 100 for Ed Barnard. Removes his helmet. Standing ovation from his teammates on the pavilion balcony. Good applause from the Notts faithful as well. A hug from Ben Cox. A brilliant 100 from Ed Barnard. Highest score of the game by some considerable distance. 279 minutes, 193 balls and 10 fours. His 3rd first-class 100, and well, very, very well played in very tricky circumstances, Ed Barnard. And a really super knock.
Very much so.
Out.
Yep.
Waits now 2-1-9 for 5 as Fletcher is in and bowls to him again. He lets that go outside the off stump. Just to repeat those stats then, 193 balls and, well, a marathon, 280 minutes and 10 fours. Very, very, very valuable innings from the Worcestershire number 6. Somebody sent me a tweet earlier that I might read out about Ed Barnard, which kind of sums up the way things have gone, if I can find it. It says, witnessing the transition of Ed Barnard from a very good bowling all-rounder into an excellent batting all-rounder. As Fletcher bowls again outside the off-stump to him, and he lets that go. I think that's a fair assessment of the way it's gone. He's played really, really well here. 195 balls he's faced. Between them, he and Cox have been together for 272 balls, and as Dave Bracegirdle has just said, they've ensured this game is going to go at least into a 3rd day, and they've taken Worcestershire to a lead of 112. It's not a huge lead, but it could become a lead which at least gives them a sniff. Fletcher again is in, bowls, that one nips back, Barnard plays it late, just jabs it down on the offside, and there's no addition to the score. If you're just joining us, it's been a topsy-turvy day. We've got 3 overs left in it after this. It began with Notts losing a wicket in the first over, but then Stuart Broad launching an assault on the Worcestershire bowling as they tried to bowl short at him and encourage him to sky a mishit pull or hook. He did miss-hit a couple where they dropped short of fielders. In between, he hit a few really well. Fletcher in again, bowls to Barnard down the leg side, taken on the pad, that runs away down to fine leg. I think he might have got a bit of bat on it. We'll see in a minute. No, it's 4 leg byes. Total goes on to 223 for 5. Worcestershire lead by 116. So Broad clattered the bowling about. We then saw Fletcher out for 18 and Patterson for 2, but Broad made 45 not out off just 27 balls, and the Notts first innings closed on the total of 266, which was a lead of 107, and they then knocked over 4 Worcestershire batsmen before lunch at 37 for 4 at lunch. Fletcher in again, bowls to Barnard, who's beaten by one that keeps a little bit low and scuttles through to Tom Moores behind the stumps. End of the over, 223 for 5, and as I said, 37 for 4 at lunch. Worcestershire. Haynes the only man out in the afternoon session. He went for 49. Since then it's been about this partnership, which is now worth 124 between Barnard, who's made his 3rd first-class 100 of his career and the first of this season, and Ben Cox, who's on 50. 3 overs left in the day. Stuart Broad back into the attack.
I'm not sure Notts will have enjoyed seeing that last one, as you say. Just kept
unusual,
low, scuttled along the ground. So Broad back. He will have 2 overs. Figures of 2 for 47. He's bowled 16 overs in the day. Picked up the wickets of Azhar Ali, caught by Liam Patterson wide, and Jack Haynes caught by Ben Duckett. That was down at long leg, top edging a hook. 18 deliveries left, or a maximum of 18 legal deliveries. Just 2 slips, so they've not gone overly attacking, but one batsman on exactly 100, one on exactly 50. It is Cox who's on strike. And here comes Broad to bowl to Cox, and solidly behind it. We'll just tick them off one by one. Encouragement for Broad, given by teammates and spectators alike. Here he comes. Umpire Hartley is at the far end, and this one run to Lyndon James, who's at a deepish gully position. Might be very much in the game if one does just pop and take the shoulder of the bat. 2:23 for 5.
Broad, one of the world's best new ball bowlers in the Trent Bridge evening sunshine.
Here he comes, in again and bowls. Again, Cox behind it. Seems to have all the time in the world, really. It's not fizzing through, smacking into the gloves of Moores. It's become a fairly even pace wicket, in truth. Going to be hard work, I think, when they come back in the morning, but bowlers will have a night's rest in them. Certainly be glad to get off tonight and start again tomorrow. Worcestershire lead by 116. Cox on 50. Broad bowls. Oh, now then, how about that? It's gone through to Moores down the leg side, but again, a hint it might have kept low, but the appeal wasn't as prolonged as I expected it to be. Just seeing a replay of it now. Stuart Broad bowling. Well, we'll never know without the old ball tracker or whatever it was. Clearly, in the opinion of the umpire, it was just missing leg, but Ben Cox wandered across his stumps and was hit low down on his left pad, having done so, but the appeal didn't bring any dividends. He's in again and bowls, and this time they'll take a single, pushing it out onto the offside. James Fields, but the run is taken. What was impressive, but not the major part of the incident, was how Tom Moores quickly got there, because as it left the pad, it seemed as if it was once again zeroing away for full leg byes.
Yeah.
Moores did really well to prevent that happening. .24 for 5. Broad again. Bowls, good delivery this time, past the outside edge. Through to Moores, and 2 overs remain.
One of which will be bowled by Broad, the other by Luke Fletcher, the twin spearhead of this Notts new ball attack. And they've bowled well. Stuart Broad's bowled really well today, let's face it. 17 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 48. He's made the batsman jump around. He's bowled some well-directed short deliveries. He's gone past the outside edge. He's mixed his lengths up. He's changed his fields around. But Ed Barnard and Ben Cox have resisted everything that's been thrown at them in this partnership.
On top of all that, he's supported all the other bowlers. He's thrown himself about in the field and scored 45 not out this morning.
Absolutely. Here's Fletcher. He's in, he bowls to Cox, who turns this on the onside, no run. And they say there isn't the appetite amongst internationals for county cricket. It's nonsense, isn't it? He's been an example to everybody. But fair play to the Worcestershire middle order. Jack Haynes, Ed Barnard and Ben Cox for their resistance, their determination, their guts, their bravery actually in the face of some pretty hostile bowling, especially from Broad. And Worcestershire hanging in there, climbing up that mountain very slowly as Fletcher moves in again, bowls to Cox, who is forward, pushing back to the bowler, and there's no run. 224 for 5, and the lead 117.
Yes, they've both been struck 2 or 3 times. There'll be
yeah, a few ice packs out tonight.
Yeah, I think 1 or 2 bruises on the show, but they know they're both going to get a very warm welcome when they return to the Worcestershire dressing room at the far side of the ground.
There's Fletcher again from the Radcliffe Road end. He bowls to Cox, who's forward, pushing solidly out on the offside. Worcestershire 99 for 5 when these two came together, and I think many of us, and I don't mean it disrespectfully, and we all sort of always temper these judgments with our knowledge that anything can happen in cricket, and we've seen all sorts of turnarounds over the time, but the general feeling was that this game might well end today at that stage. But a great fight back by the Worcestershire pair. Fletcher bowls, Cox pushes up to mid-on, and it's fielded there by Patterson, and there is no run, so we've got 2 balls left in this over. And Stuart Broad will bowl the last over of the day from the pavilion end. Still in bright sunshine. It's chilly but lovely evening in many ways, and cracking day's cricket we've had here. Fletcher is in again and bowls to Cox, who is forward for the umpteenth time. He's faced 157 balls now for his 51, 156 balls for his 51. Barnard 199 balls for his 100, and the pair 286 balls for their partnership of 125. I've never seen that on a ball before, I only just noticed it. It says extras 11, overs 82.5, ball age 2.5 overs.
They've always done that here.
Ball age.
Sometimes you don't take it after 80.
Yeah, exactly, good point. Here's Fletcher bowls and pushed away on the onside by Cox. End of a maiden over from Luke Fletcher. So his figures 18 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 44. Stuart Broad with 1 over to bowl, and as it's the last over, I'll just run through the other bowling figures in this innings. Dane Patterson 19 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 50. Liam Patterson-White 14 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 35. And Lyndon James 15 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 39.
I'm not sure how many out of Josh Baker, Adam Finch, Dylan Pennington and Charlie Morris would have had their pads on, but they can all take them off and start to get changed now, because even if a wicket goes down, they'll troop off anyway. So Worcestershire's 6th wicket pairing are nearly there. 6 balls to play out as Broad comes in from the pavilion end. That's 1 to tick off, well wide of the off stump, and I would imagine Broad will be a little annoyed there that he offered the batsman so much width that he could just leave it alone. 100 not out. Be total concentration under the helmet of Ed Barnard, but in 3 or 4 minutes time he'll be able to let it all out.
Don't think he's given a chance, has he?
No, I don't think he has. No, there'll be a real feeling of relief at having got through to the stumps, of pride at having reached 100 and having done it in adversity. Takes a single to get down to the other end. He might just have faced his final ball of the day, unless Ben Cox gets him back on strike. 225 for 5. Worcestershire lead by 118. Those of you that were thinking about coming tomorrow and then fearful, I suspect we're going to have cricket after lunch tomorrow as well. There may well be an opportunity for the club to sell a few lunches tomorrow as well. Going to go into the afternoon session as this goes through to the keeper. Not to want to take 5 wickets as it stands right now and knock off 119 runs. So I don't think that's going to happen with all the best will in the world in the morning. Even if it's clatter, 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 it will probably take 15 or 20 minutes to get the batsman in and out, but even that's unlikely. So the very earliest, I suspect, would finish mid-afternoon, but you never know. There might be More twists and turns. 225 for 5. Next ball is blocked. Not ruling out the possibility that Notts could be bowled out in a short space of time, but just on this surface, you'd imagine we're going to get 3 or 4 hours cricket tomorrow, whichever way it goes. 225 for 5. Number of people standing. Look, they're all ready. They don't want to miss the last ball in case a wicket goes down. But if you look around the ground,
yeah, they're on
all
their way,
standing. Yeah, they've got the coats on, their bags.
Blocks. Yeah.
2 balls left. Broad to Cox. Again, he's got everything behind it and plays it with plenty of comfort. And we're nearly there. Many thanks for your company, for everybody that's got in touch today. Really appreciated it. Thanks to Kevin Howells for popping in and spelling us from time to time. Thanks to Frank for his company. And once again, apologies from me from this blooming COVID cough that I can't shake off. It's really debilitating, but we're nearly there. 225 for 5. A few days off next week. Hopefully it'll disappear. But another thrilling day's cricket left. And before, look at Broad here. Last ball of the day. Is he looking to get through to the dressing room? No. Let's have some fielding changes here, Skip. Let's try and put a bit of pressure on. Let's try and get a wicket last ball of the day. He's brought Lyndon James into a 3rd slip. He's moved Liam Patterson-White to leg slip. Stephen Mullaney was a fairly deepish mid-off. He's brought him closer.
Mind games.
Making Ben Cox wait and very deliberately pointing out these field placings. So here comes Broad. Leg slip. Is it going to be round about the left shoulder? No, it's pitched up and it's played back by Cox, who will be also very satisfied with his day's work. Worcestershire close on 225 for 5 with Ed Barnard, a magnificent 101 not out. Ben Cox, 51 not out. Worcestershire lead by 118. And we're only at the halfway stage of the game. We've had 2 terrific days of cricket. And although it did seem as if it's going to be fairly one-sided towards Nottinghamshire at lunch today, these last 2 sessions, you talk about winning sessions, they've both convincingly been by Worcestershire. We haven't had a single wicket go down in the final session of the day, and that does mean that Worcestershire have given themselves every chance. It's going to be on their lower order now, Baker, Finch, Pennington and Morris, to really build on the work that's been done by Jack Haynes, who went for 49, Ed Barnard 101 and Ben Cox for 50. Those of you that are watching the live stream, a reminder as Ed Barnard is applauded off. That's nice to see. If you carry on watching the live stream, Aaron's down on the pitch right now. We'll grab some post-match reaction for you. Asiba Mead, I understand, is going to come across and speak to Aaron first of all. So if you just carry on, those of you that are watching the live stream, just watch your pictures, and when we've finished in a moment, then Aaron will pick up and he'll get Asiba Mead to have a chat to about the day's events. Thank you, Frank, for your company today, and thanks also to Steve Lamotti for popping in and talking about, with pride, understandably, the award that the Nottinghamshire Heritage team have won. It's been a good day, hasn't it?
It's been a great day, fluctuating fortunes, smashing from my point of view to see Worcestershire fight back like that, and hoping that I'll be able to grab a word with Ed Barnard shortly, which people will be able to hear on BBC How from Worcester tomorrow. But until then, thanks for being with us, and we'll be back in the morning.
Thanks to both Frank and Dave, and they will be joining us again tomorrow. I'll be talking to Hasib Hamid very shortly. Do stick with us for post-match reaction. So at the halfway stage of this fixture, it's been a really contrasting day today, really. It's been a batting day today. The weather has been absolutely fantastic. It's been very sunny down here, a little bit chilly. Like I say, a total contrast to yesterday when it was overcast and very favourable for the bowlers. And to be honest, it has been Worcestershire's day. You have to give credit, especially to the two people there at the end, Barnard and Cox, with a very big partnership, and also a 5th wicket partnership earlier on between the two Worcestershire batters as well, has left them in a very positive frame of mind going into day 3 as well. Hasib Hamid joins me. You can come in, Hass. How are you, sir?
All right, thank you. How are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm good. I was just saying there, total contrast really in weather, first of all, today compared to yesterday. It felt very much like a bowling day yesterday. Today the sun was out. It felt very much like the pitch had flattened a little bit. Just your assessment on where day 2 has kind of finished for us?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think with the sun being out after lunch, it definitely seemed like the wicket had flattened out a little bit, made it more difficult for the bowlers, I think. But to be fair to the lads, I thought they were outstanding. I thought we stuck at it really well. And yeah, I think the fact that we've controlled the rate quite nicely there allows us to go again in the morning, hopefully a quick bang bang, and yeah, hopefully bowl them out cheaply.
In cricket, we always kind of say add 2 on, and it gives a true reflection of where the game could be. Is that kind of the mentality in the Notts dressing room today? There's no obviously reason to panic. There's plenty of time left in the game. Add a couple of wickets, like you said, in the morning, bang bang, and we're into the Worcestershire tail.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, with the conditions generally in the morning here, I think it should offer a bit more to the bowlers. Obviously, we've just taken the new ball as well, so the ball will be nice and hard, and yeah, hopefully it'll just do a little bit more and offer a bit more to the bowlers, and yeah, we can get a couple early.
We saw throughout the day kind of yourself speaking to obviously the captain Steve Mullaney, Ben Duckett speaking, a lot of people kind of offering opinions, I imagine, trying to set different fields. We saw that, like I say, throughout the day. Is that what you have to do when you've got 2 players out there in the middle that's been there for a long time, set in the middle, just try and think of new plans to get them out?
Of course, yeah, I think yeah, I guess you're always looking to make adjustments and look at different ways that we can, you know, control the rate and take wickets at the same time. So I thought they batted really well, to be fair to them. We, I think, had some good plans, and because of it, I think again we've not allowed them to get too far ahead. So yeah, I think we're relatively happy with where we're at, and we go again tomorrow.
That's a big part of it, isn't it, really, controlling the rate? Because people say, you know, they're searching for wickets, they're looking for wickets, but if you're controlling the rate, you're also putting pressure on the batsmen, aren't you? Because the kind of the lead isn't getting away from us. So that's just a crucial part of it as well, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, with our bowling attack in particular, I think we back ourselves to bowl 10 wicket taking bowls in a decent period of time. So I think it's important for us to make sure that we don't give too many boundary balls or boundaries away within that. So yeah, I think it's a massive part of what we do, making sure that we keep the scoreboard in check, and then yeah, back our boys to bowl 10 good balls to take our wickets.
And for you personally, in the first innings of 50, it's felt like you've been in good rhythm so far this season, maybe a little bit lucky with how the Glamorgan kind of match went and how you got out in those. Did you feel in that rhythm and getting that 50, is it pleasing just to kind of like notch that off in this early part of the season?
Of course, yeah. I mean, yeah, nice to get my first 50 of the season yesterday. And yeah, hopefully I can just build on that now.
And just finally, as an opening batter here, you've seen 2 Worcestershire people there in the pitch. There's runs out there. It must be kind of knowledgeable for you to know that those runs, 118 at the moment, are very achievable with the time that's left in the game, and also how that pitch is playing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, hopefully with our batting lineup, we'll be confident to chase. And yeah, obviously we've got a big job to do with the ball firstly, and make sure that you know, that total is within check. But yeah, like I say, we've got guys in good form. We've got a lot of very good players. So yeah, we'll back ourselves to give it a good go.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much for joining us. I'll let you get back to the dressing room, but thank you very much, Hass.
Cheers.
All right, take it easy. Okay, Hasib Hamid joining us there for post-match reaction today. Well, as I say, a very contrasting day today, and you have to give credit to the Worcestershire batters. They really dug in. They showed a lot of grit and determination, and also a lot of stubbornness but you also have to applaud how they went about their business. Thank you very much to everybody that has joined us here on day 2. We will be back for day 3. We hope you will be too. But from everybody on Trent Bridge Live, enjoy the rest of your evening.